Chapter 501. Yi Chen is so rebellious that there is great power behind him. The key is that he didn't expect to be this level of power. Before he reacts, Chen Tianli points out that a ray of light shines into Fang Zhenye's mind. At this moment, his head seemed to explode. It's so hard. This kind of pain is like trying to pull his memory away. Let me go, please let me go, I'll say everything. Fang Zhenye can only beg for mercy. But Chen Tianli ignored, he wanted to do things, no one want to stop. What's more, he doesn't have much time. He can help Yi Chen more. At the moment, Chen Tianli's fingertips twinkle with a blue light, and then the finger moves, the light shines into Yi Chen's eyebrows. Yi Chen instantly felt a picture flashed in his mind. In the picture, there is a dying Lin Juelong. Also have to pace back and forth, firm and unyielding Father Yi Tianzheng. My father was locked in a stone chamber in Jiangdaoshan. Fang Zhenye tried to extort confessions by torture several times, but all of them were broken by a strong force. On the contrary, Fang Zhenye was hurt a lot. Like, anyone who wants to kill his father will be blocked by a force mercilessly. The last picture about father is that Fang Zhenye brings several old people in black robes with strong breath. These old people all have a simple red gate tattooed on their necks. Blood League. The power of Yi Tianzheng can't be solved with all my skills. I can only give it to the Blood League to deal with it. According to some information I have investigated, the family behind this man is guarding a treasure and a secret for all ages. In ancient times, there was a Yi family in Kunlun. I don't know if there is any relationship between the Yi family in Jiangqing of China and the Yi family in Kunlun Su, but judging from the strength of the people, they will never be ordinary people in China. Although he has no accomplishments, he is full of doubts. He also asks the people of the Blood League to find them by using their skills. These are the last words in Fang Zhenye's memory. Language down, the several Blood League strongmen nodded, took his father. Obviously, this secret, Fang Zhenye found that he simply cannot eat, can only let the Blood League people to deal with. Lin Juelong was taken away by another person because of his injury. Life and death are unknown. Yi Chen's heart is a little lost, he still came a few steps late. If you set foot on Jiangdaoshan a few days in advance, you may be able to find a way to save my father. He took a look at Fang Zhenye, who was convulsed all over the body. He snorted coldly and chopped off with a sword. Fang Zhenye's head was cut off on the spot. It's better to kill those who have no value. Chen Tianli took a look at Yi Chen and said faintly, you don't have to be depressed. According to memory, your father has no danger. If you find your father, you will find your father. Kunlunxu, you can't escape. That's your real battlefield. Even for me, you have to go. The hope of our 100 people is to take the first step in Kunlun. Yi Chen suddenly responded, and her eyes shrank. Master, I heard a few of you have said that I carry your hope, and I am your turning man. What does this mean? Besides, since you are in the Samsara cemetery, you should know my life experience. Chen Tianli shook his head, even if I know something, I don't necessarily know how to say it. What's more, I really don't know about your life experience. Tiandishan, you can't come in vain. If you have the soul sword in your hand, it's time to take another thing. Yi Chen Wenzheng, curiously Wei, what thing? Chen Tianli stares at a direction, has someone mentioned a baby to you in the Samsara cemetery? The soul breaks the sun. Zhenhuan Poyang looks like two swords. You have the Zhenhuan sword in your hand. There is also a broken Yang sword. These two swords seem to be powerful, but more importantly, there is a stone under the two swords, which is called Zhenhuan Poyang stone. Once the Samsara cemetery absorbs this stone, it's good for you and me. Originally, I planned to take you to Xiangjiang to look for the stone after I came back from Kunlun. Now it seems that you have been introduced here. You come with me. Chen Tianli walked in one direction, his hands behind him, seemingly slow, but each step showed a trace of verve. Yi Chen naturally followed up, he could feel the extremely strong vibration of reincarnation cemetery. It's as if you're about to get out of the body. The soul sword in his hand is also overflowing with spirit. Bao Peimin and other Chinese guardians changed their faces slightly when they saw where they were going. They're going to the forbidden area of Jiangdaoshan? Nonsense. Only the forbidden areas of Jiangdaoshan can be interested in this kind of power. Well, it seems that Jiangdaoshan will no longer exist. If those things are taken away, the array and aura of Jiangdaoshan will disappear. This is obviously plunder, an old man sighed. Wanlao glanced at each other and said in a cold voice, "You are going to stop it." Who can stop it? As you can see, his killing us is just a matter between breath and breath. He can fly through the clouds and fly the immortal sword. This kind of existence, let alone take that thing, even if he takes the dragon vein of China, no one dares to say anything. What's more, this time, it's our Chinese guardian who owes Yi Chen, so we should compensate him. As for Jiangdaoshan, it's okay. People can only accept that. Chapter 502. At the same time, China's capital, Dark Hall. Jiang Perong has no idea how many days she has been here. There is no news about Qin'er and Tianjin. There was always a foreboding in her mind. They won't have an accident. Jiang Perong breathed out her turbid breath. Over the past few days, she has made rapid progress and has reached the aerodynamic state. It can be said that Kunlun's talent can be put in vain. She opened the door of the training room and dialed Yi Chen's phone again. No one answered. "What can I do for you?" Yi Lingtian came over and respected him. In his eyes, Jiang Perong must serve carefully. Otherwise, the temple master will definitely get angry. "Yi Lingtian, I want to ask where Qin'er has gone." Before he left, he said he was going to pick up his father, but it can't be so long. "Can you tell me the truth, has things changed?" Yi Lingtian quickly shook his head. "I really don't know where the temple master went. Maybe some things have been delayed. If you wait a few days, the temple master may come back." Jiang Perong knew that she couldn't get any useful information from the other party, so she went outside. "I want to go out for a walk. The master of the temple has told me that you can't go out until he comes back. I want to guarantee your safety." Yi Lingtian's voice even with a trace of bitter pleading. Jiang Perong showed her eyebrows and frowned. "If you don't worry, just follow me. I've been here for too long. I need to go outside to blow the wind." Yi Lingtian wants to say what, but the words to the mouth or heart swallow down. Jiang Perong went directly out of the dark hall and dialed Jiang Jianfeng's phone. "Old place, meet, I have something to ask you." In Jiang Perong's eyes, only Jiang Jianfeng can give him accurate information at present. Half an hour later, a tea house. Jiang Perong met Jiang Jianfeng. Even without tea, Jiang Perong said directly, "Second brother, you can tell me where Qin'er and Tianjin are going." Jiang Jianfeng took a look at Jiang Perong and his eyes shrunk slightly. "Perong, are you so angry? It's so fast, how many days it's been." Although he knew that Jiang Perong had a strong cultivation talent since she was a child, he never imagined that Jiang Perong missed the best training time and was still so terrible. Is this family a monster? Why didn't this kind of god-defying talent pass on to oneself? It doesn't matter. I just want to know my husband and children. Jiang Jianfeng calmed down, thought for a few seconds, and then said, "Perong, as far as I know, Yi Chen went to Xiangjiang. Fang Zhenye, the guardian of Xiangjiang, took his brother-in-law with him. Yi Chen should take revenge. It's just that this feud is more dangerous than auspicious. I have sent people to keep an eye on the situation on the other side of Xiangjiang River. According to the principal, the result should be given today, but there is no reply from there." Jiang Perong heard the guardian of China, her eyes suddenly shrink to the extreme. But now, in order to save Huaxia, what is the guardian of Yi? This is crazy. She finally understood why Yi Chen didn't tell her the truth, because he would not agree with him. "You arrange a plane for me to go to Xiangjiang, immediately. Now." Jiang Jianfeng did not intend to start, but said, "Perong, I hope you are sober. Yi Chen is looking for death. If you go there, it will only add to the chaos. The guardian of China is the existence of the peak of Chinese martial arts. Who dares to provoke, who dares to touch? It's very important that you and I don't agree with Jiang Guang. Jiang Peirong's eyes congealed and said, "What's the matter?" Jiang Jianfeng took a careful look around. Seeing that there was no one nearby, he said in a low voice, "I just received the news that the eldest brother is coming back. Not only that, but also the annual clan selection is about to start. With your accomplishments and talents, you will definitely be selected. After that, you will be able to protect Yi Chen and your husband Yi Tian. Yes." Jiang Peirong has no interest in the selection of any sect. But the big brother came back, eyes full of excitement. Big brother used to be the most painful her existence, don't know how many years, now finally back. Can she not be excited? It's said that the strong men from Kunlun are extremely terrifying. But when she thought of her child and her husband, she shook her head again. I'm not Jiang family anymore. Now everything has nothing to do with me, only Qin'er and Tianjing. When Jiang Jianfeng heard this, he quickly took out a letter and handed it to Jiang Peirong. "Peirong, this is the old man's letter of apology." In fact, the old man has realized his mistake. These nights, he has been immersed in regret and remorse. Maybe it's too late to change now, even if you have some feeling of being a wall in your eyes, but I can feel the old man's repentance. He said, "In any case, you, Yi Tianjing, or Yi Chen, can step into the Jiang family at any time. If someone dares to move you, the Jiang family will come forward without hesitation." This is his attitude. Jiang Peirong's eyes are moving. After all, blood is thicker than water. What's more, what is flowing on her is the blood of Jiang family. Of course, all this benefits from Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen, the old man could not have changed so much. "Forget it, I've discussed it with Qin'er." Jiang Peirong pushed the letter back. Jiang Jianfeng Mao's son shrinks. "Just want to say what?" A burly middle-aged man walked in. The middle-aged man's body flows extremely strong breath, the strength is outstanding. Pei Rong. Blade. Hearing this sound, Jiang Peirong and Jiang Jianfeng fiercely look at the burly man. The next second, they were stunned. "Step into the river of Kunlun Su and come back. Big brother." They both spoke in the same voice, and stood up. Eyes have surprise, more startled. Who would have expected to meet in such a tea house? Chapter 503. Jiang Jianfeng gave a bear hug to one other. Jiang asked heaven and smiled with a bright smile, "You don't have to stand, sit, this tea house has been open for decades. I just want to see if I'm still here, but I didn't expect you to be here." It was a surprise. "By the way, how is my father's health? I haven't been to Jiangjia in my hurry this time." Jiang asked heaven to be a wonderful way. "Elder brother, please rest assured that there is no problem with his father's body, or I will take you back to the river home now." Jiang asked heaven to put his hand at hand, and then his eyes fell on Jiang Jianfeng. "Jianfeng, you are very good, cultivation has grown to this point." Then he looked at Jiang Peirong, and his eyes suddenly shrunk. Peirong, you actually stepped into the way of cultivation? Aerodynamic environment? With your talent, the air movement is a little slow. It seems that you missed the best training time. It is estimated that you will be practicing for about a year, which can be understood. Jiang Jianfeng almost spewed out in old blood, "Weak and weak way, elder brother, as far as I know, the cultivation time of Peirong has not arrived for half a month." What? The expression of the calm river asking for heaven seems to solidify, just like ghosts. If more than 10 days into the air, then in Kunlun virtual also counted evil. The key to my sister talent is really against the sky. What Jiang Jianfeng thought, light way, elder brother, this is not the most surprised, the real terror is Peirong's child. Jiang asked Sky with a frown, Peirong's child? If I don't remember it correctly, I should have tested it for Van Root. No one of the roots can achieve any achievement in the course of cultivation. It's the truth of the iron. Jiang Peirong did not speak, but Jiang Jianfeng couldn't help it. He said in a very proud voice, "Brother, this man of all roots has turned the world of Chinese martial arts and Taoism to earth. It is the man of all roots, who is the first to win the Chinese. It is this man of all roots who killed Lin family and killed the guardian of Huaxia at will. As soon as this word came out, Jiang asked heaven to be stunned. A blank brain? Lin family he knows. He knows the Warsaw Guardian. Easy to kill. A root? What a joke. Jiang Jianfeng knew that elder brother did not believe it, and he said all the things that happened in this period of time. Jiang asked the sky more surprised. If he didn't know his brother, others would have thought of him as a madman. Half an hour later, Jiang asked the sky to fall into silence, then looked at Jiangpirong, excited, okay. Good. Good. You have a good son, Palong. I have some interest in this nephew. This time, my sect came to China to choose talents, Yichen and Pairong. You are absolutely qualified to enter Kunlun Virtual. Once you enter Kunlun Virtual, your strength will rise and rise. Elder brother, I am not interested in cultivation, I just want to be happy with Qin'er and Tianjing family, Jiang Peirong declined. At this time, Jiang Jianfeng's mobile phone rang, he saw a call display, excited, there is news over Xiangjiang. Then he took the phone, but when he heard the news from the phone, Jiang Jianfeng changed his expression. It's ugly, and even a deep shock. Finally, the phone fell on the ground. What's wrong with Xiangjiang? Jiang Peirong's heart seems to be hanging. The Chinese guardian has gone wrong, and 10 Chinese guardians die. Yi Chen it seems to win. What was that day? Yi Tianzheng is missing, but it seems that Yi Tianzheng is stepping on the Xiangjiang plain to Kunlun, and the authenticity is uncertain. Jiang Peirong's expression changed like a roller coaster. Then, what did she think of? Asked Jiang Tiandao, elder brother, please, Peirong asks you something. You have a strong means to find out the news of Tianjing. Jiang asked the sky to see Jiang Peirong, and finally nodded, my brother-in-law should have gone to Kunlun Mountain, and it is probably Kunlun Su. I just know a goalkeeper of Kunlun Su. I will help you to inquire about it. 5 minutes later, Jiang asked the sky's mobile phone to ring, and a picture came from it. It is Yetiansheng and several Blood Alliance strong people stepping into Kunlun virtual picture. It seems that things are a little tricky. The Blood Alliance takes Yi Tianjing, but why does the Blood Alliance take a common man with no power to hold the chicken? Strange. Hearing this, Jiang Peirong's eyes flickered with a glimmer of anger and firmness. She knows the Blood Union. Ghost Prison is involved in Blood Alliance. Even the Lin family behind also has the shadow of Blood Alliance. Now it is the Guardian of China. It seems that the Blood Alliance is really haunted. Even if Yi family has any secret, it is unnecessary to transport his husband as a cargo. Jiang Peirong even appeared a very strong killing machine. Suddenly, she looked up and stared at Jiang and asked the sky, elder brother, take me to meet the Zhongmen behind you. I want to go to Kunlun Virtual. Xiangjiang, Jiangdaoshan. Yi Chen and Chen Tianli come to a remote place in Jiangdaoshan. Yi Chen can feel that this is the whole Jiangdao mountain array I. His blood is boiling. Not only that, but also Zhenhuan's sword broke away from his palm and was suspended in the air. Disciple, one thing you may not know is that your talent and spiritual roots are different from those of ordinary people. In China and even Kunlun virtual detection, the results will be the same, that is, ordinary roots or waste roots, but in fact, it is the opposite. Your talent is extremely rare to some extent. What's more, the weirdest thing is that it seems that something is sealed in your body, which should be done by some means of breaking through the law of heaven when you are very young. I have a guess in my mind, but it's not convenient to say it at the moment. Words fall, Chen Tianli fingers pinch, an extremely strong breath from his body burst out. The power of terror hovered around him. Go! With a roar, the whole Jiangdaoshan seemed to shake up. Then an ancient god gate rose. At Shenmen, Zhenhuan's sword seems to be guided by some kind of guidance and flies in directly. Chapter 504. At the same time, Yi Chen also felt a terrible suction, crazy pull. He stepped into the gate of God and disappeared. Chen Tianli's eyes narrowed slightly and murmured, apprentice, success or failure depends on this one stroke. This place is unavoidable in fate. The speed of your breakthrough is already against the sky for ordinary people, but it is far from enough. Only by making you strong can you be qualified to touch the secret of the deep circle of Samsara cemetery. Don't blame me for being a teacher." With that, Chen Tianli stepped in. After Yi Chen stepped into the gate of the array, he thought he would walk on the ground, but he was shocked to find that he seemed to fall into a deep pool. A cold feeling came. What is this place? The whole body is covered with water. At the same time, the line of sight looks in all directions. This is a lake of about 100 meters. Strangely, the lake seems to be under the river and mountain. There is no river around Jiangdaoshan, let alone in such a high position. The current is still moving, the direction of the flow is actually counter-current. Bang! The Zhenhuan sword sank directly into the lake and exploded instantly, arousing waves all over the sky. The whole lake seemed to shake and the waves rolled. Wow! And in the midst of the huge waves, suddenly, a huge figure rushed out from the bottom of the water. It is tens of feet long and black in color, giving out a cold breath. This is an unimaginable python. The key python's body is filled with extremely terrible aura. The cold eyes staring at Yi Chen, as if they were human eyes. Sleeping trough. Has the cultivation become the essence? Yi Chen is completely stunned. Boom! Black Python seems to be provoked, extremely angry, rushed out of the water, the huge body, directly toward Yi Chen smashed and went. Not only that, but there was a flame flowing around the python. Water flame. Whoosh! Huge body dancing, rolling up the boundless wind, like the top of Mount Tai. Looking at the python sweeping and coming, Yi Chen burst back and roared, "Zhenhuan's sword, come to me!" Whoosh! With a sound, the Zhenhuan sword flew directly to Yi Chen's palm. Yi Chen is not hesitant, a sword to chop. Zhenhuan sword with cold light, the whole underground lake seems to be illuminated, but this sword drained 30% of Yi Chen's true qi. Wow! Yi Chen's whole body momentum soars, the sword idea is towering, extremely violent, toward the oncoming python to resist and go. Bang! The sound of a dull crash is like thunder. Blood is pouring up. Yi Chen's body is directly hit to fly. But the python didn't respond. The scales on its surface are like armor. At this time, Chen Tianli stepped on a sword and suspended not far from Yi Chen. "Disciple, this python is not a common python. It is called Black Explosive Python. It is as firm as a rock. If your sword can be split, you can be taught excellent sword skills. If you can't split it, it means that you have no talent to learn those things. This is your test. I'd like to remind you that the first two swords of the Broken Sky sword can't be broken by this Black Explosive Python. You can do it yourself." Before Chen Tianli finished speaking, the Black Explosive Python rushed to Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowns tightly. Can't the first two swords be broken? How could it be? Yi Chen doesn't believe in evil, condenses his true qi, and will raise his sword directly. The whole body is vigorous and vigorous. The roar and concussion made a powerful momentum soar into the sky. The wind swept, the sun and the moon faded. This momentum, extremely terrible. Even the moment of explosion, people suffocate. In this murderous atmosphere, it seems to feel the solidification of heaven and earth, as if turned into a Shura hell. Then, Yi Chen did not hesitate to chop down a sword. Breaking the sky sword means the first sword, Qianlong cuts the sky. Bang! The powerful sword qi is as long as 100 meters, and the lake surface will be split into two parts by Yi Chen. Finally, he cut the Black Explosive Python's body. I thought it would turn into a blood mist, but I didn't expect that the sword meaning just left a shallow scar on the animal's body surface. Not much blood. Is the scale of the Black Explosive Python made by foreign dark iron? Not yet. Wait for Yi Chen to react. A burst of roar, black explosion, crazy python crazy toward Yi Chen. Speed and its huge body is not the same, too fast. Fast Yi Chen can't react at all. Bang! Yi Chen's body was hit on the spot. Spit out a mouthful of red blood. What a shock! Chen Tianli looked at it with interest. this black explosive python can't be underestimated. It's far superior to the real Yuan state. If you don't get serious, you may become the food of the black explosion python. It's not impossible. Of course, it's the best way to practice sword. It depends on how you control it. Yi Chen steadies his body, condenses his true qi, and steps on the water, looking serious to the extreme. But soon, the black explosive python came again. Roll the wind and the lake. 100 feet of huge waves, extremely frightening. Yi Chen has seen each other's ferocity and Qin Tianli's warning. He doesn't dare to take it lightly and chop it with a sword. As the sword swept out, the curtain of sword became one. Endless sword light turned into rain, crisscross, like a net, toward the black explosion crazy python swept away. Seeing the endless blue sword light, just like a net sweeping across the sky, the black explosive python roared loudly. Yi Chen's killing heart is obvious. But how can black explosive python be willing to be captured? Bursts of fire broke out all over the body, like dragons and snakes, tearing away towards the net of heaven and earth. Ding ding ding. It was just a moment, and the piercing roar continued to explode. Two forces, in this lake wound, continuous collision, friction, issued bursts of harsh roar. A strong resistance came, forcefully blocked the castration of Yi Chen's sword. Kill! A roar, Yi Chen crazy mobilization of internal energy. A sword like crazy chop, Mars array. But it doesn't work. The black explosive python is like a steel body. It seems that we can only use the third sword. Now the qi in your body is still sufficient, and you should be able to exert it. Hua hua hua. Urged by Yi Chen, the remaining qi in his body is like a torrent. The blood dragon in the body is crazy to rush out of the body. Not only that, but also this life talisman is directly sacrificed. This moment Yi Chen is strong to the extreme. His mind seemed to be haunted by the words of killing Dao Jun. The third sword, the sword cuts through the 8 wastelands. This sword is the essence of breaking the sword of heaven, and it is also the most difficult way to practice. This move is cultivated to a great success. Under one sword, it integrates the profound meaning of heaven and earth. It contains thousands of changes, and it can't go against any disadvantage and break through without firmness. The 8 barons are shaking. He closed his eyes and clasped the sword in his hand. Boom! Finally, the deepest part of the body seemed to burst out. Chapter 505. With a burst of roar, Yi Chen's body is like the beginning of the universe. His sword is like a long-awakened dragon. In a burst of roar, his sword comes out in a roar. Hum! Just for a moment, with the injection of this energy, Yi Chen's soul sword suddenly vibrated. The light burst into the sky like a burning sun. Wow! A stream of sword qi condensed into essence. The essence of sword qi. How could? Watching Yi Chen burst out such an amazing momentum, feel Yi Chen's terrible killing machine at the moment, Qin Tianli, watching the war, widened his eyes. He just wanted to try Yi Chen's sword technique with the help of the beast. But I didn't expect Yi Chen to sacrifice the third sword of breaking heaven sword. This time the momentum and strength of Yi Chen burst out, earth shaking. In this breath of terror, the black explosive python only felt suffocated. The huge crisis, like the waves, will instantly devour the black explosive python. The sword cuts through the 8 wastelands. Language falls, Yi Chen's sword actually formed a 100-long sword. The sword wound around him. The fierce blood light turns into a blood dragon in the sky, and the brilliant dragon power shines on the world. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart trembled, and felt a kind of prestige which was hard to erase. Split it for me. With a roar, he hoarded all kinds of swords and rushed away. Dang dang dang. Hundreds of swords converged into a torrent, hitting the black explosive python. The black explosive python and the sword stream hit each other, and a large number of dark ripples burst out. The water surface directly split, and the rock-solid body of the black explosive python directly split. Its eyes are full of reluctance. Blood burst out. The whole lake is like blood in an instant, and is completely dyed red. Lying trough. Yi Chen was completely frightened by the scene in front of him. That's too damn scary. Is this the power of sword to cut through the 8 wastelands? Chen Tianli's body fell down and was suspended above the water. He nodded with satisfaction, worthy of the selection of the reincarnation cemetery, really good. The meat of the black explosive python is a great tonic for practitioners. Even in Kunlun, it is valuable and has no market. Once you take it, your body will be the same. It is very difficult to break the sword and strength. It's the freshest state now. You can eat as much as you can, and if you can't finish it, you will be thrown into the samsara cemetery. Yi Chen looks at the floating black explosive python on the water. The scene is a little disgusting, but after thinking about it, he still does it. At one bite, he felt as if he were being burned by a flame. Second, his body gradually turned red, the water of the whole lake seemed to be blazing hot. I don't know how many mouthfuls, Yi Chen feel his body flowing with a bright light. Well, almost. You can take out the rest of the black explosive python. It's full of treasures. Chen Tianli ordered. The black explosive python is covered with leather armor, which is completely removed by Yi Chen. Without hesitation, it is directly put into the reincarnation cemetery. And then the bones and muscles of the black explosive python. 100 feet long, thumb-thick, crystal-clear tendons, even more tough than leather armor, was forcibly extracted by Yi Chen and put into the reincarnation cemetery. Finally, the bones of the black explosive python. This is snake gall. When Yi Chen peeled the black explosive python completely, he saw a snake gall even bigger than his fist, and could not help but feel excited. The complete and incomparable snake gall can make people feel strong energy breath. Snake gall is a great tonic, not to mention the gall of the black explosive python. Looking at the snake gall in front of you, Yi Chen's breath seems to be in a hurry. Such snake gall, if you can take it immediately, is undoubtedly the best. Seeing Yi Chen take out the snake gall, Chen Tianli nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the flesh and blood, this snake gall is the real treasure, but you'd better not eat it now. You can eat it when you are ready to break through. It will have miraculous effect. Next, it's time for us to go there as well. Chen Tianli grabs Yi Chen, and they step on the flying sword. They go straight through the lake and come to an empty square. When Yi Chen fell to the ground, he felt as if there was something in his body to rush out. You have been here before, Chen Tianli said lightly. Yi Chen Mao's Suna congeals, subconsciously strides 2 feet toward the most central altar to walk. There are ancient words on the altar. There is a huge black stone tablet. He came to feel him. This is the deepest memory. When my grandfather brought him to Xiangjiang, it was this place. Yi Chen approached the altar step by step, and soon stepped into the steps and came to the altar. The black stone tablet on the altar has only 2 characters. Yi Chen. The word Yi Chen is engraved in ancient Sanskrit. It's his name. At this moment, Yi Chen seems to have goosebumps all over her body. It seems that the stone tablet has a history of at least 1,000 years. How could it have his name? Has there ever been a man named Yi Chen? No way. Suddenly, Yi Chen noticed that there was a handprint on the black stone tablet. This fingerprint is very small. It's about the size of a 2- or 3-year-old child's hand. Then, Yi Chen's hand seemed to feel something, fiercely stretched out, touching the black stone tablet. At the moment when the fingerprints overlapped, the stone tablet burst into a dazzling light. The whole ancient square vibrated violently. It's like an earthquake. Chen Tianli frowned in the distance, as if he had found something extraordinary. He murmured, "It seems that the Yi family is not so simple. Guard the samsara cemetery and arrange the overall situation for the ages. 100 of us thought we chose Yi Chen, but we didn't expect that Yi Chen's ancestors had already controlled everything. In fact, Yi Chen chose us. It's interesting. It's really interesting." Boom. Loud noise. The stone tablet burst, rolling smoke, an old shadow emerged in front of you. At this moment, Yi Chen held his breath. The old man is a bit like himself. It was the grandfather who brought him to Jiangdaoshan. Stone tablet is a secret method, only handprint can open it. The old virtual shadow looked at Yi Chen, staring at him dead. After a few seconds, he was surprised and said, "Are you Chener? You really came to Jiang Daoshan. Your strength, it's a place of separation and separation. Good, good. It seems that the legend of the Yi family is true. Haha, this day, I have been waiting for 1,000 years." Yi Chen frowned, and his grandfather said he had been waiting for thousands of years. What the hell? According to his father, grandfather only lived about 70 years old. Where did the millennium come from? In other words, the old man in front of him is not his grandfather at all. The old empty shadow seems to notice Yi Chen's doubts and smiles. "Chener, there are some things I can't explain. I only ask you one thing. Have you opened the reincarnation cemetery?" Yi Chen Zheng quickly took out the black stone in the pocket. The black stone is suspended in the air, and the boundless breath is emitted from it. Good, good. Heaven never dies, my Yi family. Chapter 506. Heaven does not die, my Yi family. Yi Chen's eyes are full of doubts. He can clearly feel the excitement of the old man's words in front of him. It's just a shadow. The key opponent even knows the reincarnation graveyard. Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds, or asked, "Are you my grandfather?" The old empty shadow touched his beard, and his eyes showed a trace of mystery. "It is." "Is it?" Yi Chen is more and more confused. What kind of relationship is it? Zhang Lao Suing didn't have any explanation. Instead, he asked, "What's the matter with Perong and Tianjing?" Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen sighed a long, short story, and said the recent events. Old empty shadow brow more and more tight, even with a trace of anger. Blood alliance, how reckless. Even my Yi family dare to take it away. Look for death. Chener, are you going to Kunlun next? Yi Chen nods. Kunlun Su will go anyway. Even if there is no father's business, he will go. It's time to take back some of my lost things. Good. Chener, since you are going to Kunlun Su, I should tell you something. All of a sudden, the old virtual shadow noticed something, and his eyes were straight at Chen Tianli. When he saw Chen Tianli, his body trembled and murmured, "The legend is actually true." Then he looked at Yi Chen and said excitedly, "The man in white robe is from the Samsara cemetery? Come on. Tell me." Yi Chen nodded. Zhang Long Suing clenched his fist and his eyes were full of blood. "Chener, I know that you have a lot of doubts in your mind now. You can open the reincarnation cemetery to prove that there is no mistake in the Yi family's ancestors leaving things. This stone is actually a treasure handed down by the Yi family. At the beginning, countless people watched, and the Yi family almost fell apart. But even after so many years, no one in the Yi family is qualified to open it. Do you know why?" Yi Chen shakes his head. How could he possibly know such a thing in ancient times? With a wave of the old shadow's big hand, the original broken black stone tablet condenses again. Only this time, a mural appeared on the stone tablet. The murals are lifelike. To some extent, as like as two peas of murals in the ancient city of Lijia. Chener, what can you see from the murals on the stone tablet? The old empty shadow light way. Yi Chen's eyes are slightly coagulated, and the murals above are simple. It seems that two extraterritorial meteorites landed. However, when it fell, it became a huge stone and stone tablet with simple lines. As like as two peas, the color and material of the boulders are almost the same as those of the black stone of Yi Chen. As for the content on the stone tablet, it is a picture in a picture. But when Yi Chen saw the content of the above painting, his expression changed completely. Because the picture is actually a young man with a magic sword on his back, stepping on a 9-day blood dragon on the sky. The eyes are indifferent, as if to see all the earth. The youth's body is surrounded by a stone with colorful light, which is the black stone in his hand. The burden of the Samsara cemetery. This young man is himself. The old empty shadow continued to open his mouth. You should see what, when the black stone fell, all the practitioners in 1,000 miles from the square exploded and died. The sun and the moon are upside down, just like the end of the day. What's more strange is that the stone landed at the gate of my Yi family. Fortunately, the Yi family at that time had not yet stepped into the path of cultivation. In addition to the inscriptions on the stone tablet, you may think that there are some inscriptions on the stone tablet, except for the inscriptions on the stone tablet, that is, the inscriptions on the stone stele may have no place but on the inscriptions. Relying on foreign things, Ye's ancestors practiced very fast and their blood was awakened. The Yi family once became the first family in Kunlun. However, when things were extremely strong, they attracted countless powerful people to watch over them. Even some people in the Yi family betrayed the Yi family for profit. Finally, Ye's family fell apart. Speaking of this, there is a trace of helplessness in the eyes of the old man. The strong members of the Yi family fought hard to resist, but eventually they went lonely. The ancestors of Yi family were killed mercilessly, and the things outside the territory were occupied by many clans and families in Kunlun. The huge stones were divided up and the stone tablets were taken away. Even the Yi family is still in name. Now only one of the Yi family's side members is struggling hard. But they never thought that the most important thing about the foreign things was the black stone in the middle. That's the stone in your hand. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Imai, poor as unexpectedly in ancient times still have such a thing. It turns out that the Yi family is not a small family. This may be one of the reasons why the Yi family finally took root in Jiangqing in China. Chener, things are not as simple as you think. Even though there are only Ye's relatives left in Kunlun, they can't be underestimated now. Dozens of years ago, the Shuya family of Kunlun was very strong, but no one but me adhered to the belief. The legend of the ancient times is no longer there. They regard the foreign things that fell outside the gate of Ye's house as evil things, but your name, in their eyes, is an evil spirit and a lonely star. The word Yi Chen has become a taboo of the Yi family, and it is also a set of rules. No children of the Yi family can have the word Chen from now on. They have always believed that the rise and fall of the Yi family is all due to this name. At that time, I left the Yi family and came to Huaxia with Yi Tianjing, your father, who was just born. Set up your own door, take the Yi family in Jiangqing as the starting point, and arrange the overall situation for the ages. According to the time, your generation is the reincarnation of destiny. Therefore, I named you Yi Chen. According to the requirements of the stone tablet, I will give you the stone as a birthday gift. If you are really the person selected by heaven, the stone will be opened at the right time. I don't know what's in this stone. I've studied the characters of runes all my life. At last, I learned from the back of the stone tablet that this stone can open up the reincarnation cemetery, and there is a great power in the reincarnation cemetery. Those who have the samsara cemetery will win the world. Yi Chen's heart set off a tempestuous wave. Can't think of, he is actually the most important chess piece in this eternal chess game. Why should Ye's family be chosen for the key samsara cemetery? What's more, have you chosen yourself? He just wanted to ask something. The old virtual shadow said seriously, Chener, you don't have to talk. I don't have much time. I can't explain some things to you for the moment. Since you come here, it proves that the things behind the stone tablet are right. The stone tablet also tells a thing, the reincarnation cemetery and the potential of Kunlun Su. Before the words were finished, the whole square shook violently, with the altar as the center, and split in all directions. No! If you leak the natural secrets, you will fall into a natural moat. Heaven forbids that secret to come out. The old virtual shadow clapped on Yi Chen's body, and Yi Chen was directly blown away by a force. Chapter 507. At the same time, the sky surging a terrible thunder robbery, directly toward the old virtual shadow. Yi Chen, we will meet again. Before you go to Kunlun Su, you must find an old man named Guahayan. There is something in this old man that belongs to you. He is my best friend. Then. The words haven't finished, thunder rob falls, empty shadow disappears completely. Even if Yi Chen wants to help, it's too late. From the beginning to the end, Chen Tianli did not make any action. Some things were doomed to be a foregone conclusion. It was useless for him to force changes. Yi Chen let himself calm down. His mind is now in a mess, vaguely know some things. But these things are like the tip of an iceberg. He doesn't know what kind of giant things are under the iceberg. What's more, why does grandfather say they can see each other again? Can this technique leave two gods? While Yi Chen was pondering, Chen Tianli came over and said, "There are some things that will be known only when you go to Kunlun Su and find the person named Guahayun. The secret of the Samsara cemetery, even the existence of my level, is very difficult to watch. At present, what you have to do is to strengthen yourself. The stronger you are, the more powerful the reincarnation graveyard will be." Speaking of this, Chen Tianli thought of what, 5 fingers a grip, a jade pendant appeared in the palm of his hand. The jade pendant gently swung, and fell on Yi Chen's hand. The jade pendant is very simple, with 6 long swords carved on it. The back of the key jade pendant is engraved with 4 characters, Wan Dao Jian Zun. "Master, is this jade pendant for me? Yi Chen has a wonderful way." Chen Tianli nodded, "You can stay with this jade pendant. When you are in crisis, go to a sect called Wanjianzong. If you show this jade pendant, it will save your life." Yi Chen spent 5 years in Kunlun. Although he had no sense of existence, Wanjianzong had heard of it. Although Wanjianzong is not a top power in Kunlun, there are still some qualifications for the first-level sect. It seems that Chen Tianli's departure during this period is for this matter. "Disciple, because of the essence of this period of time, I can't exist for long. It's quiet enough here. I'll teach you some sword skills." Chen Tianli walks to Yi Chen, and the sword box falls directly behind him. 6 swords fly out together around Chen Tianli. "The most powerful sword skill you have now should be the idea of breaking heaven sword taught by the king of killing. The meaning of breaking heaven sword is good, but it's only 3 swords. Compared with the sword skills of Wando Jianzhen, these 3 swords are much worse." What is a sword? The sword not only represents killing and blood, but also represents calm and ethereal. You'd better watch it. At this moment, Chen Tianli descended to the earth like a god. His momentum was terrible. Boo-hoo-hoo. He held out his hand and held a blue sword directly. Step on the step, each step seems to contain a strong momentum. And then, with a sword, heaven and earth roar and all things die. Under the bright sword light, Yi Chen can't even open his eyes. Boom! As if between, a powerful opportunity to trigger the sound of thunder burst, dark clouds rolling. Such a terrible move, let Yi Chen stare big eyes, a time unexpectedly can't say a word. He can't calm down. Who would have thought that Chen Tianli was so powerful? The sword is all over the square. Yi Chen clearly found that when Chen Tianli used the sword, he seemed to be integrated with the sword. The wind blows and the sword moves. The wind falls and the sword dies. Every sword seems random, but the strength is concentrated on one point. Don't say that he has accomplished in the separation and reunion realm. Even the strong people in the real Yuan state can't hold on. Is this the strength of Chen Tianli? At the end of a set of sword techniques, Chen Tianli looked at Yi Chen and said, "How much have you learned? Run my sword skill again." Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds, nodded his head, opened his 5 fingers, and held it fiercely. "Soul sword, come on." The light is shining, and the soul sword flies to Yi Chen's palm. He used his sword skills according to everything he remembered. "I only remember about 80%. Even so, Chen Tianli was a little surprised. He didn't slow down just now. He could remember 80% of the time. He was already considered a monster. It seems that this son became the owner of the Samsara cemetery for no reason. The only drawback is that his cultivation is not enough to support his sword spirit. This cultivation and strength is enough to win in China, but it's not enough to see when you go to Kunlun. At this time, a light column rose from the north at the end of the square. Soul-breaking yang stone. Chen Tianli grabs Yi Chen and goes towards the end of the light column. "Disciple, the Zhenhuan Poyang stone is the ultimate goal of our coming in this time." Zhenhuan sword and Poyang sword are 2 extremely strong array eyes of Jiang Daoshan, guarding Jiang Daoshan. The Zhenhuan Poyang stone under them is the source of energy. No matter what, the reincarnation cemetery must get it. What's more, what you need now is cultivation and breakthrough. Zhenhuan Poyang stone can just help you. Language down, Yi Chen only feel the wind around. In the blink of an eye, he came to the center of the beam. I saw a sword floating on the top of the light column. It's the broken Yang sword. What does Zhenhuan sword feel? It also rushes towards the sky. The two swords suddenly collided in the air, producing violent sparks. There is an old totem shining on the broken Yang stone of the soul under that light pillar. Disciple, step on the soul-breaking Yang stone, close your eyes, start to break through, and swallow the snake gall when necessary. I will guard everything for you. The next thing you have to do is break through the door. Think of the Blood League and the strong Kunlun Su, even if you are the first person in China, but the separation environment is far from enough in Kunlun Void. Yi Chen sat cross-legged, no longer hesitant, running 9 days Xianyang Ju. His accomplishments soared. In the war with the Guardian of China, his intention of breakthrough was extremely strong. But now in the light column, he felt the chill around him, and the chill went deep into his body, so that Yi Chen remained awake and unaffected. The stone under me must be extremely precious. The mouth and nose are slightly open, and Yi Chen's consciousness is completely immersed in the Zhenhuan Poyang stone. Between breathing and inhaling, the aura of heaven and earth pours into the mouth-nose, and the turbid qi is discharged from the body. The whole body pore all opens, Yi Chen crazy urges every trace of energy. Who? This kind of cultivation lasted for unknown time. When the true qi of the elixir field reached the perfection, Yi Chen felt that he had reached the limit. Everything is ready, only the east wind. Yi Chen's eyes twinkle. Break it for me. Boom. The true qi in the body is like 10,000 horses galloping and roaring. 9 days Xianyang decided to move to the extreme, the blood dragon directly rushed out of the body, which made Yi Chen's whole body hot. Within the muscles and veins, the true qi merges with the energy of Zhenhuan Poyang stone, and instantly turns into thousands of troops and horses, with momentum like a rainbow. I want you to break through the sky for a few times. Otherwise, you will not enter here. Chapter 508. Break through the real world. Yi Chen heard Chen Tianli's words and twisted his eyebrows into a character of Sichuan. How could that be possible? He even thought Chen Tianli was crazy. He has just stepped into the separation realm for a short time. He has only crossed a few of the 9 small realms. There is still a lot of distance from the real world. If you want to cross a small realm, it's hard to go to the sky. Not to mention the grand realm. Many of those strong people in Kunlun Su may not be able to enter Zhenyuan realm in their whole life. But now, Chen Tianli actually wants him to break through the real Yuan realm before he can go out. Concentrate on breaking through. The soul-breaking Yang stone is not as simple as you think. This is a great opportunity in Kunlun. Originally I wanted to moisten the Samsara cemetery with the energy in it. Now I have changed my mind. All you have to do is focus. With that, Chen Tianli said nothing. Even as if dissipated between heaven and earth. Good. Yi Chen has felt the breakthrough in his body, strong to the extreme. Think of this side, no longer hesitant, a light hum. Yi Chen wrist a turn, that a snake gall appeared in Yi Chen's palm. This will be the most needed resource for Yi Chen. This snake gall will become the cornerstone for Yi Chen to step into the true Yuan realm. Between mouth opening, drop a piece of snake gall into the mouth and swallow it in the abdomen. Impact on the road of the real Yuan realm, completely open. He can't break open, try to know. Boom. The true qi in the body is like 10,000 horses galloping and roaring. 9 days Xianyang decided to move to the extreme. Within the abdomen, the energy from snake gall makes Yi Chen's whole body hot. Within the muscles and veins, the true qi fuses with the energy of snake gall, and instantly turns into thousands of troops and horses, and its momentum is like a rainbow. It has to be said that the energy contained in snake gall is really terrible. Yi Chen only swallowed less than a third, but the energy was almost tearing his body apart. Every piece of flesh and blood, every skeleton, seems to bear the burning fire, making Yi Chen look ferocious. Under the impact of the majestic energy, the pain can be imagined. If Yi Chen had not been tempered by the energy of the more domineering Jinhuan Poyang stone, he was afraid that he would take the snake gall. Under the impact of this energy, he would have gone beyond the limit and his body would have collapsed. He can still hold on. However, Yi Chen did not continue to venture. Under the body, the cold breath from the Jinhuan broken yang stone makes Yi Chen's mind clear and incomparable. Now! Finally, when the 9th week of the 9-day Xianyang decision was completed, Yi Chen's heart jumped and his face was solemn. Right now! Go! Think of this side, with a light hum, Yi Chen body momentum burst out. Boom! Strong air waves roll, the whole square in the wind howling. Yi Chen's clothes, dancing in the strong wind, crackling. And Yi Chen, at this moment into the center of the storm. The majestic energy rushes into the elixir field, and suddenly comes the sound of surging waves. Under the strong energy impact, the whole elixir field seems to be about to explode. Clenching his teeth, Yi Chen did not dare to be slighted. This is the most critical time. If there is a slight carelessness, in an instant, you may die. At least, it is impossible for him to succeed in the road of martial arts. How dare Yi Chen be careless? So, even though the pain of tearing heart and lung came, Yi Chen didn't even dare to hum. Have to say, at this moment, Yi Chen under the town's soul broken yang stone played a huge role. A trace of cold air into Yi Chen's body, help Yi Chen paralysis nerve, help him to maintain a calm heart. At the same time, in the deepest part of the body, the samsara cemetery sends out a warm current to help Yi Chen constantly protect his mind from accidents. Two-pronged approach, Yi Chen's situation finally gradually stabilized. That barrier is completely broken. A small realm, easy to break open. The second small realm is still broken. Soon, Yi Chen crossed to the 8th floor of the clutch. Even breaking through the 9th floor. The huge waves swept the world. A roar, like thunder. As if the tsunami broke out, the terrible energy rushed at the edge of Yi Chen's body, making the world in Yi Chen's body turbulent. Qi and blood rolling, Yi Chen is almost spewing out a mouthful of blood. His mind flashed countless pictures. Think of the Yunhu Villa massacre, think of the 5 years of Kunlun Su, sarcasm, even more thought that he was rejected by hundreds of followers. Because he's Van Gogh. He even denied himself countless times. If it was not for the old man's advice, his life would be gloomy. Besides, his father is still in Kunlun Su. When he left the capital, he promised his mother to take his father back. Blood alliance is very powerful in Kunlun Void. It's really hard for him to save his father in the separation area. Only strengthen yourself. Open more power. There will be a turnaround. Yi Chen's eyes are red, endless anger is burning. The 9th floor of the clutch zone. With a roar, just break open. But Yi Chen also spits out a mouthful of blood. Chen Tianli on the sky looked at Yi Chen's appearance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Disciple, the tomb owner of the Samsara cemetery is to do something that others can't do. It may take several decades for ordinary people to step from the separation to the real world, but you can only do it in one day. Your training time is too short. It's only 5 years, but it's not too late. With your talent and chance, it's enough. Only by being powerful can you save us 100 people. It seems that we are helping you, but you don't know that we are helping ourselves. You are the only one who can resist that power. At the same time, Beijing, Jiangjia. There was something dignified about the anger. Mr. Jiang stood with excitement on his face. Beside him stood Jiang Jianfeng and Jiang Wentian, who came back from Kunlun Su. Not far from him were some old men. The breath is misty and the posture is outstanding. Just a look, let all the strong people in the Jiang family dare not say a word. These old men are the elders of the clan of Kunlun Su. This time I came to China to select a new group of talents to enter Kunlun Su. The elder in the middle glanced at Mr. Jiang and said in a cold voice, I heard that there are still a group of talented people in the Jiang family. We may as well bring it out to us. If there are real talents, we are willing to provide a platform for them. Wentian has been taken away by us for such a long time. Now you can see that it is enough for your Jiang family to win the first place in China. Although our clan is not a top sect in Kunlun, it is not easily shaken by others. Don't talk much nonsense. Bring people out. The elder who spoke was Ren Qiyun, an elder of Luojianzong. He was specially responsible for finding new talented disciples for the clan. There are a lot of talents buried in this world. Once there was a talented young man in the capital of China who stepped into Kunlun Su, and now he is the leader of a clan. Talent against the sky, strength determined. The purpose of Ren Qiyun is to find such existence for the clan. Chapter 509. After hearing this, Mr. Jiang looked at Jiang and asked the sky. Then he said to Ren Qiyun, "Yes, yes, Elder Ren. I will bring people here." Not long ago, a dozen people appeared in front of Ren Qiyun. These people are the talented young generation of Jiang family. Even tested with the machine, talent is not bad. Some of them even have spiritual roots. Although it can't compare with the spirit root of Jiang Perong, it's rare. Ren Qiyun and the other elders glanced at the dozen people. Their eyebrows were wrinkled and they said in a cold voice, "Is this the genius of your Jiang family?" A group of crooked melons and cracked jujubes are still trying to join us. None of them is qualified. Their attitude is extremely tough. You can't be careless in accepting students. This group of guys in front of the key let them down. Hearing this, Mr. Jiang's expression was stifled and his face was very ugly. Who could have thought that so many people have not entered the eyes of these adults? Can only one of Jiang's family go out and ask the sky? At this time, the old man Jiang suddenly thought of a cold and arrogant youth, Yi Chen. Yi Chen is the most evil person he saw in his lifetime. Can this guy get into the eyes of these adults? Unfortunately, Yi Chen is not the Jiang family. Ren Qiyun asked the heaven again to Jiang, "Ask heaven, I came here for your face, but the talent and spiritual roots of these people are too rubbish to enter the sect." Well, let's go. Let's go to Jiangnan province. It's said that abnormal phenomena have broken out in Jiangnan province recently. There should be a genius coming out. Ren Qiyun and the other elders were just about to leave. Jiang Wentian quickly arched his hands and said, "To tell you the truth, there is still one person in the Jiang family who is born against heaven. I can't, and she wants to enter Kunlun Su. Please wait a moment." Oh? Ren Qiyun took a look at the river and asked the sky with great interest. He said lightly, "In this case, bring people up." Good. Jiang Wentian went out towards the outside. Soon, he took a woman to the Jiangjia hall. When this woman appeared, all the people in the Jiang family were stunned. Nobody thought it would be Jiang Perong, the Lingzhen genius who once made a stir in China. Ask God, are you? Mr. Jiang's expression was a little surprised. Dad, this is Pei Rong's choice. Jiang asked the sky, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Perong stepped out and bowed her hands to Ren Qiyun and other elders and said, "Jiang Perong has met all the elders." But the answer was quiet. Generally speaking, the students who accept disciples from outside are under the age of 20. If their talent is good, they can also be considered at the age of 30. But the woman in front of her is obviously over 40. Once people miss the best training time, it is very difficult to go further. However, Ren Qiyun also found the spirit of Jiang Perong. Although it is not rich, it is already the top spirit root in China. This kind of person, if you start to practice from a young age, and then cooperate with Tian Kai Dibao, you are definitely a strong one. Jiang Wentian saw the hesitation of several elders, and even said, "Elder, my sister's talent was discovered by the strong Kunlun Su at the beginning. She wanted to take her into Kunlun Void, but she was rejected by my sister, which missed the best training time. However, such talent, coupled with my sister's diligence, can certainly make some contributions to the sect," and asked the elder to complete it. After a few seconds, Ren Qiyun took a sip of tea and said, "Ask God, it's not that I don't want to accept this girl, but the age of this girl, as you know, almost all the new disciples of the clan are less than 30 years old. This daughter is already in her early 40s. Even though she has excellent talent, some things are late. Her true yuan state and mind-wandering state in her whole life are probably the ceiling of her cultivation. I want to be a disciple of the sect, no consideration. When the last sentence fell, the whole Jiangjia was petrified. Don't think about it. This is the attitude of this group of people. Just because of his age, he vetoed a man who once had a great talent. Who could have thought of it? Jiang Peirong's eyes are firm. She regretted that she had given up her practice and missed the best opportunity of her life. Even if the talent is strong, it is too late. But if she can't get into Kunlun Su, what should Yi Tianjing do? Yes, Yi Chen, but as a mother, she really doesn't want her children to get hurt and take risks. Even if she is a woman, she wants to protect her children and her husband from the wind and rain. Elder, I really want to enter Kunlun Su. Please think about it again, and I will prove it with my actions. My husband was taken away by the Blood Alliance. If I don't enter Kunlun Su, I'll be in trouble all my life. Jiang Peirong is going to kneel and beg for help. But it was stopped by Jiang Wentian. Jiang Wentian said to Ren Qian, Elder Ren, I don't have Zongmen contribution points. As long as I can let Peirong enter the sect, I'm willing to take out all the contribution points, and please complete them. Ren Qian stared at Jiang Peirong with burning eyes, and suddenly said, You said your husband was taken away by Xuemeng? Did you enter Kunlun Su for revenge? Jiang Peirong thought she had a chance and nodded repeatedly, Exactly. Elder Ren, as long as I can enter the sect, I'm willing to be an ox and a horse. Suddenly, Ren Qian laughed and stood up and walked outside. All of us were confused and didn't know what Ren Qian meant. Elder Ren. Just as Jiang Peirong was about to ask, Ren Qian stopped and waved his sleeve, No matter what, you can't enter this sect. You are not qualified. What's more, if you have a grudge with the Blood League, you may do something unfavorable. This clan is not your tool for revenge. Not to mention the Blood Alliance. As for your husband, since he has been taken away by the Blood League, he is estimated to be almost dead. You should not enter Kunlun Void, otherwise, you will only be killed. A few decades ago, you may be a genius, but after a few decades, you are no different from a mole ant or a waste in my eyes. Missed the opportunity, you still want me to give you extravagantly? Women like you are really cheap. The words are merciless. Indifference and disdain. Too obvious. All the people present don't know another identity of Ren Qian. He is also a member of the Blood League. It's just that it was planted in another sect decades ago, just to obtain the supreme martial arts and secrets of other sects. The force of Blood Alliance is like a blood-sucking insect, mercilessly absorbing everything of Kunlun. It's far more terrifying than anyone else knows. Jiang Peirong clenched her fists, and some blood oozed from her palms. Even if the elder's status is noble, he is not qualified to insult me. Don't join the clan. But I have to say, my husband is not dead. The Blood Alliance is not qualified to move my husband. If he dares to move, he will surely perish. Although I missed the best training time, I still have my son. He is my pride. As a mother, I firmly believe that he will set foot on Kunlun Su and destroy the Blood League gangsters. Jiang Peirong's voice is resounding. Chapter 510. When Ren Qian heard Jiang Peirong say such words, he turned around and stepped out step by step. Come directly to Jiang Peirong. 5 fingers open, clasped Jiang Peirong's neck. As long as he tries hard, the woman in front of him will die. I can understand that you are questioning me. I want to kill you now, easy. I don't even need to use my anger. Ren Qian's voice shows a trace of invisible anger. The pressure swept towards Jiang Peirong like a storm. Although Jiang Peirong is very talented, she has just begun to practice. How could her body resist such a big shot? Her face was pale, but her eyes were full of stubbornness. Eyes staring at Ren Qian. If you kneel down and apologize now, I can consider sparing your life. There was no doubt in his tone. At this moment, the faces of all the people in the Jiang family changed greatly. No one thought that things would suddenly develop like this. How can Ren Qian change his face? Jiang Wentian didn't care about everything. He knelt down quickly and said to Ren Qian, "Elder Ren, please calm down. My sister is a little ignorant." She bumped into the elder and asked Elder Ren to let my sister go. Mr. Jiang and Jiang Jianfeng and others are also frozen expression, kneel down together. "My lord, please calm down." Master Jiang said to Jiang Peirong, "Peirong, you don't kneel down to apologize to the adults. These adults are big people from Kunlun. Never offend." Although Mr. Jiang changed his outlook on Jiang Peirong because of Yi Chen, and even accepted Yi Chen's family, it was a big event at present. Once offended this elder, the consequence is unimaginable. What he can do is to keep Jiang Peirong at all costs. Even kneeling. All people's behavior did not change Ren Qian's attitude. His fingers were still there. Jiang Peirong's face gradually became slightly green. The feeling of suffocation is hard to be extreme. Ren Qian looked at the people kneeling in front of him, and his mouth showed a smile. He enjoyed this feeling very much. In Kunlun Su, he may not be in charge of everything, but after coming to China, he is here. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ren Qian asked Jiang Tiandao, "Ask God, I came to the Jiang family in your honor. It's a pity that not only these people let me down. Without the so-called talent, I can't explain to the patriarch. I'm not happy with your good sister's attitude. My identity should not have any fluctuation to this kind of mole ant, but I don't know why. I even want to kill this girl at the moment." Hearing this, Jiang Wentian's face changed greatly. He quickly took out a pill from his waist. "Elder Ren, this pill was given to me by the master at the beginning. It is of great value. I am willing to exchange this pill for my sister's life. Please be merciful." Jiang Wentian has no choice. This pill is so valuable that he can't bear to take it himself. Now he can only use it to give his sister a life. In fact, the whole thing is a little strange. Jiang Peirong's words are not improper. Although the tone is a little fierce, it is the blood alliance that insults her. Why is Ren Presbyterian so angry and even angry with a person who has just entered the practice? At the moment, he has no time and energy to think about it. Saving Jiang Peirong is the key. Ren Qian saw the pill in Jiang Wentian's hand, and his eyes shrank. Tianxian elixir. There are no more than 5 of them, one of which is on Jiang Wentian. His other hand agglomerates the genuine qi, directly absorbed the pill to the hand, nodded with satisfaction. "Tianxian Lingdan for a cheap life, do you really want to?" Jiang Wentian did not dare to say no, only said, "This is dedicated to Ren Elder, and only Ren Elder is worthy of this pill. You're smart, and that's one of the reasons I like you. Well, Elder Ren, can you let go? If you don't let go, my sister will really be unable to return to heaven." Jiang Wentian looks at Jiang Peirong's suffocating face, full of heartache. Ren Qian glanced at Jiang Peirong, who held her throat. She sneered and drove off with her real spirit. Jiang Peirong was directly dumped by him. Even more heavily hit on the wall. Bang! The wall is broken. Jiang Peirong is spitting out a mouthful of blood. That is full of bloodshot eyes staring at Ren Qian. Ren Qian sneered, "Don't look at me like this. If you want to get revenge, I'll do as you like these days. But next time I won't let you go. No matter who comes to ask for help, it's the same. People like you who boast of their talent and spiritual roots think that the whole world will revolve around you. But you don't know that your spiritual roots are not worth mentioning in Kunlun. And your child is your pride? One thing you may not know is that some of your spiritual roots are incomplete, that is, they can't be continued. If I'm not wrong, your children are afraid of some broken roots or ordinary roots." Ren Qian still has this insight. After all, his job is to find talent for the clan. "Mr. Jiang, I would like to ask, what kind of spiritual root is this woman's child?" Ren Qian suddenly looked at Mr. Jiang and said. Mr. Jiang's eyes are a little lonely, although Yi Chen is very strong, but the results of the original detection is an indisputable fact. Adult, Perong's child was born and tested to be Fangen. After hearing this, Ren Qian nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Jiang Perong. You see, I guess it's right. A cheap woman can only give birth to such rubbish. Jiang Perong said nothing. At present, her strength is not enough, and there is no reason to refute such a top-notch player. If you retort again, you will only embarrass your brother and Jiang family. The rage in her heart could only be suppressed. Ren Qian looked at the time and then said to Jiang Perong, okay, I'm in a hurry. If you kneel down and apologize, I'll consider letting you go. If it's not a pill for asking the sky, you might have been a corpse. Words fall, Jiang family is particularly quiet. But Jiang Perong didn't mean to kneel down at all. She doesn't want to kneel. This is her dignity, more on behalf of her children's dignity. Once you kneel down, don't you admit that Qin'er is a waste? Is it to compromise with the blood alliance that takes Tianjing away? If you want to kill, I won't kneel. Jiang Perong just bit her lips, word by word. Some things can't be done by you. Ren Qian snorted coldly, and the powerful pressure was released again. Jiang Perong only felt 2 huge mountains on her shoulder, and she couldn't breathe. Her knees bent, and there was a click. If you don't kneel again, the consequences will be unimaginable. But the strong will was so hard supported by her. Jiang Jianfeng, Jiang Wentian, Jiang Laozi, and even everyone's heart is pounding. Chapter 511. They know Jiang Perong better than anyone else. Once she decides something, nobody can shake it. Yi Chen's character is inherited from Jiang Perong. Ren Qian said again, I will not kill you if I take the things that ask the sky, but I can still deprive you of your spiritual roots. It will make you worse than death. You asked for everything. No matter in China or Kunlun, you should not have temper without absolute strength. A strong man destroys you like an ant. Words fall, the pressure suddenly expands. Jiang Perong's face is full of pain and suffering. Even the corners of the mouth continue to spill blood. Jiang Jianfeng couldn't help it. He rushed out directly and left Ren Qian with one hand. Now he can't care so much. No matter what, he must save Jiang Perong. Ren Qian coldly glanced at Jiang Jianfeng and waved his big hand. His genuine qi seemed to condense into a sword and broke it directly. Jiang Jianfeng's strength in China is certainly good, but in front of the Kunlun Su Chang's face, it's really like an apple shaking a tree. His body flew out on the spot, and his blood gushed up. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. You don't know what to do. Do you want to stop me? Ridiculous. At this moment, in everyone's opinion, no one can save Jiang Perong. No one dares. This is undoubtedly an act of seeking death. Kunlun virtual strong, who dare to offend? Jiang Wentian wants to ask for love, but another elder next to Ren Qian pinches his finger. Jiang Wentian has an air wall on his body. Jiang Wentian seems to be bound, no matter how struggling it is impossible. Ask God, this matter has nothing to do with you, so don't touch the brow of Ren Elder. After all, you will live in the gate in a few days. If you don't look up, you will not see it. This is not good for you. After all, Huaxia is a humble existence. What you want to pursue is the end of the road of martial arts. Don't ruin your future because of some ants. An elder reminded. At this moment, there is only helplessness and pain in Jiang Wentian's heart. He even had a great attitude towards the elder. But he is also very clear in his heart, this world is the strong for respect, no strength, everything is bullshit. He wants to be strong. Otherwise, I can only watch my brother and sister insulted by the patriarch. Ren Qian took a look at Jiang Perong, who was struggling hard, and said with a sneer, I really can't think of anything that can be solved by kneeling down and apologizing. Why should it be so troublesome? A mole ant is a mole ant. Language down, Ren Qian fingers pinch, a ray of light cover open. Jiang Perong only felt that something in her body was being pulled away. Just then, an arrow came straight through the air. Powerful momentum swept. Stab Ren Qian directly. Oh, there are helpers out there? He sneered. The arrow of this kind of speed he doesn't look up to at all. He then shoots out a wind blade. Hit the arrow directly. The arrow is broken. But at the same time, a billowing white fog erupted. The whole Jiang family seems to be in a fog and can't see anything at all. At the same time, several figures rushed out from the outside. It is Yi Lingtian, the leader of the Dark Hall. When they noticed something wrong, they would not let Jiang Perong get hurt. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the blame of the hall leader. Even if they die, the temple master's mother cannot be hurt. Madam, I'll take you. Yi Lingtian leaves with Jiang Perong in the fog. The rest of the people are dead to see the direction of Ren Qian. Their eyes are full of determination. It's like a valet. Ren Qian's eyes were cold, and he said angrily, "You dare to take away my Ren Qian's people and seek death." Language down, he five fingers a grasp, directly toward Jiang Perong and Yi Lingtian. The strong man in the dark hall did not hesitate at all. The cold sword in his hand went directly to Ren Qian. "A bunch of rubbish, trying to stop me." Ren Qian rushes into the fog, and at the same time, he condenses his palm print all over the sky, and then he pats it. Where the palm print reaches, those who are strong in the dark hall turn into blood mist on the spot. Their existence is just to stop Ren Qian's pace. Ren Qian's speed is getting faster and faster. It seems that he is going to hunt down Jiang Perong and Yi Lingtian. An old voice rushes into the fog and goes towards Ren Qian. "Elder Ren, I'll help you." It's Mr. Jiang who is talking, but Mr. Jiang is not helping. Obviously, he intends to obstruct Ren Qian. "Get out of here." Ren Qian silked mercilessly, a virtual palm suddenly formed, the virtual palm momentum like a rainbow, directly hit the face of the river on the chest. Although the old man Jiang stopped, it still didn't work. The blood spurted wildly and the breath was weak, but in the moment of flying out, his eyes have no regrets. Instead, she stares at the direction of Jiang Perong's disappearance. It's as if salvation has been completed. "Pei Rong, this is the only thing that a father can do for you. I hope you don't blame your father for the past." The old figure fell slowly, and the old man Jiang hit the ground. A deep pit was formed directly. His back is blurred and he is in a coma. "Dad!" Jiang Jianfeng rushed to protect him. Jiang Wentian is also desperate to break through the obstacles, rushed to Mr. Jiang in front of him, took out a pill from his waist, and fed it directly. "Dad, don't scare me. Take this pill, quick." At the moment, Jiang Wentian and Jiang Jianfeng's eyes are not only worried, but also full of anger. If Jiang Perong's behavior can only be considered inappropriate, then the old man's behavior is completely what a father should do. The key is why Ren Qian is mad at the Jiang family. Is it just because Jiang Perong proposed a blood league? Really? And now, the fog is completely gone. Jiang Perong and Yi Lingtian have disappeared in Jiangjia, and it is impossible to find them again. Ren Qian stood in the middle of the courtyard of the Jiangjia family, with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. His face was livid. Who could have thought that someone in Huaxia would dare to rob people from him? The key is really taken away. The arrow did not intend to move him from the beginning, but made the fog. A mole ant without knowing what to do. Ren Qian no longer thought about it. He was staring at Master Jiang and all the people. Just as he was about to speak, an elder couldn't look down. He said to him, "Elder Ren, it's almost okay. Don't forget the main purpose of the Lord sending us out. There's no way to communicate with each other. It's us who's in trouble." Besides, the girl of Jiang's family didn't mean to be rescued. Ren Qian hesitated for a few seconds and snorted, "This matter is not so simple. Just now that the arrow tried to shoot me, this kind of person can't stay. Since those people saved the woman, they must know each other." Then, he looked at Jiang and asked "Ask heaven, I don't care who your sister was rescued. If I can't see your sister before sunset, you Jiang family will pay for her behavior." Chapter 512. Let's go. With that, Ren Qian waved his sleeve and left directly. Anyway, someone has to bear his anger. It's a cheap woman who doesn't know how to live or die, or the Jiang family. Otherwise, those people of Kunlun Su may not know how to laugh at him. The other elders took a look at Ren Qiyun and shook their heads helplessly. This time, Ren Qiyun was the leader of the team, and in the clan, their discourse power was not as powerful as Ren Qiyun. Naturally, he could not refute it. The Jiang family is dead. River in the middle of the river. The breath on Yi Chen's body is already the 9th layer of Liha realm. It's only one step away from Zhenyuan realm. He failed again and again, breaking through again and again. The power of Snake Gall is completely integrated into his blood. He's scarred. The 30th impact started, a burst of roar, the world is colorless. Pooh-hee. Finally, a mouthful of blood cannot help but spray out, Yi Chen's face pale a minute. Not enough. The barrier of Zhenyuan Kingdom is like a giant peak, which has been repeatedly shocked by terror, and is still standing still. This makes Yi Chen look ferocious. Bearing unimaginable pain and unimaginable danger, how can Yi Chen stop here? Boom! Yi Chen madly carries on the impact again and again. Bursts of roar-like substance burst from Yi Chen's body. The corner of the mouth continuously overflows a silk of blood. Yi Chen looks pale as paper. Failed. 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 All failed, even unable to shake the obstacles. Damn it. Is this great realm so difficult to break through? I don't know how long I've been in the mountains. Feel their own physical conditions, feel the true chi is a little bit down, Yi Chen secretly roared up. Failure after failure, not even a glimmer of success. Yi Chen really has a crazy feeling. The obsession in his heart burst out. Pain, killing, madness, giving up, all kinds of emotions are full of. Fortunately, Zhenhuan Poyang Stone makes him calm and relieve pain, so that Yi Chen will not be possessed by the devil and do crazy things. Even some things released by the ability of breaking Yang Stone instinctively protect Yi Chen's whole body. Otherwise, Yi Chen is only afraid that under the impact of such madness, the elixir field has already cracked, the viscera are smashed, the muscles and veins are broken, and then he will die. Naturally, Qin Tianli in the sky is aware of Yi Chen's condition and wants to remind him of something, but he still doesn't say it. Some things need Yi Chen to understand. He is just a guide. If you blindly interfere with Yi Chen's fate, it is extremely unfavorable for the reincarnation cemetery. Come on. A roar, Yi Chen waved between, directly took out all the remaining Snake Gall swallow entrants. Hua hua hua. Before swallowing a third of Snake Gall, Yi Chen felt the endless benefits. At the moment, all the rest will be swallowed up. In Yi Chen's body, a heat flow erupts, just like a volcanic eruption. The energy is climbing and seems to break through Yi Chen's muscles and veins. Not enough. Go on. However, Yi Chen did not stop his madness. Snake Gall. Not enough. Yi Chen doesn't want to drag on. All the refined pills are swallowed. Not only that, but also the expanding blood dragon directly from the sky. Crazy rush into Yi Chen's body. At the moment Yi Chen is covered by fire. Like a god of fire falling on the earth. The whole body energy is surging, just like the surging waves, sweeping everything. The energy emission of Snake Gall makes Yi Chen's body rise to an unimaginable height like a volcanic eruption. The losses caused by successive failures in the past have been made up. At this moment Yi Chen has reached the limit. And now is swallowing so many pills, Yi Chen's body seems to burst in general. Pooh-hee. This is Yi Chen, who has reached the limit. Under this burst of energy, the consequences can be imagined. Under the counter current, the blood spurts out directly as if by the blood. It has to be said that Yi Chen at this moment is really crazy. If you are an ordinary person, you are afraid that under the impact of this energy, you can't die anymore. But he is still holding on to his strong body. As if walking in the middle of hell, as if climbing in the fire. The scythe of the god of death is hanging on your head. If you are careless, you will fall off the cliff. Clenching his teeth, Yi Chen makes a low and painful hiss. Break it for me. Finally, when this energy is about to run out of control and kill Yi Chen roars wildly. Boom! With a roar, the mountain fell apart. Internal energy, such as volcanic eruption, destroys the sky and the earth. Boom! Thunder burst open, that momentum of energy under the operation of Yi Chen, forced toward that layer of barrier. Click! A crisp voice came, as if the world was silent. Yi Chen can feel that the indestructible barrier, with the impact force as the center, cracks spread in all directions. Poop! A mouthful of blood spurted out, Yi Chen's face was pale, and his body swayed violently. Come again! Forcibly swallows down a mouth already to be about to erupt the blood, the Yi Chen sinks the voice to roar away. At this moment, Yi Chen has red eyes, regardless of everything. Hope has seen, how can we shrink from it? Boom! Another roar. Yi Chen launches the impact again. Wow! Finally, under this impact, it was already a crack-filled obstruction, broken. Wow! The energy of the whole body almost ran away, as if to find a brand new world. Yi Chen only felt that his own body seemed to open up a new world. Energy rushes in like a long river. Hoo! And that is to say, at the moment when this layer of obstruction is broken, the whole square is swept by strong wind. In all directions, aura gathered towards Yi Chen. The sea contains hundreds of rivers, and there is a big capacity. This new world is the elixir field and the Sea of Qi. It's a real place. Chapter 513. When Yi Chen was ready to stand up, Chen Tianli yelled, "It's not over. Don't be happy too soon." Yi Chen zheng, suddenly, rolling thunder ring through. The whole Jiangdaoshan seems to have been shaken. Thunderbolt. The key to this thunder robbery, Yi Chen can feel crazy and terror. Yi Chen does not dare to be careless, condenses the true Qi, and directly climbs the momentum of the first layer of the true Yuan realm to the extreme. Boom! A thunderbolt directly penetrates everything and smashes down towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen can only carry it. Only the first thunder robbery almost let him grieve, his clothes were torn apart. There is a burning smell on the skin. Why is the thunder robbery so terrible? Then hundreds of thunderbolt raids all blew down. It seems that Yi Chen was not given the power at all. Yi Chen looked at the sky, so terrible thunder and lightning, a lying trough in his heart, no longer hesitated, the blood dragon virtual shadow in the body directly rushed out. Around his whole body, it is the protection of death. A blood dragon collides with Man Tian Lei Jia. This scene is shocking. But the blood dragon has not yet completely grown up, and is more and more weak. This life talisman, come out to me. Yi Chen pinched his finger, and a seemingly blank talisman rushed directly to the sky. Countless thunder robbers have penetrated into the life talisman. Crazy absorption. Well? His life talisman can absorb thunder loot. Not only that, he can feel that he seems to control these thunder and lightning. Yi Chen is so happy that he blows the Qi of Zhenyuan realm, which is newly generated in the elixir field, into his life talisman. In an instant, this life charm is blooming with dazzling light. One dragon, one rune, one person, crazy move, shake the world. Chen Tianli had a little worried about Yi Chen, but when he saw the picture in front of him, his eyes were surprised and shocked. This boy is even more interesting than I thought. This life talisman can integrate all things and resist thunder and lightning. If he really goes to Kunlun Su, it is estimated that he will carry forward the spirit rune of that guy. And the blood dragon, which has a strong sense of killing, is not afraid of thunder and lightning, and is extremely violent. The road of killing Dao Jun is extremely suitable for this boy. All these are opportunities. With the growth of this boy, the blood dragon and the talisman will become more and more powerful. It is estimated that in the end, the fate of our 100 people will depend on the boy's two mysterious powers. Then, Chen Tianli looked at the sky. Above the sky, thunder and lightning rolled in, as if covering the whole Xiangjiang River. His eyes became more and more complicated and frightened, and murmured, "Who could have thought that the thunder robbery was caused by a boy who stepped into the real world? I'm afraid those who are strong in mind wandering can't do it. How strange." How strange. At the moment, the remaining guardians of Jiangdaoshan are staring at the thunder robbery on the sky one by one. I have never seen such a large-scale thunder robbery. Is there a top-level strong man in Shangjiang? A guardian of China. Wan Lao glanced at the thunder robbery and the direction of falling, and said faintly, "It seems that Yi Chen, the evil spirit, has broken through again. After this time, without the great power, the evil spirit can easily kill us. It's really irritating to compare people to people. That boy is only in his 20s, so against the weather? The key is how he practices. Even if he has great power behind him, he can't break through so many things in a short time. Besides, it seems that the thunder robbery is not the thunder robbery of Zhenyuan realm. The turbulent waves in the hearts of all, only fear in the eyes." At this time, Bao Peimin came out with his hands on his back, took a look at the thunder robbery, and said faintly, "Mr. Yi is not something we can talk about in vain. His talent and strength are the most terrible I have ever seen in my life. Huaxia is not his stage, Kunlun Su is. The gap between us and him will be bigger and bigger. At present, everything should be from Mr. Ye's point of view. Consider it. It's said that Mr. Yi has set up the Yi family in the capital of China. If we have the chance, we will set up a platform for Mr. Yi." People heard this sentence, nodded, no more to say, they are still shrouded in the shadow of Yi Chen that day. In the capital of China, Ren Qiyun and several elders are practicing on the upper part of a high-rise rooftop. There is a lot of fog and haze in the capital, but the aura is extremely thin. Only in the rooftop can we absorb a trace of aura. For them, no matter where they go, they can't stop practicing. As for absorbing the new blood of the clan, they have ordered their disciples to contact with the big families and forces in China. Those Chinese families will definitely care about this kind of thing. After all, if a Kunlun virtual strong one was born in the family, it would benefit several generations. At this time, Ren Qiyun and the rest of the elders seemed to notice something and opened their eyes together. They were stunned when they saw the thunder cloud on the southern sky. Is it possible that someone in China has stepped into a state of mind-wandering? Is there anyone in Huaxia who can break the mind-wandering state? How is that possible? It's impossible to practice for 100 years in such a thin land. Ren Qiyun stood up directly and stepped on the railing of the top floor. He was staring at the crazy thunder robbery in the south. His mind seemed to be shocked. The thunder robbery was terrible. For a moment at least, he was afraid. Who is it? Who is breaking through? The key to the power of this thunder robbery, it seems that the spirit of the land is not only. His heart is completely wrapped in fear. Elder Zhu, you know about Huaxia. Look, where is the place of thunder robbery? We must find this person. If we take this person back to the clan, the Lord will praise us. Such a thin aura can trigger this kind of thunder robbery. I'm afraid it will be more terrifying to enter Kunlun Void. We will fight for this kind of genius at all costs. Hearing Ren Qiyun's command, an old man in a long robe stood up, took a look at the direction, and then took out a map of China. After a while, he closed the map of China, and then said seriously, "I report to the Lord, if I guess correctly, the place where the thunder is robbed should be in Guangzhou or Xiangjiang. As for the details, we have to send someone to check it before we can make a decision." Ren Qiyun's eyes were full of crazy color, and said seriously, "Well, I order you to take a plane now. You must investigate all the information of the breakthrough person. If you meet me, fight for it at all costs. Remember, at all costs. What he wants, we will be satisfied unilaterally." Elder Zhu nodded, "Yes." Then, step out, jump directly from the tall building. Endless, free and easy and crazy. After Elder Zhu left, Ren Qiyun said with a confident smile, "It seems that the way of heaven is also on my side. As long as we find this kind of existence, he can be compared with hundreds of talented people." Chapter 514. Jiangdaoshan, I don't know how long, thunder robbery gradually disappeared. Everything returned to calm. In the ancient square, a black youth opened his eyes were extremely cold. "It's far away. It's Yi Chen." At the moment, He can clearly feel that his life talisman is full of powerful energy, as if it can break everything. If such a terrible thunder disaster is to gather combat skills by the way of talisman, the power is amazing. Even in Kunlun, Su is a good card. Yi Chen stands up, regardless of the body of the broken clothes and black body. Crackling. With Yi Chen this move between, his whole body muscles and bones spread like firecrackers, general crisp crack sound. It's not fun to talk about reinventing yourself. Stepping into the realm of Jinyuan, Yi Chen has experienced great changes both in terms of flesh and blood and in terms of his whole body bones. With the relaxation of muscles and bones, Yi Chen feels unprecedented lightness and ease. Burning sky palm. A cold hum, Yi Chen a step across and out. The flame covers the whole body, and the virtual palm suddenly forms and explodes directly. Along with this, one hand blows out, Yi Chen mobilizes the whole body's strength. Between a thought, the energy in the field of elixir is surging. Endless energy is like a river rushing out, and the whole body's genuine qi is poured into the right arm. Boom! Under the support of powerful energy, this palm blows out like a volcanic eruption. The strong palm wind exploded, shaking the entire square, roaring. Bang! A powerful gas explosion was generated, and the terrible palm wind roared and roared. Whoosh, whoosh! The wind and fire lasted for a long time before the curtain came to an end. Until this moment, Yi Chen slowly took back his hand. Zenyuanjing is really powerful. If Liheijing is a lake, then Zenyuanjing is a big river. The elixir field is not only expanded by more than 10 times, but also will not result in the exhaustion of the true qi of the elixir field when he uses the burning sky palm or breaking the sky sword. What's more, he can feel that his whole body is full of strength. The gap between the present burning sky palm and the burning sky palm used in Liha environment is not 1.5 stars. At present, if we face those guardians of China again, they can't resist a move. Even back to the Kunlun Void, the strong in the Blood Alliance may not be able to move themselves. This breakthrough has really benefited a lot. Who would have thought that it took me less than a month to step into the real Yuan realm? If it is spread to the void of Kunlun, the old man or Ji Siqing, or even those powerful people who once looked at themselves coldly, they might be startled by their chin. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth showed a glimmer of smile, the essence in his eyes twinkled. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart qi can't help rising. The world in front of him seemed to be bright. Chen Tianli slowly fell from the sky and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the power of Snake Gall and the power of Jinhuan's breaking Yang Stone are almost absorbed by you. I thought it would take you 10.5 months to break through the Jinyuan realm, but now I still underestimate you. Now that you have entered the realm of Jinyuan, I can also teach you some good sword skills. Chen Tianli finished. With a wave of his big hand, the town's soul-broken Yang Stone disappeared directly. Obviously has entered the Samsara cemetery. Master, I have absorbed almost the same ability of breaking Yang Stone. Do you still need it? Yi Chen has a wonderful way. Chen Tianli nodded and then took a look at the two swords floating above the sky. Soul Sword. Breaking Yang Sword. Sword. Chen Tianli roared, and the two swords flew directly over, and they were suspended around Chen Tianli. When you go up to the sword hall, I'll recognize your sword skills. If you want to master the sword, I'll teach you both skills. As for the Jinhuan Poyang Stone, it can not only carry the two swords, but also benefit the rest of the strong in the reincarnation cemetery. Before the words were finished, the square vibrated. The place under Yi Chen's feet is even more fragmented. Disciple, we have taken away and destroyed the treasure of Jiang Daoshan. The ancient spirit protecting array has disappeared. If you want to start self-destruction here, leave as soon as possible. As for sword skills, I will teach you when you return to the capital city. What's more, I can't hold on to my actual state for a long time. I can only go back to the Samsara cemetery and call me out when you've dealt with everything. I'll try my best to teach you some supreme sword tricks. Language down, Chen Tianli and Town's soul-broken Yang soared into the reincarnation cemetery. The black stone fell steadily. Yi Chen directly put the black stone in his pocket and swept it towards the outside. Faster and faster. It's just amazing. Not long, Yichen finally rushed out of Jiangdaoshan. Bao Peimin and several Chinese guardians are anxiously waiting in the distance. When he saw the black lacquer and black Yichen appeared, Chi was stunned. Then he arched his hand and said, "Mr. Yi, are you out of the customs?" They noticed Yichen's breath one after another. The original separation and reunion state, now Yichen's realm, they simply can't detect. Even Yichen inadvertently reveals the look in the eyes, but is startled to the extreme. As if a look is enough to determine their lives. Yichen nodded to Bao Peimin, and then ordered, "The river is going to disappear. Let's leave here as soon as possible." "Yes, Mr. Yi." A few figures crazy toward the mountain to steal. When Yichen and others arrive at the foot of the mountain, the dust rolls around Jiangdaoshan instantly, just like a sandstorm. Seeing this, Bao Peimin and the other guardians took another look at Yichen and swallowed. Who could have thought that the young man not far away would remove the holy mountain of Xiangjiang directly? I'm afraid the residents of Xiangjiang will be immersed in a long period of panic. Even before long, there will be a page about the mysterious disappearance of Jiangdaoshan in the unsolved mysteries of major bookstores. No one in the world knows except a few of them. Not far away, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped, waiting for the dust to disappear. Li Jiaqing recovered from shock. When he saw this in the car, his heart almost stopped beating. Although he did not know what happened in Jiangdaoshan, Yichen's safe downhill was enough to illustrate the problem. This young man, his Xiangjiangli family, will do anything to please. If offended, the consequences will be disastrous. He even made plans in the car just now. Yichen has Tianjin Group. Tianjin Group's drugs have not entered the Chinese Xiangjiang and European markets. If Tianjin Group has any intention, he will use its group to help. Li Jiaqing got out of the car. The driver wanted to hand out his mask, but he refused. He walked quickly towards Yichen. "Mr. Yi, my car is just over there. There is a hotel near me. Would you like to take Mr. Yi there?" Chapter 515. After all, Yichen looks a little embarrassed now, and bathing is naturally the first thing to do. Yichen took a look at the appearance of the body, nodded and got on the car directly. As for the destruction of Jiangdaoshan, it's none of his business where the guardians of China will go. He believes Bao Peimin can handle it well. To the nearby hotel, Yichen simply took a bath, and then changed into a custom casual dress that Li Jiaqing asked the housekeeper to prepare. The Li family planned to hold a banquet for Yichen, but Yichen refused. He took out the phone he had turned off. As soon as he turned it on, he found a pile of text messages and missed calls. He just wanted to turn on one of them, but another phone call turned it on. Dark Hall Yiling Tian. Yichen frowned and just wanted to say something. Yiling Tian, the other end of the phone, said eagerly, "The master of the hall, your phone is finally through." "Hall master," Yiling Tian asks for punishment. "What happened?" Yichen's tone shows a trace of seriousness. "Report to the temple master, your mother has an accident, and the Jiang family in the capital city has an accident." Yiling Tian tells everything, and he has no right to hide it. Although Jiang Perong repeatedly asks Yiling Tian to hide it, Yiling Tian only listens to the hall leader. Yichen's eyes are cold to the extreme, his body is emitting red light. Shocking! All the things in the hotel are wrapped up in evil spirit. The furniture is broken. There are cracks on the ground. The phone hung up. Yichen's eyes go in one direction. That's the direction of the capital. No matter who you are, you have no right to move my mother. The only way to insult my mother is to die. I can't help you today, even if it's your back. What about the weak Kunlun people? The value of your existence is my stepping stone for Yichen. No one can understand Yichen's anger. Just a few days after he left the capital, someone would dare to move his mother. Die. When angry, another phone call came. Wei Ying. Yichen, several people from Dark Hall and I are waiting for you at Xiangjiang International Airport. I also know what happened in Beijing. You can come directly and the private plane will take off immediately. Good. Yichen hung up the phone and sat on Li Jiaqing's Rolls-Royce again. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Xiangjiang International Airport, the fastest speed. Yi Chen's tone has a negative meaning. Li Jiaqing naturally felt Yi Chen's fury and did not dare to say more. Capital, sunset, red glow. There is no artistic conception. At the moment, Jiang family is quiet to the extreme. Jiang Wendian and the injured Jiang Jianfeng are sitting on both sides of the living room, and their eyes are full of determination. There are only 2 people in the Jiang family. It seems that all the strong people of the Jiang family have left. At first, their eyes only had endless anger, but the more they went back, the anger became weaker and weaker. How easy is it to talk about? For a long time, Jiang Wendian began to speak in a low voice. Jianfeng, I am a disciple of Luo Jianzong. I have something to do with Elder Ren. Even if I don't hand over Peirong, he won't do anything with me. I can handle this matter alone. Jiang Jianfeng shook his head. Although his face was weak and tired, his eyes were firm and resolute. Elder brother, Ren Qian said that he wanted the Jiang family to make amends. I can do it alone. It's not easy for you to mix up in Kunlun. It would be a pity if you were destroyed. As Pei Rong's second brother, I should bear my sister's sin. Jiang Wendian clapped the table and stood up, sword edge. Since you know this truth, you should let me alone. I'm big brother. Everything depends on me. Did you think about Dad? Dad is in a coma, his injury is very important, now you need to accompany him. Instead of trying to be brave. The Jiang family still needs a person to carry the flag of the Jiang family. Jiang Jianfeng didn't speak. He looked at the red sky. It's like blood. It's like the fate of the Jiang family now. All of a sudden, he thought of the blood dragon. If Yi Chen came back, would he be saved? Thinking of this, he asked Jiang, elder brother, do you know that I mentioned a person to you, Yi Chen, Peirong's child? Jiang Wendian frowned. What do you ask this person to do? I know this son's talent is not bad, but Elder Ren and the others can kill this son with one finger. Peirong's family is too rough. Are you willing to let her children take risks? In Jiangwen Tianyan, although he has heard of Yi Chen's legend, it is obviously exaggerated. Even if Yi Chen really has the strength to kill the guardian of China, which is incomparable, he is in front of the elder of Luo Jianzong. Like a giant elephant and an ant, they can't be compared. When Jiang Jianfeng heard this, he sighed for a long time, and his last hope was gone. When the living room atmosphere is serious, several figures come directly from the outside. It is Ren Qian of Luo Jianzong and other elders. The spirit of killing suddenly formed. Ren Qian closed his eyes and spread his spiritual knowledge. Naturally, he found these 2 people in the Jiang family. His eyes are cold, and his eyes are on the river to ask the sky. Jiang Wendian, what do you mean? Not only did you not bring back the person I wanted, but even all the people of Jiang family moved out. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Don't forget, Luo Jianzong elder is qualified to kill Luo Jianzong's disciples. The sound is cold, the temperature of the whole Jiangjia courtyard has dropped a few minutes. Jiang asked the sky. Mao Zianing opened his mouth. Ren elder, I'll take all the things on my own. If you want to kill, you can do it. Jiang Jianfeng also stood up and said in a cold voice, Elder Ren, I'm the one who can make decisions in the Jiang family. If you want to kill me, kill me. Elder brother has nothing to do with this matter. I'm willing to trade my life for Pei Rong's. Ren Qian looked at the 2 brothers coldly and suddenly laughed. Crazy and ferocious smile. Before I left, I made it very clear that between sunset, I would like to see that cheap woman, or the Jiang family would bear all the consequences. This consequence, you should have misunderstood, not whose life can replace, but directly kill the door. Neither of you can afford it. If you can't give up that woman, all the people of Jiang family will die. Otherwise, what does Huaxia think of our Kunlun Zuluo Jianzong? After hearing this, Jiang Jianfeng and Jiang Wenqian's faces changed at the same time. They never expected that Ren Presbyterian would be so heartless. Just for a word, destroy the Jiang family? This is too much. Jiang Wendian stepped out step by step, His eyes were cold, and he said word by word, "Elder Ren, you are using your power. I want to go back to Kunlun and ask the Patriarch for instructions." Ren Qian shook his head helplessly. "Ask God, I used to think highly of you, but now why are you covered by secular things? Do you think I will let you fall back to the sword school? Since I haven't seen the person I want to see, it's all about you too. Elder Zhu, take these two men down." Chapter 5:16. After hearing Ren Qian's command, Zhu Changlao hesitated for a few seconds, but he still made a bold move. Strong pressure from the cover. Jiang Wentian and Jiang Jianfeng draw out their swords together and look at each other. "Blade, you and I have never fought side by side. This time, we will die with glory and fight for the Jiang family. At least, we can't breed a coward." Words fall, two people rushed out with swords. On the top of the sword peak, it seems that the air is divided into two. Under the strong breath, the two men did not stop their swords, such as a fierce beast attacking Elder Zhu. They have no choice but to do their best. "Anyway, I have already offended you. I just want to be frank." Elder Zhu also offered a long sword in his hand, sweeping a powerful wave of qi. In a flash, he collided with their swords. Boom! At this moment, all the tables and chairs of the Jiang family were shattered and completely disordered. Stars collide, but so. The overflowing sword spirit has made Jiang Wentian and Jiang Jianfeng weak. But Elder Zhu was not well, and he stepped back. He never thought these two people really move real. There is no turning back. The weapons collided in the air, making a sharp noise. The fire flashed like a rainstorm. Jiang Wentian's face is pale, but Jiang Jianfeng's face is pale. Both of them have already stimulated their strength to the extreme, even beyond the extreme. But the gap is too big. One is the elder of the clan, the other is the disciple and the injured. How to fight? The naked eye can see that during the confrontation, the momentum of Jiang Wentian and Jiang Jianfeng was suppressed and began to recede. Gradually, the light on his sword moves began to dim. In front of Zhu Changlao's face at the moment, there are mole ants. "Jiang Wentian, you give up. It's worth a woman's life for your Jiang family." Zhu Changdao. "No way." Take a deep breath, Jiang asked Tiannu and said. In the long howling sound, Jiang Wentian's whole body qi rushes forward like a torrent, covering the sword with no stinginess. Boom! It's a torrent of domineering energy again. But it doesn't work. Elder Zhu's sword spirit is more powerful, as if to break everything. No! Unwilling to hiss and roar, Jiang Wentian's blood spurts out. His whole body is like a kite with broken line, swept out in the storm. Hit hard. The stalemate is over. Not at all. Jiang Jianfeng just wanted to make a move. Ren Qian, who has been watching the war nearby, has appeared in front of Jiang Jianfeng. Just mole ants, still want to resist? Go away. Jiang Jianfeng was also bombarded and sprayed with blood. He was extremely embarrassed. Ren Qian looked down at them and shook his head. There was a sword in his hand. His eyes were cold and cold. Some rules can't be changed. The killing starts with you too. The sword in Ren Qian's hand was just about to fly out, but a cold voice rang through. Stop it. Everyone was shocked, and a woman came out of the door. Jiang Perong. The injured Jiang Wentian and Jiang Jianfeng shrunk their eyes and roared, Perong. What are you doing here? Go away. They are angry. Why did my sister come to die? Jiang Perong glanced at the two people and was deeply touched. She clenched her fists and then looked at Ren Qian. This is from me, and it's up to me. I'll bear all the consequences. I'll come here at sunset. Can you let the Jiang family go? Ren Qian's sneer at the corner of his mouth is gloomy. With a wave of his arm, the gate of the Jiang family is closed directly. I'm sorry, I've changed my attention. The Jiangs have disappointed me and there's no need to exist. But if you voluntarily kneel down in front of me, I can think about it. Ren Qian's tone is full of fun. Hearing this, Jiang Perong shrunk her eyes, bit her teeth, and took a look at her two brothers. She did not hesitate any more and went down on her knees. "I hope you keep your promise." Seeing this scene, Ren Qian's expression is very satisfied. It's like he can control everything. Looking at the whole China, who dares to block themselves? Seeing Jiang Perong kneeling down, bang! All of a sudden change. The gate of Jiangjia is directly smashed. The sound was so loud that almost everyone was scared. All eyes together toward the gate, only to see a young man in casual clothes standing proud. Eyes cold, scarlet, like a wolf with red eyes. Yi Chen is here. Jiang Jianfeng and Jiang Perong's eyes were in the same breath. They didn't expect Yi Chen to appear at this time. With a monstrous evil intention. Yi Chen's arm waved, and an invisible air wave surged from the ground, directly lifting Jiang Perong, who was bending her knee to kneel down. Then he took a look at Jiang Jianfeng and Jiang Wentian. He knew they were badly hurt. He's really angry. If you want to control the evil spirit, you can't control it. You can't control it. He walked toward Ren Qian, and his cold words were even more resounding. "Today, no one can move the Jiang family. No one has the right to make my mother kneel. It's you who really kneel down." The eyes from hell shot at the elders of Luo Jianzong together. Especially Ren Qian. "And who are you?" Elder Zhu frowned and said the doubts in the hearts of several elders. Yi Chen strolls towards Jiang Perong in idle court, and is in front of Jiang Perong. "Who am I?" Yi Chen pauses, and then says word by word, "I am the son of Jiang Perong, Yi Chen. Is the root of your mouth. How about it?" Hearing this, Elder Zhu laughed. Although he noticed that there was something wrong with Yi Chen's breath, he didn't think much about it. Instead, he said, "A man of common roots will also come to die." Ren Qian also opened his mouth and said, "Little waste, it seems that you are looking for your mother to find a place. What kind of life, what kind of son? Don't you know that arrogance is also based on strength?" Yi Chen ignored Ren Qian, but took a look at Jiang Jianfeng and Jiang Wentian, and then asked, "Who injured my two uncles? Stand up, get down on your knees and cut your head." "I don't want to do it." Language down, the air quiet to the extreme. Everyone's expression seems to be frozen. Let an elder of Wanjianzong kneel down and cut his head. I'm afraid it's a psychopath. Although Jiang Wentian hasn't seen Yi Chen, he still takes it. The boy's temper is even hotter than Pei Rong. He even busy way, "Yi Chen, you quickly back down, this is the adult matter." Yi Chen didn't pay attention to it. He looked at the elders in front of him and said, "I'll say it again for the last time. Who moves his hand, stand up. 1 second. 2 seconds. When the 3rd second came, Elder Zhu stepped out, his eyes were cold. "Little waste, how about my hand? In China, you are the first and the last to dare to be arrogant in front of us." Words have not finished, Yi Chen moved. Chapter 517. Cut the dragon sword and sacrifice it directly. The first sword of breaking the sky sword. The dragon cuts the sky. This sword is more and more handy. Qi Leaf Chen can control everything. Foot on the dragon magic body, Yi Chen first hit. Under the red glow, the sword light burst into the sky, tearing everything apart. A sharp sword spirit, turned into essence, shot forward. The world seems to freeze. Within the field, the real gas is surging, endless force is surging. The sword chi seemed to tear the world apart. The world is in the silence of death at this moment. Even if a few meters apart, Renqian of the Fallen Sword Sect and other elders, feeling the momentum of Yi Chen at this time, cannot help but change their look. Really Yuan state? No, no. This sword and breath are far beyond the true Yuan realm. The momentum contained in the sword of Yi Chen, that's horrible. Is this just afraid that the strong man on the 4th floor of the real Yuan state will strike? How did Yi Chen do it? I don't know how many people have a little doubt. Get out of here. The cold light flashed, and the gods and ghosts kept away. Facing the fierce sword spirit of Yi Chen, Elder Zhu was dignified. Obviously, Yi Chen's strength seems to exceed his imagination. Hand-long sword, jump up, a touch of purple light in the yard of the river home bloom. If the dragon is empty, the purple light is devoured by the sword chi of the leaf Chen. Ding! A flash of light collision came. Yi Chen's fierce sword spirit tears everything, and Elder Zhu's sword is broken directly. Not only that, his body seemed to be stagnant. No move. After a few seconds, put it. One sound, the head fell down. Blood gradually died, shocking. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Who could think of a 20-year-old youth will be so strong to pull the storm? Can an elder of the Key Fallen Sword sect be defeated? A sword to cut the head? It's too fucking exaggerating. The sudden blow, like a hammer, cracked their hearts in pieces. Jiang Jianfeng and Jiang asked the sky to be confused. Jiang Pirong is panicked. Is this his son? Ren Qian was stunned in the place, and died in silence. He stared at Yi Chen so much and stared at it. He didn't want to believe it, but it happened. Kill Elder Zhu, Yi Chen eyes a set, fell on Ren Qian, the cold voice resounding. Ren Qian, give you a chance to kneel down, fan yourself 10 palms, and then apologize to my mother. I'm thinking about putting you a dog's life. This Leaf Chen, the words at this moment let people feel boundless majesty and tyranny. Direct bombardment Ren Qian. Who dare to think? Although Ren Qian has such a moment of fear, naturally will not compromise. And not be scared by a little fart. He drew out the cold sword and went straight to the Leaf Chen. Little waste, dare to insult me. Find death. Ren Qian directly offered the unique learning of the Fallen Sword sect, and the sword fell for 9 days. The violent sword will form. The wind is up. Ren Qian is strong to the extreme. What rubbish sword method, just try what the master just taught me, 10,000 ways of killing sword. Yi Chen blows out with a sword, and the chi of the body is like a torrent, gathering and coming out. This is Chen Tianli on the plane to teach him. Although only one sword, enough. Brush. A sword came to the east, rolling the wind, leading to changes in the wind and the wind. In the sky, deep red clouds, seems to turn into the devil, loud roar. Boom. That one combines the power of heaven and earth sword light falls, let the people present, all color change. Let the remaining several elder people fall sword, one after another. This is a move how powerful. Wandao extinguishes sword, suppresses opponent with the force of heaven and earth. Yi Chen can only master the force of fur. But for this sword drop is the gap between heaven and earth. For a time, the sword light, like the Milky Way in 9 days, roared and fell. No. Ren Qian's sword was torn down for 9 days. His cloak was distributed and he was suddenly carrying several blood traces, such as the dog who lost his family. Looking at the sword light under the suppression of Yi Chen, the pupil shrinks rapidly and becomes extremely horrified. Now all he can do is to fight hard. Stop this move, and you have a chance. The ghost knows where to jump out a demon talent. The sword intention and strength of key opponent actually have rolling potential, Fan Zhen. The son of a bitch is a fan root, the whole world is a fan root. Boom. He didn't want to urge his real chi, in a short time, as much as possible to mobilize the energy. Time is really in a hurry, it can't let him make more choices. He resisted with his sword. Boom. In a flash, a roar exploded. The two swords meet. Boom. The smell of terror seems to have lifted the Jiang family courtyard to the sky. Gravel flying, dust all over the sky above a thunder flash. Get down on your knees. The edge of the sword is blocked, and Yi Chen roars. Boom. Second power, more powerful. Is there an end to the power of heaven and earth? Puff, puff. Ren Qian's blood spurted wildly, his face suddenly pale. Click. A crisp sound came, and the sword in his hand seemed to begin to crack. You know, this sword is a magic weapon. It is invincible. Now it's broken in China. How could it be? His body suddenly trembled. Under the explosion of Yi Chen, Ren Qian bent his legs and was crushed by Yi Chen and knelt down among the ruins. My hand. Death suppresses Ren Qian, Yi Chen cries out. Ren Qian's cold eyes are full of blood, and he is unyielding. But what qualifications? He can't resist the young man in front of him. No way. Yi Chen's eyes are cold, step out. Take it with one hand. Paw! A slap is extremely clear and crisp, and the violent force directly makes Ren Qian spit out a mouthful of blood. To the extreme. Ren Qian reacted and said angrily, I am the elder of Luo Jianzong. You. Words have not finished, Yi Chen is a slap fan out. This slap, Ren Qian's teeth all spit out. Big mouth of blood, ferocious release. Don't talk about Luo Jianzong. Even if the master is here and moves my mother, he will die. Then, Yi Chen slapped out again. This slap directly deformed Ren Qian's cheek. It's 6 or 7 meters. Hit the wall. The walls fall down. Yi Chen's anger, who dares to bear? 3 palms, Ren Qian is almost between life and death. Even in a coma. No use. Yi Chen came to Ren Qian, his 5 fingers clasped on his neck, held it high and smashed it violently. It's not so easy to die. It's a big bang. Trembling world. Ren Qian is bloody. Groan. No, no. Yi Chen, I will not let you go. Ren Qian roared heartrendingly. Stab. Tear and pull. Soon, his roar turned into a scream. Bursts of tearing sound in the red cloud spread and open, thrilling. Boom. Yi Chen kicks out directly, Ren Qian's whole body blood, dyed the rosy curtain red. The world is quiet. Everyone, looking at this scene, is like a dream. Yi Chen is too terrible. And almost killed such a strong man with the momentum of crushing. Chapter 518. Although Ren Qian's strength is not the strongest of Luo Jianzong. But we can't underestimate it. But such a powerful existence, so crushed by Yi Chen. The elders of Luo Jianzong who witnessed everything were confused and even subconsciously stepped back. Their eyes stare at Yi Chen's figure, want to breathe, but feel an invisible force to hold their throat. Madman. A real lunatic. Ren Qian at the moment mouth constantly big mouth spit out blood. He felt as if his body did not belong to him. Just as he was about to speak, a big hand swept over him. The strong wind howled, "Paw!" Another slap in his face. His whole body was lifted up again. Not only the whole body is blood, but the whole face is distorted. He ignored everything, took a pill from his arms and took it directly. After the entrance of pills, the injured body finally felt better. But Yi Chen came to Ren Qian again. At this moment, Ren Qian's eyes are full of panic. He's panicked. He's really flustered. The key is that he has no power to fight back. This is in China, not Kunlun Su. Why is there such a strong man? Yi Chen did not continue to work, but quietly took out a pocket of cigarettes, pulled out a, in his mouth. The spark ignited. The clouds were twining. You know what to do next. Yi Chen indifferent voice sounded, no temperature. It's like the judgment of the gods. Ren Qian's eyes are full of bloodstain. He said word by word, Yi Chen, do you know what you are doing? Even if you are powerful, you can't be superior to a clan. The Fall Sword sect of Kunlun is a famous protector. You hurt me so much that I can't fulfill the assessment target of my disciples. Can you bear it? The whole capital may have to make amends for you. Finish this sentence to Yi Chen. Ren Qian's eyes are burning to ask the sky to the river. Jiang Wentian is the most qualified disciple of Luo Jianzong. Jiang Wentian, Yi Chen doesn't understand the rules of Kunlun, you should understand it. If the Lord of Luo Jian's sect is angry, do you think he can bear it? Or is it that the whole China can bear it? Jiang Wentian hesitated for a few seconds. He knew the seriousness of the matter in front of him. Although he wanted to kill Ren Qian, he had no choice. Yi Chen can crush Ren Qian, but can he crush the whole Luo Jianzong? The 100 strong men of Luo Jian sect, the inner gate and the outer gate, the hall of elders, the patriarch and the ancestor, are not the things Yi Chen can fight against. If for the sake of a moment of refreshing, let the river family sink deeper and deeper, that is really more than the gain. Now things are out of control. If it goes on like this, great things will happen to both Chinese martial arts and Kunlun Void. Thinking about everything, Jiang Wentian looked at Yi Chen and advised him, Yi Chen, let's stop this matter. You don't know something about Kunlun Su. If this matter is known by those big people, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Chen, listen to my uncle and stop. But Jiang asked the sky's words, Yi Chen did not pay any attention. Smoke-wrapped Yi Chen can only see a pair of eyes like the devil. Stop? How can Yi Chen stop? If he stayed in Jiangdaoshan for an extra day, how would things go? The mother knelt in front of this man and was pulled away from the spirit root. Once the spirit root is pulled away, it is not as simple as becoming an ordinary person. Maybe even die. Mother's accident, Jiang family destroyed. This is his nightmare. Yi Chen. How could he forgive? What about Luo Jianzong? Don't say that Luo Jian sect is a small sect, even if the top one of Kunlun's virtual schools is coming. The result is still the same. He doesn't understand Kunlun Su. Ha ha. During his 5 years in Kunlun Su, he tasted all kinds of pain and coldness. He knew the operation rules of Kunlun Su better than anyone else. Jiang Wentian takes a look at Yi Chen and knows that the other party is not ready to let go, so he looks at Jiang Peirong. At present, it is necessary to tie the bell. Pei Rong, please persuade me. We should consider the overall situation. By the way, don't you want to rescue Yi Tianzheng? It's inevitable to step into Kunlun Void. If you offend the Luo Jian sect, there will be only disadvantages and no benefits. Although I am also angry, this is the rule of Kunlun Su. Jiang Peirong heard this, her eyes slightly coagulated, hesitated for a few seconds, went to Yi Chen's side and said in a soft voice, Chenner, let's just let it go. There's nothing wrong with Mother and Jiang's family. What's more, you've hurt each other like this. It's almost even. Seeing Jiang Peirong come to persuade him, Yi Chen put out the smoke in his hand and relaxed his eyes a little bit. Mom, how is your injury? Later, he took out a bottle of liquid medicine from the Samsara cemetery and said to Jiang Peirong, Mom, you will feel better if you drink this first. He could feel the pain in his mother's body that he had to endure. Jiang Peirong took the medicine and tried to say something, but she swallowed it to her mouth. She knows Yi Chen's temper. Once he decides something, no one can dissuade him. But he must have his own consideration. She believes in her son. Mom, I will handle this matter. My Chinese Yi family is not afraid of any power, even Kunlun Su. Some threats, if not eradicated, will only breed crazily, and then we will be doomed. With these words, Yi walked step by step towards Ren Qian. Ren Qian's eyes shrink and want to retreat, but the invisible pressure has been covered. Yi Chen, don't make mistakes again and again. If you do this, you will harm the whole Chinese martial arts world. Ren Qian has retreated to the corner of the wall, his body is still dripping blood. Yi Chen stopped and said, there are 4 slaps, kneel down and apologize. Then I will take away your spiritual roots and talents myself. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. This is Yi Chen's principle. Ren Qian did not expect that Yi Chen would want to take away his spiritual roots and talents. Is this a madman? Once a cultivator loses this thing, it is no different from a disabled person. But he forgot that he also treated Jiang Peirong like that. Yi Chen, you are digging your own grave. As long as you are willing to let me go, I promise that I will not pursue it from now on. This is a happy situation. Ren Qian said excitedly. Everybody happy? Yi Chen light way. Yes, yes, yes. I'll let Qian count. When Yi Chen heard this, he snorted coldly. Song Long's phantom body was determined to surge. He was close to Ren Qian directly. His whole body was wrapped with strength, and then his 5 fingers clasped on the other side's neck again. Right foot suddenly burst out strength. Extremely strong. Click. Ren Qian's knee is directly crushed by Yi Chen. Ren Qian kneels down on one foot. Ah! The voice of terror resounded. Chapter 519. I told you to get down on your knees, why don't you listen? You have to force me to do it. Yi Chen is a foot to step out again, ka 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 ka. This time, Ren Qian's knees were all broken and he knelt down in front of Jiang Peirong. There are still 4 slaps. Do you fan it yourself or do I do it? Ren Qian tried to hold back the pain. When did he suffer such humiliation? But now he has no chance to resist. What did he think of? He looked at the remaining elders and said in a cold voice, "This son has done such a thing that heaven and earth can't do. Don't you do it yet? With your strength, if you set up a falling sword array, you can surely kill this son." The elders of Luo Jianzong knew that the situation was out of control. The only way is to fall sword sect's falling sword array. A burst of force can destroy everything. This is the only way to kill the evil spirit in front of you. Ren Qian roared, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence and shooting out, "Quick! With my blood essence as the guide, if you don't kill this son can't let you go." At the moment of the appearance of blood essence, the eyes of those elders of Luo Jianzong were serious, no longer hesitated, and their fingers pinched. The sword at the waist and behind it all gushed out. Floating on the Jiangjia courtyard. Several people together forced out a drop of blood essence and Ren Qian's blood essence collision. There is a bloody sword shadow formed between them. The shape of the falling sword is for the sky. It's the way to kill thousands of people. The way of the array is open. Words fall, the entire Jiangjia courtyard vibrated, as if a vision to come to the world. Jiang Wendian sees this scene, Mao's son seems to stare out, even busy Wei, bad. This is one of the top 10 killing arrays of Luo Jianzong. Yi Chen, be careful. The power of this array is far beyond Qi Yun. 3 years ago, Jiang Wendian personally saw several elders use this array to kill a strong man in the Wonderland. It's so easy. Now, Yi Chen is in trouble. No, but he wanted to help. The falling sword array forms a strong wind, which directly envelopes Yi Chen. A few cold swords in the sky are full of killing intention. It's like a blood mist, as long as a command. When Ren Qian saw this scene, he did not care about his injuries. He laughed darkly, "Yi Chen, I have to admit that you are very strong, but even if you are a Chinese day, you can only struggle at the bottom of Kunlun Void. The strongest thing of Kunlun Shulua Sword School is not the sword meaning, but the sword array. Under this array, any strong person in Jinyuan state will become a ghost. What's more, it also contains my life essence. You must die now. After you die, your mother and all the people of Jiang family will be buried with you. This is the consequence of you offending my Luo Jianzong." Ha ha ha. Ferocious laughter seemed to ring through the hall of Yi family. In the eyes of Ren Qian and several elders of Luo Jianzong, Yi Chen is now in a situation of death. Unable to return to heaven. Who can stop the sword array formed by so many powerful people? But at the moment, Yi Chen in the sword array is incomparably calm, looking at the storm around. One sword after another locked himself. He was not afraid at all. Even he took out another cigarette and lit it. The most leisurely. He has the inheritance of the talisman and is very familiar with the array in front of him, so he naturally knows the danger. But how about that? For ordinary people, it may be a fatal situation, but for him, Yi Chen, it's a chicken rib array. No, it looks like you're ready for it. In the storm, Yi Chen's voice sounded. Ren Qian's face changed and he snorted coldly, "When you die, you dare to talk nonsense, move the array, and kill." The countless swords in the storm burst out. The cold light twinkled and the shadow of the sword was all over the sky. The sword spirit is awe-inspiring, and the sword wind is howling. At this moment, the Jiangjia courtyard is a sea of fire, and the storm at this moment is the closest place to hell. Bursts of sharp whistling sound, from time to time, accompanied by one or two clear sword collision sound. Ren Qian and other elders look at Yi Chen and find that the latter is actually closing his eyes at this time. Give up. I'm afraid I feel small under this array. A few people mouth with cold eyes smile, they seem to have seen into the blood mist of Yi Chen. At the moment when countless swords are going to penetrate Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Rubbish array. Give it to me. Yi Chen roars, the blood dragon of body gushes out directly. The rest of them, as well as some of the gods of Qi Su, appeared, dragon-broken body. Is this boy really a rebellious spirit root? Just as they were in a trance, what did they discover? With the blood dragon out of the body of the moment, there is a sword. As soon as the sword came out, the swords above the falling sword array trembled violently. This is... Ren Qian's eyes suddenly covered with a layer of deep fear. Only the high-level spirit sword can arouse the will of the 10,000 swordsmen. At present, the swords of Kunlun Su are just like this. Yi Chen has such a treasure. He couldn't help thinking. The dragon's chant resounded like thunder, tearing the sky and breaking the dull atmosphere. That cold light, if startled, lit up the whole world. At this moment, the world seems to solidify. Hum. The silent world seems to be broken by a sound. Yi Chen stepped out of the dark dragon and held the soul sword in the air. The cold light seemed to control the whole array storm. Hua hua hua. The wind blows and the wind changes. Within Yi Chen's body, with the Dantian as the center, the endless true qi is drawn out like the surging flood. Almost all one's strength is concentrated on one move. Inspired by the powerful genuine qi, the terrible sword qi covers all sides in an instant. As if between, Yi Chen's soul sword in his hand was wielded and turned into a dragon and tiger from the sky. The image of heaven and earth, in this move, are vaguely moved by Yi Chen. How could? Seeing this sudden scene, Ren Qian was shocked. He widened his eyes and screamed subconsciously. Yi Chen has been forced into a desperate situation by them. He is clearly the bow of a strong crossbow. In everyone's view, only failure and death are waiting for Yi Chen. But now, what's going on? Yi Chen, who was in a desperate situation, had such a terrible momentum. That breath, as if overturned this piece of heaven and earth. The cold light seemed to tear the sky. The image of the dragon and tiger diving down is more like the pressure of heaven and earth, which makes people feel chilly. This what kind of sword skill is it? So powerful. The falling sword array seems to be becoming very small at this moment. This moment, Ren Qian was flustered. Chapter 520. What is the cultivation of this boy? My God, what a powerful momentum. No, the falling sword array will be torn by force. Not only Ren Qian, but all the people present were shocked to see Yi Chen's move. What's going on here? So amazing momentum even let many people ignore Yi Chen in the fall sword array, surrounded by the thunder arc. It was in Jiang Daoshan that he absorbed the mutation of his life talisman produced by the thunder robbery of heaven. Unfortunately, at this moment, no one can be quiet to savor the whole process of Yi Chen's moves. People look at the momentum between Yi Chen's hand, and have already been appalled to the point where there is no more to add. The dragon and tiger complement each other, as if they were suppressed by the force of heaven and earth. This what kind of move is it? Can Ren Qian resist? Can the top 10 killing arrays of Luo Jianzong be blocked? You're kidding. This is not the move that the strong in China should have at all. In the distance, Jiang Wentian and Jiang Jianfeng both stare at each other. Yi Chen gave them too much surprise. Jiang Jianfeng once thought Yi Chen was very small, but who knows, it's only a few months. Yi Chen has reached the power to surpass the Shuzong sect elder of Kunlun and kill the array. On a tall building far away from Jiang's home, an old man, sitting on the roof railing and drinking a little wine, leaned forward at this moment, and his eyes burst out with a touch of awe-inspiring light. I followed him all the way from Xiangjiang to the capital, but I found some amazing things. How could the grandson of the old guy have such strength? Interesting. How interesting. No one noticed that at this moment, the old man who was 100 meters away looked at Yi Chen's eyes, and was not sure. The world changes color, the entire Jiang family courtyard, at the moment, an uproar, almost everyone's eyes, are attracted to Yi Chen's body. The dragon and tiger in the sky finally burst into the storm of Luo Jianzong. Stab! Just a burst of crisp tearing sound, originally that seemingly airtight storm was directly torn to pieces. The cold sword with the handle turned into powder. Dissipate between heaven and earth. Within this move, the falling sword array looks like a rainbow of sword moves, like a native chicken and a dog, and is vulnerable to a single blow. Ding! How fast! How fierce! That's horrible! The sword array can't kill this sun. What is the origin of this sun? There is no such evil in China. Seeing the sword break, Yi Chen's move is as powerful as a bamboo and continues to fall. Ren Qian's pupil shrinks and screams in horror. Not good. Bang! A great noise. The bodies of several elders who performed the array were all blasted by an invisible force. Spit blood. The power of regurgitation strikes in their internal organs. Ren Qian also spits out a mouthful of blood. It's all wet. Because the virtual shadow of the blood dragon is winding around his whole body now. He can't move. The ferocious Longan is staring at him and will devour him at any time. At this time, Yi Chen appeared in front of him again. Ren Qian's last line of defense was completely repulsed, and he slapped himself 4 times. The 4 palms slapped, and his face was bloody. Mr. Yi, Ren Qian doesn't know Mount Tai. He doesn't dare anymore. Please let me have a dog's life. As long as you can live, you can make a comeback. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Let you go. Yes, yes, please forgive me. Ren Qian is like a pug at the moment. Hearing such words, Yi Chen pinched his fingers and pointed at Ren Qian's eyebrows. The next second, a ray of light seems to pull away from Ren Qian's body. Ren Qian's eyes widened, and he found that his spiritual roots had been destroyed. At the moment, he is a useless man. Destroying Ling Zhen is more painful than killing a person. At this moment, Ren Qian can't help it anymore. Yi Chen. Don't forget that your father is in the hands of the Blood League. If you destroy me, you will completely offend the Blood League. Your father is not qualified to live. No one of you is qualified to live. Yi Chen Mei Yuan Ning, thought of what? It seems that you are not only the people of Luo Jian clan, but also the people of Blood Alliance. Ren Qian resisted the pain and laughed. Sorry, it's too late for you to wake up. With that, he opened his hand, and a rune went straight into the ground and disappeared. This rune will tell the story of today to the strong of Blood Alliance. You are doomed to be restless in this life. A dead fish catches the net. This is Ren Qian's final decision. Yi Chen's eyes twinkled with a sense of killing. The sword moved, and the light of the sword flickered. Ren Qian's ferocious head rolled directly on the ground. The blood is getting stained. Since he is a member of the Blood League, Yi Chen is more unlikely to stay. Kill directly. After finishing all this, Yi Chen pinched his fingers, and a spirit rune suddenly condensed into a rune and went towards the rune that had been drilled into the ground. Tear. Ren Qian's rune is torn apart. Half dissipated, half completely disappeared. Yi Chen's eyes have some serious meaning. Although it destroys the integrity of the information, some things will inevitably spread to the virtual Blood League of Kunlun. Well, Blood Alliance, I will kill you. I have already offended me, and I don't care about the incomplete information. After all this, Yi Chen looks at the elders of the fallen sword sect. That cold eyes, directly let those elders' eyes shrink, have to kneel. Mr. Yi, this matter has nothing to do with us. We didn't mean to do it just now. Please let us go. We assure you that we will never tell Zhongmin what happened today. Of course, there is no change in the killing intention of Yi Chen's eyes. Although this group of people is not dominant, they cannot escape the relationship. The key is that if these people spread today's events, they will also be a threat to him. Yi Chen just wanted to start. Jiang Wendian stood out. Yi Chen, or let these people go, they are not the main people. Jiang Wendian words have not finished, the air suddenly shot a few extremely powerful arrows. The arrow seems to tear the air, with the wind whistling, through the bodies of those fallen Sword Clan elders. Those elders of Luo Jianzong who are still begging for mercy don't know how to die. They will die under the arrows behind them. Fall down. Jiang Wendian and Jiang Jianfeng changed their faces when they saw this scene. This is going to the extreme. When the time comes, Luo Jianzong will blame him. What should I do? Must be the first time to blame Yi Chen and his body. At the moment, Yi Chen didn't pay attention to these dead elders at all. Instead, he looked at a building in the south of the Jiang family. No longer hesitating, under the feet of the real gas furiously exploded, quickly toward the roof of the building to rush. When came to the building, Yi Chen a balcony step by step, soon came to the roof above. He faintly saw an old man in white with his back to him. Chapter 521. Who are you and why do you want to do it? The old man in white laughed. He didn't expect Yi Chen's speed to be so fast. He still turned his back to Yi Chen and said faintly, "Don't worry, I don't have any hostility to you. If I want to kill you, you may have died. As for the death of those people, you should not be soft-hearted. If you break their array, do you really think they would like to stop the matter? At that time, if they go back to Kunlun, the consequences will be unimaginable. When they die, only a few people can explain everything. At this time, the initiative is in your hands. Don't say much. Goodbye. You've succeeded in attracting my attention." The old man in white took out the gourd in his waist, drank a sip of liquor, stepped on it and fell directly from the sky. In a twinkling of an eye, but disappeared in the world. Yi Chen came to the edge of the roof, but found that the old man really disappeared. Is there such a strong man in China? Yi Chen is sure that the strength of this old man is far superior to those guardians of China. Why should the key person help himself? Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds, but couldn't figure out why. He could only shake his head and return to the Jiang family. Jiang Wendian looks at the corpses and frowns. When he sees Yi Chen coming back, he sighs, all the elders are dead in China. It is estimated that Luo Jianzong and Xuemeng will shake. If they send someone to look for clues, all the clues will point to you. Yi Chen, this is really a disaster, alas. Jiang Wentian's tone is desolate. Yi Chen didn't have any waves. Xuemeng and Luo Jianzong wanted to come. He did not make any mistakes in this matter, and what was his fear? If someone wants to restrain him with his own rules, what he has to do is to break these rules directly. Uncle, how are you hurt? Do you need me to heal? Yi Chen asked. Jiang Wendian shakes his head. He doesn't know Yi Chen's medical skills. What's more, they can recover from this kind of injury after practicing. Yi Chen, we don't have any problems, but the old man is worried. He is still in a coma. In order to help Perong procrastinate, he forcibly bears Ren Qian's power. His meridians are completely broken, and the vital organs and viscera are in disorder. It should not be too late. I must go to Kunlun Su immediately and ask the miracle doctor for help. Those quacks in China can't do anything about it. Hearing this, Yi Chen changed his outlook on Master Jiang. Jiang Perong also came over. She knew some of Yi Chen's methods and said, "Chener, do you have any way?" Yi Chen nodded, "Take me to see him, as long as there is a breath, even in the Gemengwen, I can also save back." Jiang asked the Skya Zheng, although suspicious, but see Jiang Perong affirmative eyes, or toward the outside, in this case, you come with me. A quiet villa on the third ring road of Beijing. All the people of the Jiang family have been transferred here, but now the old man Jiang is lying on the bed, the fluctuation of ECG is very weak. If it wasn't for Mr. Jiang's obsession, I'm afraid he would have gone west. A blow from a strong man is not what he can bear. When Yi Chen and Jiang Wendian appear, all the people in the Jiang family are filled with a trace of horror. They thought that Jiang Wendian and Jiang Jianfeng, who stayed in the Jiang family, could not come back alive. After all, he angered an elder of Kunlun Su and was not qualified to live at all. But not only did the two return safely, but even Jiang Perong and Nasha also came. Does this evil spirit solve everything? At the thought of it, all the people in the Jiang family took a breath. Yichen came to the hospital bed, looking at the frail old man Jiang, full of emotion. The old man is dead. If you don't save yourself, your last breath will disappear in a day. Jiang Perong's eyes turned red when she saw him so weak. At that moment, she felt that her father still had her in her heart. In her father's eyes, this is redemption, in her eyes, this is the father's love buried in the bottom of his heart. Chener, do you have a way? He's your grandfather after all, and it's time to go. Jiang Perong said in a trembling voice. Yichen nodded and dozens of silver needles appeared in the palm of his hand. The true qi condenses on the silver needle, and each silver needle seems to twinkle with a faint light at the moment. Crash! Yichen gently tossed, silver needles suspended in the air. Trembling slightly. Then, he pinched his fingers and his lips moved, fall. Between the words, countless silver needles fell together and inserted on the old man's acupoints in the hospital bed. Yichen also appeared in the hands of some spirit grass, the spirit of grass in the palm of the hand, a pinch, countless green droplets appear. Go! That drop of spirit liquid toward the point where the silver needle fell. At the same time, Yichen closed his eyes and pointed to the old man's eyebrows. The real qi in his body seems to have some kind of consciousness and penetrates through the body of the old man. Wherever you go, everything converges. For 10 minutes, a trace of sweat had appeared on Yichen's forehead. This is extremely exhausting energy. If he had not stepped into the first level of Jinyuan realm, he might have fallen down. As the true qi penetrated the whole body of the old man on the hospital bed, his pale face gradually turned red. To the back, eyelashes are shaking. Seeing this scene, it was as quiet as the grave in the middle of the night, and there was no breath. All the people of Jiang family stare big eyes, just like sculpture, stupidly in place. Jiang Jianfeng and Jiang Wentian set off a storm in the heart of heaven. Jiang Wentian knows how much the old man's injury is. Even the master of Kunlun Su's medicine may not be able to rescue him. But Yichen did it. He stares at Yichen. Is it possible that he was once regarded as a villain by the Jiang family or a doctor and martial artist? Powerful martial arts, coupled with the unpredictable medical skills. He's only in his 20s. Huaxia is so rare that it can give birth to such evil spirits. How could it be? Well. Just then, an old groan came out. The old man's eyelashes trembled on the hospital bed, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Master Jiang wakes up. At this moment, all people's hearts are only frightened and surprised. A dying man will wake up in 10 minutes. It's not too much to say Yichen is a great Luo Jingxian. Dad! How do you feel? Jiang Jianfeng and Jiang Wentian have different voices. Mr. Jiang didn't answer them, but looked at Yichen. His eyes were very complicated. Naturally he knew who saved him. In his whole life, he did not regret any decision he made. It is because of him that the Chinese Jiang family flourished. But at this moment, he really regretted. He was wrong more than 20 years ago. If it is a huge mistake to drive Jiang Perong away, it is a big mistake to give up Yichen. Chapter 522. His eyes turned into 2 words, thank you. Yichen took a look at Jiang Perong and said to the old man in the hospital bed, you are my grandfather. There is no need to say thank you. As for the past, let's call it a day. At this moment, Yichen's attitude solidified the old man's expression. He grasped Yichen's hand in trembling. What do you say? What did you call me just now? He forced to support himself up, of course, the pain and pain, he has gritted his teeth to insist. Grandfather. Yichen repeated. He thought he would never admit the old man in his life. But the old man saved his mother with his own life, and the past should be written off. Besides, he knew it was his mother's wish. Over the past few decades, although her mother said she didn't care about the Jiang family, she often stood on the balcony and looked to the north, sometimes sighing. He compromised this time for his mother. Mr. Jiang was excited to the extreme when he heard these two words, even with tears in his eyes. Suddenly looked at Jiang Perong. Perong, you have a good son that our Jiang family is destined to look forward to. Dad, in fact, Yi Chen is strong, not because of me, but because of Jiangqing Yi family, because of Tianjing. Jiang Perong's language is astonishing. Ren Qian said a word before. She remembered that her spiritual roots could not be passed on to the next one. It also said that Yi Chen's talent had nothing to do with her. The only explanation is his husband Yi Tianjing. After being rescued by Yi Lingtian, the more she thinks, the more wrong she is. The mystery of her parents-in-law has fallen unexpectedly. In addition, the blood alliance has taken Yi Tianjing away. It seems that everything indicates that Yi family, which is considered by all the Chinese families, is not so common. There's even a big secret. Jiang Perong is not stupid. If some things are connected together, you can get a startling secret. Jiangqing Yi family cheated the whole China. If 20 years ago, in the eyes of everyone, Yi Tianjing was not worthy of her Jiang Perong. Now, it's her that Jiang Perong doesn't deserve Yi Tianjing. I just don't know. How is Tianjing now? Did those people in Kunlun Shushu Elite deal with Tianjing? At the same time, deep in the Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun Su, a mountain surrounded by clouds. The mountains are magnificent and full of aura. There are powerful ancient arrays guarding the mountain. On the top of the mountain stands a huge stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there are two inscriptions which look like some blood sparkling. Blood League. In the depths of the mountains, there are more magnificent temples. In the palace, countless strong people cross-legged, and their bodies are overflowing with extremely strong breath. Just then, a ray of light came from the air. One of the purple-robed old man opened his eyes. 5 fingers, the light was directly in his hands. Well, how could an elder use his blood essence to release a message? It's just that the information seems to have been destroyed. The purple-robed old man waved his hand and the rune bloomed in front of him. A line of text emerges, Ren Qian. China capital. What? Elder Ren of Luojianzong is dead. The purple-robed elder's face fused, and then came an intermittent conversation. Because it's destroyed, it's hard to tell what's inside. Who dares to move our blood alliance? What's going on in China? The purple-robed elder forced a drop of blood essence to shoot on the light, and a vague figure appeared in an instant. It's a young man in casual clothes. Although fuzzy, but vaguely can distinguish some faces. This kid seems to be Yi Chen who destroyed the ghost prison. How dare to move the people of my blood league to die? The strong breath of Blood Alliance elder fiercely stood up, and then angrily said to the air, Elder Lu, Elder Qi. Between the words, 2 elders appeared in front of the purple-robed elder. You take some strong men to the Chinese capital, find a boy named Yi Chen, and do it yourself at all costs. The 2 elders were stunned. They didn't expect that the Blood Alliance should be so active. So many people for a kid? This also too looks up to that Chinese kid. Yes, Elder Zheng. Just as the 2 elders were about to leave, Elder Zheng thought of something and said, this boy can kill Ren Qian. It's a bit tricky. Don't do it first. Put pressure on the martial arts circle of China. Since it happened in China, Ren Qian's identity is also special. If you put pressure on him by means, the martial arts circle of China will certainly not be able to accommodate this boy. I'd like to see the boy's merciless manner. No matter how strong he is, can he resist the whole world of Chinese martial arts? Elder Lu and Elder Qi both shrunk their eyes together and flattered, Elder Zheng, this move is a sword to kill cattle. What a cow! We only need to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. When the time comes for this boy to make people angry, he will not want to survive in China. Haha. Elder Zheng sneered and ignored their compliments. Instead, he walked towards the Blood League dungeon. He thought of a man who had something to do with Yi Chen. Not long, in the Blood League dungeon. A closed door opened. Two big men saw Elder Zheng's appearance, and quickly arched their hands and said, "Elder Zheng, how did you come?" Elder Zheng nodded and took a look not far away. A middle-aged man with some scars asked two people around him, "Is the secret of Yi Tianjing excavated? Your strength should be enough to rob this person's memory." Hearing this, the two men were embarrassed. One of the men said, "Elder Zheng, it seems that this matter is not so easy. We too try to rob this guy's secret through some secret methods, but at every critical moment, there will be a layer of extremely strong power to obstruct it. No matter how we cultivate, no matter how powerful our skills are, the result will be the same. We've even had a very strong backlash." "Oh?" Elder Zheng was surprised, and then walked toward Yi Tianjing. How can a native Chinese, without any accomplishments and true spirit, have the power to obstruct you? When Elder Zheng approached, Yi Tianjing opened his eyes and snorted coldly, "Don't waste your strength on me, I don't know anything." Zheng Changlao had no expression. After a few seconds, he said, "You don't want to know about your child?" Hearing this, Yi Tianjing's eyes bloom with a ray of light, and then the light disappears in an instant. "I don't want to know." Elder Zheng nodded with interest, and then said, "Your good son, but he killed many people in our blood league and killed others. I may not want to investigate. But this time, he killed an elder who is extremely important to our blood league." Chapter 523. Do you know what he's going to face next? He has to face the anger of the whole Chinese martial arts circle. How long can he last? How long will your wife last? Don't get excited. In about 3 days, I'll come to see you with the bodies of your wife and children. Then I'd like to know if you'd like to say it or not. Hearing this, Yi Tianjing's eyes are full of bloodstains, and just want to roar. Zheng Changlao points to Yi Tianjing's eyebrows. Just want to go deep into Yi Tianjing's memory, a strong force covers it. This power seems to break everything. Elder Zheng's expression is frightening to the extreme. How could it be? He fiercely took back his hand, but it was too late. The power penetrated his internal organs, the blood gushed up. A stream of blood almost spilled out. At this moment, he is no longer calm. Who are you? Are you really related to the Shuya family in Kunlun? Elder Zheng set off a storm in his heart. Yi Tianjing snorted coldly and continued to close his eyes, as if he didn't care about anything. But only he knows that although his surface is light, but his heart is flustered to the extreme. If China's martial arts and Taoism circles want to target Qin'er and Pei Rong, it will undoubtedly be a fatal situation. But right now, he can't help at all. The only thing we can do is to protect the secret for Qin'er. Although he didn't know what the stone the father gave him represented, he could never be known by outsiders. At the same time, Luo Jianzong Hall. The atmosphere was pleasant. The lord of Luojian's sect is carefully serving an elder shire of Wangjianzong. Although the difference between Wangjianzong and Luo Jianzong is only one word, the gap is huge. In a sense, Luo Jianzong is just a branch of Shuan Jianzong in Kunlun. The lord of Luojian's sect should speak carefully in front of an elder of Wangjianzong. This time, the lord of Luojian's sect paid a lot of money to invite the elder. I hope Wangjianzong can support Luo Jianzong a little bit. Because the annual Zongmen rating is about to start. And Wangjianzong has an extremely valuable vote. Just when the two people were talking happily, the expression of the leader of Luojian's sect changed completely. Because just now, the life nameplates of several elders are all broken. These elders all went out from Luojian's sect to look for high-quality disciples in China. One of them is Ren Qian. The elder of Zongmen met with an accident in China. It's a big deal for Luo Jianzong. The noble elder of Wangjianzong naturally found the difference between the leader of Luojian's sect and said curiously, "Master Sun, what's the matter with you?" Sun Zongzhu reacted and shook his head in a hurry, "My lord, nothing is wrong. It's just a little thing. I can handle it." The noble elder frowned and said, "Master Sun, your appearance is not a trivial matter. I've taken advantage of you. If I can help, I can also help you." He thought that there was a contradiction between Luojian's sect and some clans of Kunlun Su, otherwise, a patriarch would not be changed so much. Sun Zhongzhu just wanted to refuse. A flustered disciple rushed in. Master, not good. Elder Ren and the rest of the elders who went to China were killed. According to the location, it happened in the capital of China. Hearing this, Sun Zhongzhu's face was even worse. Get out of here. I already know that. The disciple heard the patriarch's angry voice and knew that he had done something wrong, so he quickly withdrew. Yes, Lord. Later, Sun Zhongzhu said to the old man of Wanjianzong, Sir, I will deal with such minor matters. I will send someone to investigate the matter thoroughly and bring back the person who started it. Wanjianzong elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Huaxia's aura is thin. It's not easy that someone can kill the elder of Jianzong. It's just that I'm okay these days. The people above have told me to go to Huaxia before. Otherwise, I'll help you with this matter. The elder of Wanjianzong really plans to go to China. After all, some time ago, the ancestor of Wanjianzong came and crushed everyone. What's more, Wandao Jianzun left a painting of jade pendant. If you see a jade pendant, you will see 1,000 swords. Although the leader of Wanjianzong and the elders did not understand the meaning of this ancestor, there were naturally reasons for their level. The last movement of the most important Wandao sword Zun shows that he went to Huaxia. What does Huaxia have? Is it possible that the youth mentioned by the ancestor is in China? There are many doubts. At the moment, if you don't hear from Mr. Sun, you can't even ask me if you don't want to send me back, no problem. In the world of martial arts and Taoism in China, a bloodbath seems to be gathering. At the moment, Yichen did not know. He left the Jiang family, and Jiang Perong came to Beixiang's land. In more than a week, the prototype of the Chinese Yi family has been formed. They even lived in front of Yi family. There are mountains and water, surrounded by a Chinese villa. Villa covers a huge area, whether the breath or feng shui are excellent. Yichen even felt the aura surrounding the whole Chinese villa. Not only that, there is a huge stone tablet outside the villa. On the stone tablet, there are 4 vigorous and powerful characters. Huaxia Yi family. The person who inscribed the inscription is the old man in power in China. This old man has a heart. Yichen suddenly thought of the unhappiness when he left the capital. All the people made things difficult for him to take the military rank and the position of chief instructor. He once vowed not to care about China. Now it seems that the face of that person still needs to be given some points. Just hope those people don't piss themselves off. Otherwise, these people will be the stepping stone of the Chinese Yi family. Chener, is this our future home? There was some excitement in Jiang Perong's words. When she stepped into practice, she naturally knew the value of this place. Aura far surpasses Jiang's family. Air transport will not lose any top family. The only drawback is that there is no guard array. Yichen nodded and stepped into the Chinese Yi family. Mom, this is not only our home, but also the first Chinese family in the future. Tomorrow, I will let everyone know that the first Chinese family stands here. If anyone dares to move our Yi family, there will be death but no life. As for the position of head of the Yi family, I will keep it for my father. I will go to Kunlun Su and bring my father back in person. Anyone who stops me will die. Jiang Perong was filled with emotion when she heard her son's words. She knew that Kunlun was dangerous, but the young man in front of her had grown up. He is not that decadent young man long ago, now he is enough to carry everything. Mom, I believe you. I believe you without hesitation. Chapter 524. Yichen takes a look at Jiang Perong and smiles. Mom, go in and have a look inside. Good. Yichen and Jiang Perong go to the Chinese villa. Extremely luxurious. It is obvious that the Dark Hall and Tianjin Group used the best designers and materials. The central villa has 4 floors in total, excluding the bottom 2. One of them is a training room, which is made of the best spirit stone that China can find. Once you practice in it, any movement can be blocked. When they saw a circle, a Dark Hall strong man came in a hurry. Temple Master, there are 2 people who want to see you. They are waiting downstairs. Do you need to refuse? And Yichen Mao's son shrinks, curiously Wei, Who? Bai Li Xiong and Lei Shuwei. Ren Extraordinary hears these two people's names. Poor is some accident, these two people know so quickly oneself come back. Invite them to the living room and have a good treat. Yes, Lord. Ren Fan still has some good feelings for these two people. That day, the two men spoke for their own platform and position, but he kept it in mind. In a way, it's all our own people. Yi Chen comes to the living room. Lei Shuwei and Bai Li Xiong are sitting and drinking tea. When they saw Yi Chen, they quickly stood up. Mr. Yi. They have heard about Xiangjiang. Although their intelligence network is not very wide in Xiangjiang, they still know what happened. Who could have thought that Yi Chen came back from Xiangjiang alive? What's more strange is that Jiang Daoshan suddenly disappeared after that day. Xiangjiang government has already shaken. Huaxia even sent a special action team to investigate the matter. All leads to one person. That is Yi Chen. Because at that time, in addition to the Guardian of China, only Yi Chen went up the mountain. And they came here, to some extent, was explained by the one above, and investigated some things in their identity. You are also the first guest to come to Ye's house in Beijing. Just in time, I want to tell you one thing. If I hold a banquet tomorrow, I will tell all the top forces in China. Remember to come and join us. Do you have time? Bai Li Xiong and Lei Shuwei looked at each other and nodded, although this news has not been sent out, but when the land is vacated, everyone has noticed the Yi family. It is estimated that tomorrow, the Yi family will surely be full of seats. As for us, the big events will not stop us from coming to the Yi family. After being polite, Bai Li Xiong noticed something and said, Mr. Yi, I'm going to have a banquet tomorrow. Will you be in a hurry? The Yi family seems to have been built, but there is still one thing missing, which is a must for the top families. Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, curiously Wei, what? Bai Li Xiong took a look at the ground and said, array. There is no strong array. If Mr. Yi is not there, what can outsiders do if they want to fight the Yi family? At present, the top families in China have arrays. On the one hand, they can protect the family, on the other hand, they can cover up some things. Yi Chen hears this sentence, Mao's son shrinks. He always feels what is missing. What he lacks is the array. Lei Shuwei also stood up and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, I know several people who set up the array. Although the other side is of average level, they can barely cope with it. Do you need me to call? Yi Chen smiles, do not need. As he controls the rune, he has a deeper and deeper understanding of the array. Who needs others to set up an array for his Yi family? Don't Mr. Yi use the array? Lei Shuwei was surprised. With that, he looked at Bai Li Xiong, and the other side was puzzled. Yi Chen carried his hands behind him and walked outside, you come with me. As for the Yi family array, I'm enough. Bai Li Xiong and Lei Shuwei are all in a daze. They know that Yi Chen's means are connected to the sky, but protecting the clan array is not so simple. This has nothing to do with the strength of martial arts. The general powerful people will not be immersed in the array. Is Mr. Yi an alien? Yi Chen and two people come to an open space. Yi Chen closes his eyes and feels the array and aura trend of this piece of land. This time, he did not gather an array casually, but tried his best to set up an array for protecting the clan. Moreover, this clan protection array must be able to resist the attack of Kunlun Virtual Strong, not Chinese Strong. If Yi family wants to become the first family in China, the array will crush all arrays. At the moment, Yi Chen has the answer in his heart. Eternal Broken God Array. It can not only resist the attack of the strong in Xinyu, but also coagulate the killing array when necessary, killing in the invisible. After he left, this battle is the key to protect the people around him. Bai Li Xiong and Lei Shuwei in the distance look at Yi Chen motionless and frown tightly. They don't know what medicine is sold in Yechen gourd. What is Mr. Yi doing? Is it because of the geomancy here? Lei Shuwei said curiously. Bai Li Xiong gazed at Yi Chen and guessed a few points. He was not sure, is Mr. Yi really ready to set up an array? At present, almost all the protective arrays of the Chinese family are inherited. few people set up their own arrays. Is Mr. Yi crazy? He believed Yi Chen, but he doubted it. Because the way of array is more complicated than martial arts. Don't talk about Huaxia. Even in Kunlun, there are not many array mages. When Lei Shuwei and Bai Lixiong can't understand Yi Chen's behavior, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly open. As if shooting out a cold light, the momentum of the whole person has become ethereal. After that, Yi Chen stepped out step by step. 7 steps in all. This step is strange and mysterious, and each step seems to shake the Yi family. When to the 7th step, Yi Chen's hands suddenly appeared a few spirit stone with rich aura. The spirit stone shoots directly in 6 directions. Flash of light, suddenly, the wind. Yi Chen as the center, as if ushered in a storm. Some of the greening that Yi Jia just planted dissipated on the spot. What is Mr. Yi doing? Lei Shuwei's words just came out. The next second, he was stunned. The mouth is wide open, just like hell. And Bai Lixiong is also uncomfortable. At the moment, he seems to see the most strange picture of this life. Yi Chen's feet are full of qi, and the whole body is surrounded by fairy mist and light. The next second, Yi Chen's feet are off the ground. And higher and higher. They are very sure that Yi Chen does not have any weiya and rope. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. When Yi Chen reached 30 meters, he suddenly stopped. Floating in the world, just like immortal statue. Bai Lixiong and Lei Shuwei have seen the world in China and even have good qualities. But at this moment, they are the 2 words that burst out with one voice, lying trough. Chapter 525. Who could have thought that Yi Chen still had this hand? What is the strength of this guy? Is it really the immortal coming? This is extremely profound in the eyes of 2 people, but in Yi Chen's eyes, it is nothing. He just skillfully used the array and the airflow to do all this. His eyes are indifferent, commanding, instantly found the whole area of the array eye. Without hesitation, he offered a dozen spirit stones again and smashed them into the eyes of the array. An invisible wave of air rippled. At the same time, Yi Chen quickly pinched his fingers and read words in his mouth. The blood dragon gushed directly from his body, and the dragon chanted through his body. One person, one dragon, standing in the world, gave everyone a great shock. Eternal destruction of God array, open up. Yi Chen points out suddenly, a drop of blood essence is forced out. The essence and blood instantly spread, and the dragon's shadow swooped down from the sky. Through the ground, a red column of light directly formed. The column of light is getting bigger and bigger, and finally it seems to form a barrier. In the barrier is like flowing a shadow. Sometimes into blood dragon, sometimes into sword shadow. In just a few minutes, Yi Chen's forehead has been covered with sweat, because setting this array is really wasting energy and energy. Even if Yi Chen stepped into the real Yuan state, the pressure is extremely great. But the greater the pressure, the stronger the array. At the moment, Bai Lixiong and Lei Shuwei in the distance completely startled their chin. They have already felt the formation of the array. Although they don't understand the array, the breath of the array is extremely strong. Even for a moment, they felt the killing intention condensed in the array. Once they destroy Ye's family, it will turn into dust. Mr. Yi, is he still a master of array? Lei Shuwei's expression seemed to solidify, shaking his voice. Not long, Yi Chen slowly fell down, his body has been wet. He not only condensed the essence and blood, but also gathered all the true qi of the elixir field into the array. At the same time, he attracted part of the power of the life array rune and the blood dragon virtual shadow. Looking at the formation of the formation, Yi Chen exhaled a satisfied breath. This eternal broken god array is enough to resist all attacks. It's almost time. I won't keep you either. I'll go and have a rest first. Yi Chen Dao. Bai Lixiong wants to say something, or hold back to go back. After all, the purpose of his and Lei Shuwei's trip is to deal with Jiang Daoshan. Yi Chen took a few steps and noticed there is something else. Nothing. We're leaving. Come on, are those people going to embarrass me? I don't care if they want to take the rank and the dragon spirit instructor. Bai Lixiong shook his head and hesitated for a few seconds. He still said, "Mr. Yi, let me ask you something." Jiang Daoshan disappeared. Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen said, "I destroyed Jiang Daoshan, and I killed the 10 Chinese guardians headed by Fang Zhinya." Yi Chen dropped this sentence and left directly. This is the answer Bai Lixiong wants. He doesn't have to lie. Bai Lixiong and Lei Shuwei looked at each other and saw the shock of each other's eyes. The breath seemed to hold. All the people who have been killed in the mountain, as well as all the people who have been killed in Huaxia, don't even think that all the people who have been killed in Huaxia have disappeared. 1 against 10. Does Huaxia really have such a top-notch player? Yi Chen comes to the training room. Close your eyes and the black stone floats out. The spirit of the whole body is surging. The Samsara cemetery is also shown. Chen Tianli looked at Yi Chen with interest. At present, I should also teach you complete sword skills. Wandao Jianzun, take the sword as the way. Now you really Yuan state, can master 10%, let you benefit infinitely. Yi Chen can feel Chen Tianli's body has been weak a few minutes, afraid is not too much time. He wanted to adjust the breath of the elixir field in his body. He thought about it or not. The sword skill of Wandao Jianzun is the most important. Chen Tianli, with his hands behind him, said calmly, "Disciple, do you know what kendo is?" Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds. "Kill?" Chen Tianli shook his head. "Although you have embarked on the road of killing, killing is just a kind of potential, which can strengthen your strength, but it cannot be called kendo. The real kendo is nothing. The invisible sword is the most lethal. Everything can be a sword. The highest level of kendo is to control everything and integrate everything. At that time, even the air can become your sword." Yi Chen can't understand such mysterious words. He just wanted to say something. Chen Tianli has already moved. "Apprentice, I will suppress the strength to the same level as you, and then you use the soul sword to shoot me. Remember, there can't be any hands left." Chen Tianli's voice is resounding. The next second, Chen Tianli's whole body was covered with murderous opportunities, covering the sky and the ground, which was extremely terrifying. "Good." Feeling the murderous opportunity, facing Chen Tianli standing in front of him, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, held the soul sword in his hand, and drank in a deep voice. In the same realm, Yi Chen has no fear. "Disciple, I don't even have to use my hand to condense my sword spirit." Chen Tianli's eyes congealed and cried out. "Brush!" With a long cry, Chen Tianli suddenly disappeared in place. A huge crisis spread to Yi Chen in an instant. All of a sudden, a breath of death came over, and Yi Chen's face changed greatly. The second move of breaking the sky sword, falling stars. He did not dare to be slack. A sword comes out, the wind blows and the dust fills the sky. Yi Chen's momentum is relaxed, and his powerful true qi is surging all over his body. The Zhenhuan sword in his hand is crisscrossed, disordered and complicated. It is like spider webs, scattered everywhere, and slowly spreading outward. The Zhenhuan sword soars into the sky like killing gods. It spreads the killing intention on the body of the sword and breaks out completely. Before the edge of the sword comes, the cold comes first, and the murderous spirit is fully displayed. At this moment, the sword seems to be infinitely elongated, bringing out countless virtual shadows, covering the sky and the earth, as if to destroy the whole land, with momentum like a rainbow. The sword is like a star. Dense, nowhere to hide. Chen Tianli's figure appears, his eyes closed, and a sharp sword in the air seems to break through the sky, turning into a flying rainbow and shooting at Yi Chen. Chapter 526. Phew! Phew! How fast does this sword shoot? Such as tearing the space, bringing a deep and sharp voice, such as the sickle of death, with the breath of death of judgment. With this sword shot out, just for a moment, the whole heaven and earth seemed to solidify, and the whole reincarnation cemetery seemed to freeze down. Yi Chen only feels as if he has fallen into the mire and is hard to extricate himself. The long sword completely locks his breath, and Yi Chen can't avoid it. A great crisis has come. How can Yi Chen resist Chen Tianli's sword? There was even fear in his heart. Chen Tianli suppressed his cultivation, but his sword meaning was far beyond everything. The key point is that you can't resist the idea of breaking the sky sword. This is still in the case that Qin Tianli didn't do it. It's a powerful sword spirit and a very aggressive sword technique. Break it for me. Thinking of this, Yi Chen roared, and the soul sword in his hand burst out again with dazzling brilliance. With a long cry, Yi Chen's sword in his hand is cut horizontally. In one reading, the 9 days Xianyang decided to move to the extreme, and the true qi in the elixir field was roaring like a torrent. Endless genuine qi is injected into the Zhenhuan sword. In an instant, the Zhenhuan sword makes a concussion sound, and bursts out a dazzling light, like the sun and the moon rising into the sky. Hoo. The wind blows and the wind changes color. Yi Chen wants to use this strength to counter Qin Tianli's moves. Stab! With that light across the sky, Qin Tianli's sword whirled the wind and cloud, and suddenly fell with the momentum of thunder. For a time, the light was bright. Under the extreme sword light, Yi Chen was forced to step backward and even dare not look directly at him. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of roar exploded, and the two swords collided fiercely together. As mountains collide, stars collide. This roar made the earth shake and the mountain shake. The ghost sword in his hand directly broke away from his arm and flew out. The mouth is spitting out a mouthful of blood. A stream of extreme sword qi diffuses around. All things are smashed by the sword. Qin Tianli opened his eyes, pointed at Yi Chen's eyebrows, and then said word by word, "This sword skill is a sword that can extinguish all kinds of Tao. At the critical moment, it kills people invisibly, arouses the true qi in the body, and breaks through everything." How much do you master? 1 point. Yi Chen said truthfully. He can't see through any flaw at all. How can he understand it? Qin Tianli smiles and once again condenses the sword of annihilation. Again, what you have to do today is master this sword skill. Finish saying he then again toward Yi Chen attack. Yi Chen also can't care to gasp, and immediately makes the Zhenhuan sword in the hand resist and go. The Zhenhuan sword in his hand was shaken off again and again, and his internal organs were shaking. Nevertheless, he had some understanding of the sword. At the same time, China Kunlun Mountain. Dozens of people in odd costumes came out of the depths. They had a portrait in their hands. And in the portrait is a young man. The young man's sword eyebrow has a cold and stern appearance, and there is a mysterious atmosphere on his body. If Yi Chen is here, he will surely find that the youth in the portrait is himself. And these dozens of figures are the strong members of the Blood League. This time, the Blood Alliance has only one purpose: to put pressure on the whole Chinese martial arts circle and let them hand over Yi Chen. Kill with a knife. Soon, a group of people came to the foot of Kunlun Mountain. At the moment, there are already several top Chinese helmsmen waiting in Kunlun Mountain. The strength of these people is not bad, but they are far from qualified to enter Kunlun. They know that as long as a strong man in the Kunlun void, it is an opportunity. However, when we saw so many virtual strong Kunlun, the helmsmen of Chinese martial and Taoist forces were a little flustered. What's the matter with China? Ladies and gentlemen, I am the leader of the Qingqing sect in China. I have admired you for a long time. I have prepared the delicious food in the hotel. Please. The words have not finished, one of the Blood Alliance strong step out, and then 5 fingers buckle the other party's head. Click. With a sound, the headmaster's head was directly broken. This scene directly stunned the group of people in China's martial arts circle. Kunlun Shilai's strong man is so angry. Kill people all the time. Although they have the qualification, they are too much. The rest of the Chinese martial arts and Taoism circles still have some say in the elderly, or even the leader knelt down. Please don't be angry. I don't know where we offended you. We have to be so cruel we are willing to correct. A leader of the Chinese sect said. His voice was even shaking. They stay here just for chance. If they take their own lives for no reason, they are really worthless. One of the strong members of the Blood League looked down at the people kneeling, with only cold eyes. Instead of continuing with his work, he left his portrait on the ground. I don't care who you are. In 2 days, I'm going to see the boy in the picture. The boy killed our people. If, 2 days later, I can't see this boy, the whole Chinese martial arts world will not be peaceful. We'll kill everyone we see. Cold words resound. All the people on their knees were staring at the slowly unfolding portrait on the ground. When they saw the youth in the picture, they were stunned. This man, they know. Is it not that China is at the height of the sun, that Wudoutai defeated Lin Juelong and killed Yi Chen, a guardian of China? How did this boy offend the strong man of Kunlun Su? Why should the whole Chinese martial arts circle pay for his behavior? They are very angry in their hearts, but dare not speak. Yes, yes, my lord. We will bring Yi Chen to you in 2 days. The leader said respectfully. The strong man of Blood Alliance glanced at the speaker, drew out a cold sword from his waist and pressed it against his chin. He said faintly, "Your performance is pretty good. It only needs one person to convey the will." No one left but him. Language down, the leader swept around the gust of strong wind, instant, side scream. In a few seconds, everyone around me died. Directly into blood fog. He lives alone. He is a top player in China, but at this moment, he is very small. As like as 2 peas, he would be the same as those around him. This is the authority and strength of Kunlun Su. The key culprit of all this is that Yi Chen. At the moment, he put all the hatred on Yi Chen's body. If you can't give these adults a satisfactory answer within 2 days, Yi Chen will be the eternal criminal of Chinese martial arts. At this time, a strong blood league squatted down, patted his face, sneered, "I don't like to be disappointed, you do it yourself. If you don't see this son, the first sword of Chinese martial arts will fall from you." Chapter 527. Beijing, a quiet courtyard. An old man is playing chess with Bai Li Xiong. The old man frowned and was careful with every step. Bai Li Xiong got a sunspot and said, "Number 1, the matter of Jiang Daoshan has already made some people have objection. Although those people know that this matter has something to do with Yi Chen, they have no evidence and can't move Yi Chen. What's more, I just came back from Ye's home in Huaxia, and saw Yi Chen step into the air. After he came back from Xiangjiang, his strength increased to the point of extreme terror, at least the true Yuan state of cultivation." Oh? The old man's heart seemed to be shaken by a white one. A piece is even more broken. If I remember correctly, more than a week ago, this boy was still in the separation state, so soon he entered the real Yuan state? Yi Chen is the most evil person I have ever seen in my life. The only problem is that this son is too difficult to control. There are too many enemies. If it wasn't for his strength, ordinary people would have died thousands of times. The old man stood up and did not intend to play chess. He carried his hands behind him and carefully watered a flower. "This matter, we can still press a little bit, those who have dissent can hang it, and tomorrow, Huaxia Ye's party, you send a Ling Yu in my name. Ye's family was born in the sky. This Ling Yu and my name are enough to keep those who watch at a distance." Bai Li Xiong stood up and nodded. Yi Chen's strength is there now. People in the martial arts circle and those families will definitely give face. It is estimated that tomorrow will be a great event in the capital. The old man did not speak, fiddling with flowers and plants, as if he had something on his mind. At this time, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit came in. The man's breath of Zhongshan suit is terrible, but his face is flustered at the moment. "No, it's a big deal." The old man frowned, picked up the kettle to continue watering the flowers, and said, "You've been with me for so long. I've taught you how many times. You should be calm when you encounter anything. Tell me what happened." The man in Zhongshan takes out a tablet from behind and slides it gently, and a video is revealed. It's what happened in Kunlun Mountain. It's just that the distance is a little far. It should be a high-power camera. It's a little fuzzy. Number 1, this is a video from Kunlun Mountain. Just half an hour ago, a group of people came out of the void of Kunlun. They didn't know their origin, but they didn't come from it. Several powerful Chinese martial arts experts who were ready to seek opportunities were all killed and only one person was left behind. The old man and Bai Li Xiong looked at the video and their faces changed greatly. Kunlun Su and Huaxia have always been well. Water does not violate the river, even if the general out is a few people, but this time it is dozens of people. The key is that the breath of these people has a trace of evil spirit, and it is killing others. I'm afraid it's not good to come. Where did these people end up? The old man said in a serious tone. This group of people are still in Kunlun Mountain, but the one who survived sent an urgent notice to the Martial Arts Circle of China. 1 hour later, all the top families and Wudiozongmen of China will go to Beha Hotel in the capital city to attend the meeting, saying that it is about the survival of Chinese martial arts world. The old man looked a little ugly. He put down the kettle and ordered, "You can go to the meeting in person. If you have any information, please contact me directly." With so many strong people coming out of Kunlun, and this emergency meeting, I'm afraid that something will happen to Huaxia. No matter what, it must be kept under control. Zhongshan Man nodded and quickly walked to the outside. Bai Lixiang did not hesitate to open his mouth. Number 1, the Iron and Blood camp is on standby at any time. The old man went to the house to take a dress, put it on, and then hurried to a red flag car. Bai Lixiang, those guys can't be stopped by the Iron and Blood camp. It depends on the situation. It's really not good. We can only negotiate. An hour later, Beijing Beha Hotel. Crowds. Most of the families and forces in Beijing have been invited. He family, Jing family, Lu family and even Bailey family were invited. But Bai Lixiang didn't show up. Bailabang and several important Bailey elders came forward. At the same time, the Dark Hall, as one of the Chinese forces, was also invited. It was Lu Lingfeng who came forward. Because the Chinese Yi family has not been recognized by the martial arts circle, naturally they have not been invited. The whole hall was noisy. Pang Yong and Pan Guohua sat in the front seat. Their faces were not very good looking. They were the people who asked Yi Chen to take away the commander-in-chief of Dragon Spirit and his military rank in the Great Hall last time. That day, Lei Shuwei and Longhun's soldiers stood up to resist, making them shameless. I wanted to make a fool of Yi Chen, but I never thought it was them. They didn't want to attend the meeting. But some people say it's about the life and death of Chinese martial arts. It's hard not to think of such an important matter with the authority and strength of the family behind them. All kinds of sounds came from my ears. Key around most people are talking about one thing. Tomorrow, the banquet of the Chinese Yi family. Mr. Zhou, did you hear that Yi Chen came back from Xiangjiang and sent out invitation letters? The Chinese Yi family was really made by that boy. An old man with white temples. The key is that the Chinese Yi family was propped up by the boy himself. Although I don't know what happened on the other side of Jiangdaoshan, I'm afraid that the boy's divinity is fixed. It's the first person in the martial arts circle of China. Don't say on the surface, how many people in Huaxia can resist the boy secretly? This boy is a devil. From Jiangqing to the capital, it's almost a bloody way out. If my younger generation can do this, I'm afraid I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. Well, I heard that Jiangdaoshan disappeared. It was this boy who did it. Can the boy move mountains? Is this a god? This kind of thing has been completely closed, and we can't talk about it. By the way, will we go to Ye's house for a dinner tomorrow? Go on, who dares not give that boy face? Look for death. Pang Yong and Pan Guohua listened to all kinds of praise for Yi Chen. My face is black. Pan Guohua couldn't help it any longer. He patted the table fiercely, "Shut up for me." As soon as the words came out, everyone's expressions almost froze. They took a look at Pan Guohua and finally chose silence. Not long ago, on the stage, an old man in cloth appeared. The old man's name is Wu Fucheng, the leader of the White Crane Gate in China. In the Chinese martial arts circle, there is still a bit of face, strength can be ranked in the first echelon. It was he who called the emergency meeting. What's more, it's about the life and death of Chinese martial arts. When Wu Fucheng appeared, some people in the front row stood up and said curiously, "Lao Wu, what happened, so urgent to gather us together?" Chapter 528. Wu Fucheng has a dignified expression and gives his servant a look. After a while, several square boxes were lifted up. The smell of blood is extremely strong. Lao Wu, what is this? What kind of medicine are you selling in the gourd? If you don't say it again, I can go. Everyone's time is very precious. Wu Fuqing snorted coldly, if you leave, the next one is the family behind you. The voice was cold, like thunder. The man who spoke was obviously frightened by the threat. Just about to speak, Wu Fuqing on the stage was stunned, and a strong air current swept through. Open the boxes covered with cloth. The next second, the whole world seems to be quiet down. Everybody take a breath. Because the blood-sparkling head is in the box. The key is that the person behind the head, every identity is extremely noble. Leader of China Qingqing School. Chinese Li family master. Chinese boxing sect leader. What is Wu Fuqing doing? Is it possible that he killed all these people? When everyone was shocked and puzzled, Wu Fuqing stepped out one step, and the cold breath spread out. This matter is even more serious than everyone imagined, that is, an hour ago, dozens of Kunlun strong men stepped into Kunlun Mountain. Crush the strong. What does Kunlun Void mean? You should all know it well. So high. Kunlun virtual out of any person, strength enough to crush everything. It's not too much to say that we are humble ants. The crowd is silent. They all hold their breath. In their opinion, if these strong men want to target the Chinese martial arts and Taoism, it will be the end of the day. Lu Lingfeng in the conference room frowned slightly. Naturally, he knew that Kunlun Su was only the strong one of Kunlun Su. What's the meaning of killing people at this critical moment? The Chinese Wudiaji and Kunlungsu have always been well water that does not invade the river. Even Yi Lingtian said that recently, Kunlun Su's strong men have come to look for talent. It's a pity that some people angered the temple master and killed him. Does this matter have something to do with the temple master? His heart thumped. If it was, it would be very bad for the hall master. There was a strange way under the stage. Headmaster Wu, you're going to finish your words at one time. You're going to be so anxious to death that people in Kunlun can't fight for nothing. Wu Fuqing glanced at the crowd, snorted coldly, and pressed the laser pen in his hand directly. The next second, a picture is completely revealed. When everyone saw the content of the photo, their expression changed completely. Isn't this boy Yi Chen in the world of Chinese martial arts? What is the picture of Yi Chen at this time? Is Wu Fuqing going to announce the establishment of the Chinese Yi family? When everyone thought so, Wu Fuqing's cold voice resounded, this is the son who has angered so many Kunlun virtual strongmen. This son killed many Kunlun virtual strong people. Those people have given an ultimatum. If the Chinese martial arts and Taoism circles do not hand over this son in 2 days, then Kunlun Su's anger will be borne by us. This group of Kunlun virtual strong people want to kill all the clans in China. You say, is this a matter of life and death? Either he dies or we are all buried with him. Wu Fuqing's words echoed in the whole conference room, and people's expressions changed completely. A sense of cold climbed up the whole body. Soon, the fear turned into anger. Why should Yi Chen's affairs be paid by the Chinese martial arts circle? Bai Li Bing and Lu Lingfeng's expressions are completely frozen. Who could have thought that this matter is really related to Yi Chen? They naturally see what this group of Kunlun virtual strong people want to do. Kill with a knife. By the Tao of the whole Chinese martial arts world. In the conference room, the anger was condensed to the extreme. At this time, Pan Guohua stood up, patted the table fiercely and said angrily, Yi Chen is arrogant and arrogant. Although I don't know how he killed the virtual strong man in Kunlun, he has a heavy heart to kill. Everything is possible. I heard that this son was spying on the treasure of the virtual strong man in Kunlun and killed people by using the next 3 evil means. This kind of person is the scum of Chinese martial arts and Taoism. The key, his mistake, why should we all pay for him? Damn it, this guy is really strong, but can he fight against the whole Chinese martial arts world? I propose to take Yi Chen and let Yi Chen pay for his life. Pan Guohua's words completely ignited everyone. Who is not afraid of death, Yi Chen and Kunlun Virtual Strong if you must choose. They will not hesitate to choose Kunlun Virtual Strong. Take Yi Chen. Take Yi Chen. The whole conference room is full of people. This time it's too big. Involving Kunlun Void, but also involving the evil spirit born in the sky. No matter what, Yi Chen can't stay. Wu Fucheng took a look at Pan Guohua and stepped out. This sun is going to set up the Yi family tomorrow. We can't wait so long. All of us will start at once. Whether it's right or not, we must take the boy. The worst plan is to kill this sun. Only in this way can we calm down the anger of the virtual strong in Kunlun. So that we can save ourselves. Good. Now let's go to Waxie's house. Take Yi Chen at all costs. At this moment, everyone stood up. Lu Lingfeng's face changed completely. He quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and prepared to call Yi Chen, but the phone just came out. A cold light flickers, the mobile phone becomes two parts directly. At the same time, an old man in a Taoist robe had already stood on the side of Lu Lingfeng and said in a cold voice, "It's not good to report news now. If Yi Chen is gone, you don't want to live." Lu Lingfeng's expression is extremely serious. Cold Hume, difficult not become I even have no freedom. Yes. Take this man. This person is related to Yi Chen. The Dark Hall is Yi Chen's power. Language down, countless breath toward Lu Lingfeng. At the same time, Hua Xia Ye's family. Xia Yi, Sun Ruoya and others also came. There are enough rooms in Ye's house, and Yi Chen has transferred the elite of the Dark Hall. Enough to deal with some emergencies. The most important thing is that the Yi family has an array to guard. Yi Chen and the women talked about some, but not a few words. They heard Chen Tianli's urging. After Chen Tianli came back from Kunlun Su, there was not much time left. What Yi Chen had to do now was to continuously absorb his kendo inheritance. Absorb as much as you can. Strength is more important than anything. Yi Chen also knows the seriousness of the matter and explains a few words. He enters the training room again. Accept Chen Tianli's sword technique. Sword is the way, 10,000 swords return to one, the sword is respected, kill the world. Jiang Perong took several girls around Ye's house. To be honest, she was very satisfied with the girls, regardless of their personality or appearance. Of course, it depends on Yi Chen's choice. Shortly after, she received a call. The phone call is from Jiang Jianfeng. Chapter 529. Second brother, what's the matter? Jiang Jianfeng's tone was extremely urgent. Perong, where are you and Yi Chen now? At Ye's house. Yes, second brother, I just wanted to tell you, tomorrow. Before Jiang Perong finished speaking, Jiang Jianfeng interrupted. Perong, where's Yi Chen? Let him answer the phone. Chener is closed. What happened? Jiang Perong is aware of something wrong. Stay at Ye's house, don't go anywhere. My elder brother and I will come here immediately, and ask Yi Chen to go out of the pass immediately. It's a big deal. What did Jiang Perong just want to ask? The next second, Jiang Perong and Xia Ruoxue both saw a barrier over Ye's house, and a ripple appeared on the barrier. Someone is breaking the Yi family's array by force. Xia Ruoxue feels something wrong, comes to the roof, and instantly sees hundreds of people gathered in Yi Jiamin's foreign exchange. And these people are breaking the Yi family array with their swords. This. Xia Ruoxue came to Jiang Perong's side. Auntie, why do these people suddenly target the Yi family? Jiang Perong shook her head and took a look at the direction of the training room. I received a call just now. Now, no one can leave Ye's house for half a step. Besides, you can call Chener. Good. Xia Ruoxue nodded, her feet condensed her true qi, and swept away toward the training room like the wind. Jiang Perong thought for a few seconds, but she still walked in the direction of the gate. Chener has said that Ye's array is powerful. It is impossible for these people to break the array in a short time. What's more, the gate of Ye's house is guarding the Dark Hall. The strong should be able to resist. At the gate of Ye's house. When Jiang Peirong appeared, countless eyes came over. Wu Fucheng snorted coldly. Naturally, he knew the identity of Jiang Peirong and said directly, "Stinky bitch, where's your son Yichen?" Jiang Peirong frowned and said, "Who are you and why do you want to make trouble in Ye's house?" Pan Guohua stood up. "Jiang Peirong, make trouble? Who's making trouble? Today Yichen must come out, otherwise, we will step down the whole Yi family." Words fall, Pan Guohua a palm toward the Yi family array and go. All of a sudden, a powerful wave swept. Pan Guohua felt qi and blood surging up. Even a few steps back. What kind of formation is this? His face was a little frightened. All the people gather strength and blow on this array together. Words fall, the strength of 100 people together broke out. Suddenly, the wind and clouds swept over Ye's house, and an invisible force was shaking wildly. All the strength seems to be condensed into a sword, which is heavily smashed on the array. Bang! Vaguely, there is a crack in the array. Pan Guohua was overjoyed and even said, "Continue." The crack has come out, and the array is going to break. But before the words were finished, the cracks that had been condensed into disappeared. The array has recovered. How could it be? Everyone's expression is a little ugly. They don't know the array, but isn't the Yi family just established? How can there be such a powerful array? Is it possible that the Yi family also knew Master Zhen? When the crowd was confused, two figures came out from the depths of Ye's house. It is Yi Chen and Xia Ruoxue. This array has a drop of blood essence from Yi Chen. Naturally, he felt the situation outside for the first time. Although I do not know why, but since this group of people rushed to the Yi family, it must not be a good thing. After a while, Yi Chen stood in front of all the people with a cold look. His eyes were fixed on Wu Fucheng. "You should have insulted my mother just now." His voice was cold to the bone marrow. Wu Fucheng shivered, stepped back a few steps, and saw hundreds of people behind him. "Yi Chen, did you kill the man of Kunlun Su?" Yi Chen suddenly, smile, "Kill again how?" Wu Fucheng's expression was ferocious. "Yi Chen, you still don't know how to live or die. Still in the mood to laugh. Kunlun Su has come to visit us. If you refuse, you can't help it. I know you are very strong, but can you kill so many people?" Wu Fucheng seems to be winning. Yi Chen knows that Kunlun Su will come. Is he from Luojian's sect? Or Blood League? How fast are these people? He took a step forward and left the Yi family's array directly. The strong men in the Chinese martial arts circle stepped back one after another. "I don't care what happened. You insulted my mother just now. Did you do it yourself, or did I?" Yi Chen's voice is extremely cold. Wu Fucheng was stunned and said to all the humanity behind him, "Surely this son will not go to Kunlun Mountain with us. Let's take it together. If you don't believe the strength of the people, you can't take this boy." Language down, Wu Fucheng and 7 strong instant rush to Yi Chen. The speed is extremely fast. Everyone's whole body momentum erupts, such as the downhill tiger, the whole body erupts the extreme light. The wind was howling, and there were a lot of voices around, and countless eyes were gathered. The grim smile on Wu Fucheng's face is spreading. Between the use of his skill, Zhou Xiaocheng's skill is like a tiger. This set of martial arts skills is quite powerful. It has obviously been cultivated by Wu Fucheng to a perfect level. For a moment, the wind of fists exploded and kept going. In the thunder-like fist style, there are gusts of wind. The shadow of the fist is all over the sky, and the momentum is like a rainbow. Looking at the scene in front of him, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth shows a helpless smile. "I don't know what to do." Under the feet of the dragon phantom body decided to step out, Yi Chen body shape flashing. Every step seems to step on the node, every step out, Yi Chen's body is like a ghost flickering strangely. At the same time, Yi Chen came to a locust tree in front of Ye's house. 5 fingers out, the hand appeared a few leaves. Boom! There's a killing shot. Pooh! The speed is too fast, fast to Wu Fucheng did not return to God, a burst of piercing sound has burst. Time frame. At this moment, the world is silent. Wu Fuqing's body suddenly trembled. He looked down in disbelief and looked at the leaf that didn't enter his chest. What's going on? What happened? Why is this so? Obviously, they have the absolute advantage. However, now how their own life in the crazy passage. The strength of his whole body gradually dissipated, and his heart seemed to stop. Wu Fuqing was powerless to hang down his hands, and his fright could not be concealed. He died on an ordinary leaf. How could the situation suddenly turn around? He's not willing. I wanted to screw off your head, but I don't want the Yi family to be stained with blood. I really don't want it. Yi Chen Lightway. The voice dropped, the wrist trembled, and several leaves shot out again. A ferocious wound appeared on the chest of those who started it. There was no bleeding, but all fell to the ground. Pick the leaves and kill the master. The key is to kill 7 top strongmen of Chinese martial arts in a few seconds. This Yi Chen's strength unexpectedly frightens to this degree. Chapter 530. This scene completely shakes everyone. All the experts in the martial arts world all know that Yi Chen is very strong, otherwise Lin Juelong would not have been defeated in Wudao stage. The Lin family will not die. I thought all the people in the martial arts world forced the palace. Yi Chen must have no choice. But I didn't expect that the boy killed people by picking leaves directly. This means, I'm afraid that the Guardian of China may not be able to do it. In particular, the most ferocious people mentioned just now seem to be in place. Everyone's looks are extremely ugly, as if eating a fly in general. Failed? Lost in this humiliating way? Who wants to step forward? There are too many leaves in this tree. It's just a little pruned. Yi Chen has a few more leaves in his hand. The color of green at this moment seems to be blood like red. It's like a dart on TV. At this time, a middle-aged man stood up and said, Yi Chen, do you really want to kill the whole Chinese martial arts circle? First, Kunlun Su's strong man, and now he has killed several sect leaders. Will you destroy the foundation established for thousands of years in China's martial arts circle? Do you want to do whatever you want with your own strength? The middle-aged man said almost everyone's voice. Yi Chen was playing with the leaf in his hand and said faintly, I'm really sorry. I have strength. I can do whatever I want. You are too noisy. My cultivation has been destroyed by you. If you don't leave, everyone will leave their lives. Threat. A naked threat. But Yi Chen does have this qualification. Ha ha ha. Just then, however, a burst of laughter came from the crowd. Visible to the naked eye, a figure appeared in their sight. The laughter, the appearance of the figure, so that many people's pupils shrank. Elder Dugu. Looking at the twinkling of an eye is already appeared in the scene of that figure, everyone quickly salute. The famous Elder Dugu has always been hidden in the world. It is also one of the few people who have been to Kunlun in China. No one thought that at this time, the extremely noble Dugu Elder Association would appear here. Did he come to kill Yi Chen? Elder Dugu came to Yi Chen and glanced at Yi Chen with interest. He said, I have heard that there is an arrogant generation in the martial arts and Taoism circles of China. His strength is determined. I thought it was just a 3-person tiger, but now it seems that it is true. Yi Chen, do you really think your strength can control everything? Although you are standing at the top of the Chinese martial arts world, you know that the peak is at the bottom of Kunlun Void. You are still young and need to be tempered. Arrogance is not good for you. I've asked people to tell number 1 and the Guardian of China that your behavior has broken the rules. No matter what, you have to pay for your behavior today. Yi Chen's eyes were cold and stern, glanced at each other, and coldly hummed, What are you? I need you to teach here. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression seemed to change. Yi Chen didn't even pay attention to Elder Dugu. I'm afraid it's crazy. Elder Dugu is even more across the realm of Chinese martial arts and Kunlun Void. The strength is determined. If it wasn't for Huaxia who asked him back in a letter when he was most needed, his position in Kunlun Su was absolutely brilliant now. Even number 1 and Bai Lixiong want to give the old man some face. Pan Guohua stood out from the crowd. Yi Chen, tomorrow is your Yi family banquet. Who do you think will attend according to the current situation? Now, you are a sinner in the martial arts circle of China. If you don't take the initiative to admit your mistakes to those weak Kunlun strongmen and then kneel down to apologize, you will face the whole Chinese martial arts world. Do you really want to be the public enemy of Chinese martial arts? Do you want to be a sinner of Chinese martial arts before you die? Such words directly incite the people behind. All the people speak together, and the true spirit condenses. Sinners of all ages. Yi Chen at this moment is the target of thousands of people. Seeing this, Jiang Perong wanted to leave the boundary of the array and speak for Yi Chen, but found that the boundary was blocked. Obviously, Yi Chen needs to solve it alone. Hearing this, Yi Chen noticed Pan Guohua. Eyes have a trace of anger. That day, let him take off the military rank and the chief drill master of Dragon Soul in front of all the people. That's the man. But now, this man is to stand up and criticize himself without reservation. Did he really want to disappear in China before he gave up? Sinners of all ages? What a big hat. Yi Chen will naturally admit what he has done. He dares to face the weak Kunlun people. But this group of people so behavior, but let him very uncomfortable. Yi Chen's eyes panling, word by word, you should not make clear one thing, tomorrow's party, I don't need anyone to come to my Ye's house, as long as I can look up to my Yi Chen, I Yi Chen naturally welcome. Since everyone is here, I just want to say one thing. The Huaxia Yi family doesn't need to establish an alliance with any family. We don't need everyone's support. Is the friend I guard? It's the enemy. I'll kill it. This is the principle of the Yi family. Pan Guohua took a look at Elder Dugu and sneered at Yi Chen, return your friend? Now, who dares to be your Yi Chen's ally in the whole Chinese martial arts circle? Whether you can see the sun tomorrow is a mystery. Pan Guohua's words, almost everyone's voice. In their view, the Yi family is certainly powerful, but with Yi Chen's character, only one person can keep silent. At this time, the three figures rushed quickly. It's Huaxia Jiangjia. Mr. Jiang. Jiang asks the sky. And Jiang Jianfeng. Mr. Jiang came to Pan Guohua. He gave a cold glance and said, my Jiang family is an ally of the Chinese Yi family. How? Who dares to move Ye's house today? It's unforgivable to kill them. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Most of them know the character of Mr. Jiang. Stubborn, crazy, extremely disdainful of Jiang Perong's family. But what's the situation now? Jiang Perong in the array clenched her fists when she saw this scene. Father for the Yi family, even regardless of the injury, directly came. Big brother, the second brother is the same. Jiang family is willing to fight against the whole Chinese martial arts world with Yi family. Pan Guohua's expression is some wrong. Jiang standing in line is no doubt severely hit his face. He stares at Mr. Jiang, word by word, Mr. Jiang, do you really want to drag the Jiang family into the water? I tell you, Yi Chen offended dozens of Kunlun virtual strongmen this time. If they don't get Yi Chen in 2 days, they must kill. When the time comes, your Jiang family will die. You are burying everything of the Jiang family. Chapter 531. Master Jiang did not know when, a sword appeared in his hand, his cold voice resounded like rolling thunder. First, Perong is my daughter and Yi Chen is my grandson. As an elder, I am bound to protect my life. I've been confused for 20 years, and I don't want to continue to be confused. If you want to take Yi Chen away, first ask me whether I agree with the sword in my hand. Second, Kunlun Su people want you to take Yi Chen. My Chinese martial arts and Taoism circles are all of iron and steel clank generation. Why are we so afraid of Kunlun Su people? A word is enough to make the whole Chinese martial arts circle a tool of Kunlun virtual killing. Can't we fight against Kunlun Su people together? Elder Duga shook his head and said, although Kunlun Su is in China, there is a big gap between the spirit and resources there. How can we resist? Chinese martial arts world can only obey. If they want Yi Chen, we can only hand over Yi Chen. What's more, Yi Chen has broken too many rules along the way. If he doesn't die, it's a nightmare of Chinese martial arts and Taoism. If you stop Jiang family, you will be destroyed. If you want to resist the attack of hundreds of our strong men. Elder Dugu said, brush. All of them have weapons in their hands. Cold killing spread. At this time, the 9 figures seemed to come from the sky. Standing in front of those powerful Chinese martial arts and Taoism. Seeing a few people in front of them, those Chinese martial arts people seemed to have taken some reassurance. Guardian of China. The Guardian is finally willing to come out. They can't see it anymore. Pan Guohua went to Bao Peimin, who was the leader. He bowed his hand and said seriously, "It's very kind of you to come, Master Bao. Yi Chen has infuriated the forces of Kunlun Su. If we don't hand over Yi Chen, the Chinese martial arts world will be destroyed. Please protect the adults, take Yi Chen, save China in the fire." The rest of those who are strong in the martial arts world also speak. The Guardian of China is almost the sky of China. They are powerful. There are so many people coming this time. Enough to crush Yi Chen. The most important thing is that Yi Chen killed a Guardian of China with secret arts. This is death feud. The Guardian of China is also a human being, and will inevitably have the heart of revenge for private and public. Elder Dugu naturally knew these Guardians of China, but he didn't know why he didn't see Sun Lao, but it was no longer important. He came to Bao Peimin's side and said, "Lao Bao, we should not have interfered in the affairs of the younger generation, but Yi Chen is really too much. We can't stay anyway. If you do, I will do the same. Today, Yi Chen is bound to be suppressed, otherwise we will be hard to be peaceful. With Yi Chen's head, we'll go to see those Kunlun Su people tonight. Maybe those adults will give us some opportunities when they are happy. This is a great opportunity." Bao Peimin took a look at Elder Dugu and all the others with a cool expression. This is the root of human nature. This group of people seems to be for the survival of the Chinese martial arts world, but actually for themselves. They just want to exchange Yi Chen's life for a chance. Ridiculous. Elder Dugu and Pan Guohua obviously didn't expect Bao Peimin's attitude. As soon as they wanted to say something, Bao Peimin took the rest of them to Yi Chen. When he came to Yi Chen, everyone bowed down and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi." What? This is like a bolt from the blue. The voice is not big, but it is enough to let the words clearly into everyone's ears. What's more surprising is that at this moment, Bao Peimin and the remaining Guardians of China are wearing a flattering smile, as if they are courting Yi Chen. Instead, the eyes of these people looking at them were cold. Boom. These 3 words, such as thunder, exploded in the field, cannot help but let many people subconsciously back a few steps. The Elder Dugu, standing behind Bao Peimin, was even more worried. What are these Chinese guardians doing? Mr. Yi? Are these people here to protect Yi Chen? As for it, Elder Dugu can clearly hear all the people behind him take a breath. Madman! He couldn't help it any longer. He stood up, pointed at Bao Peimin and said, "What do you mean, Bao Peimin? Remember your identity, you are the Guardian of China. You must stand on the side of thousands of Chinese people without hesitation." Bao Peimin snorted coldly. He came here with the Guardian of China. Is to guard Yi Chen. Yi Chen's life and death concerns the whole of China. Even those Kunlun Su strong and calculate what? The power behind Yi Chen is immortal. One hand can suppress the existence of a clan. How many powerful people are there in Kunlun? That day's picture already became these Guardian memory indelible existence. Elder Dugu, you have no right to interfere in the affairs of the Guardian of China. If you want to move Mr. Yi today, you should step on our bodies first. As soon as he said this, Elder Dugu was a little overwhelmed. If the appearance of Jiang family is just a ripple, then these Guardians of China are huge waves. Completely upset the whole bureau. Although I don't know why you want to protect Yi Chen, since you are such an attitude, I can't stand it. As he spoke, Elder Dugu did not hesitate any longer, and his powerful momentum spread over Bao Peimin. Now that this is the case, there is no need to be polite. Now that they are here, we all know what they want to do. With this momentum shrouded, and then came a few terrible breath. Wind swept, leaves flying, between heaven and earth, full of the spirit of killing. Pa 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 pa. In the middle of the gale, Bao Peimin's robes danced and his white hair fluttered, but his figure did not move. Bao Peimin sneered, "Are you so anxious to tear your face? Elder Dugu, it seems that I have overestimated you. Let's go together." Bao Peimin looked at the rest of the crowd. Elder Dugu's eyes were cold. "Bao Peimin, if Sun Lao comes, I may give some face, but you are not qualified at all. When I was practicing in Kunlun, you didn't know where I was still. Ha ha ha, in this case, there is no need to say anything more. We all know the purpose of your coming today. Why do you look like a gentleman? If you want to do something, do it. Now that I'm here, can I ask you back? Why should I let you go back?" Bao Peimin's expression suddenly became gloomy. A stronger momentum broke out of him. At this moment, Bao Peimin's words suddenly burst into a breath, making the whole space-time seem to freeze down. Chapter 532. Boom! Above the sky, Xian Lei explodes, the wind and rain is coming. Boom! The thunder in the sky broke through the sky. Bao Peimin's words, "under the thunder," rushed into everyone's brain, which made everyone's face suddenly changed. What did Bao Peimin say? He doesn't want people to leave today. Don't know who, Leng for a while, ruthlessly pour a breath of cold air. Ha ha ha, what a big voice, Bao Peimin. Do you think you are really invincible? Arrogant. Well, Bao Peimin, today we have to see how you can keep all of us. Bao Peimin, you really want to be the enemy of the whole Chinese martial arts world. After that, the anger rose for a moment. Bao Peimin's words really angered everyone present. I dare not say that everyone is the top strongman in the martial arts circle of China, but the strong people here are absolutely enough to frighten everything. There are even several forces in the dark. Under such circumstances, Bao Peimin gambled on the whole guardian of China, and spoke out of wild words. What is it? Bao Peimin. Your strength is very strong. At the beginning, some of our forces gave you face. Do you think we are afraid of you? He asked with a gloomy face. Nonsense. You and those people in the dark come here just to please some people. Don't pretend to be lofty in front of me. If you want to take the chance of Kunlun Su, you should also have the life to take it. Bao Peimin ridiculed him mercilessly. How arrogant. Bao Peimin, I didn't expect that birds of a feather flock together. You are so arrogant. In this case, let me see what kind of arrogance you have. Huh, want to keep all of us here? You have to be able to do that too. After being ridiculed and ridiculed one after another, Elder Dugu could not help it. Dugu Duanyua Dao. Now that the face has been completely torn, there is no chance of turning around. If you want to kill Yichen, today is also the best opportunity. Thinking of this, where would Elder Dugu miss such an opportunity? Among the long whistles, Elder Dugu took the lead in killing Bao Peimin. Wow! With that roar, the terrible knife light tears the air. In the gale, the light blooms, and the saber chi falls like the Milky Way in the sky. Old Bao, be careful. Looking at such a scene, behind Bao Peimin, those guardians of China could not help but change their looks and said subconsciously. But Bao Peimin held the sword tightly and said seriously, you don't have to fight. Keep Ye's house. Anyone who dares to do it will be unforgivable to kill. No matter what, he will resist the knife. The terrible blade even made everyone feel as if their bodies were frozen. This knife is really overbearing. What's more, Bao Peimin didn't respond to the bullying, which made people's heart hang up subconsciously. At this moment, not far from Yichen subconsciously squinted. Half-step real Yuanjing. However, he did not expect that the strength of the Elder Dugu had reached this level. In terms of strength, Bao Peimin seems to be no match. What's more, Bao Lao's injury has not been completely cured. It's impossible to resist it. Bao Lao, I'll do it. Yi Chen's voice rang out. Bao Pei Min was stunned and ignored Elder Dugu. He looked at Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi, I can do it. I started this business and ended it with me. You just need to protect my family. I'll take good care of you. Now, back off. Yi Chen's voice is full of no doubt. Bao Pei Min hesitated for a few seconds, but he retreated quietly to the back. Yes, Mr. Yi. Everyone did not expect that the Guardian of China would listen to a young man like this. The key is this attitude. It shouldn't be. Elder Dugu saw that they were constantly pushing back, as if they looked down on him. He snorted coldly, let's bare my knife first. There was silence, only the sound of the blade could be heard, and what could be seen was like the light of a knife splitting the sky and the earth, and then the terrible momentum. But Yi Chen is to walk out, leisurely walk. I didn't even plan to fight. Many strong men standing behind Dugu Elder are smiling at this scene. The first person in Chinese martial arts. If it is the Guardian of China, it may be able to resist some points. But change to Yi Chen, maybe turn into blood fog on the spot, act recklessly and blindly. Many people wait quietly, waiting for the scene of the blood flowing. No one noticed that, at the moment, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised that touch of smile. Half-step True Yuanjing. Yeah! It's very strong. In that terrible momentum, in the eyes of that road of ridicule, Yi Chen is gently said. The voice is not light or heavy enough for Elder Dugu to hear. But you will die after all. I don't want to kill you. Why do you come here to die? Not waiting for that Elder Dugu to react, Yi Chen sighed and said to himself. Since you want to die, I will send you to die first. Then, suddenly, Yi Chen raised his voice. Brush. No one can see clearly what Yi Chen has done. I saw in the shrill sound, in the moment that the knife light fell, Yi Chen disappeared in place. This scene makes the venue suddenly quiet. I don't know how many people's pupils suddenly contract, and even more, they don't know how many people stop their heartbeat subconsciously. When people come back to their senses, they don't hear the terrible roar in their imagination, nor see the picture of blood flowing, but hear a sharp piercing sound. The picture seems to freeze. After a brief disappearance, Yi Chen appeared. Along with him, there was also Elder Dugu, who was just so powerful. Just the picture at the moment. Hiss. I don't know how many people, subconsciously took a breath of cold air. How could it be? That bursts of shouting, from the hearts of countless people, but cannot make a sound. Under the silent silence, I saw in the air, the picture is strange. Where does Elder Dugu still have the momentum of being extremely overbearing? Where does that long knife have the momentum of splitting the sky and the earth? The knife is fixed in mid-air. The old man was pale. What about Yi Chen? He had already stood in front of Elder Dugu, and one of his hands, seemingly casual, was to hold the fallen long sword. The flame above the long knife is completely converged. Relying on one hand, you will catch the knife of that bully Jew. Yes, Yi Chen did it. This scene is breathtaking. Elder Dugu's pale face is so dazzling. Speed, too slow. Chapter 533. In such a dead silence, people finally heard Yi Chen's voice. This seems to be a terrible evaluation of the elder. Break. A light hum, Yi Chen arms slightly force. Ding. In the clear sound, the cold sword was broken into countless pieces and splashed around. Go back. Yi Chen's deep voice came. Bang. Cut the knife with one hand and shoot it with one hand. The whirlwind rolled up, and the palm fell directly towards Elder Dugu's chest. Cut the knife with one hand and shoot it with one hand. The applause roared and the wind in the palm was towering. Yi Chen's cold hum, that moment of hand, such as lightning, across the sky. At this moment, the dust was completely torn apart, and the whole world seemed to be fragmented. No. Countless people are still trapped in the previous shock, they have not yet come back to God, but a burst of despairing roar has come. Bang! There was an unimpeded dull crash. Click, click. The sound of bone fracture is transmitted to everyone's ears in an instant. In front of all the people, the blood is blooming. Everyone clearly saw a figure, in this blow, like a broken kite, toward the distance exploded out. Even, some people have clearly seen that, not long ago, the elder Dugu, who was still powerful enough to make people suffocate and excited, now his chest has been bloody. Boom! Until that 100-gene body smashed down on the open space more than 10 meters away, the world was quiet. Quiet. For a moment, the field fell into a dead silence. Hiss. I don't know how much time this silence lasted, and the sound of air conditioning was finally heard. Yi Chen's strength can defeat Elder Dugu. This is rolling. Just for a moment, the cry of surprise came and went. Do not know how many people, eyes at the moment is a thick fear and fear. This is the Elder Dugu whom countless people admire. Even better than the Guardian of China. However, such a strong man standing on the top of the mountain and considered invincible was killed by seconds? This overturns the perception of too many people, which makes too many people finally unable to calm down. Looking at the cold wind, proud of the position of Yi Chen, do not know how many people, eyes revealed a deep fear. This is the first person in China. Is this the demon Yi Chen? True Yuanjing. Yi Chen, I didn't expect that you should be the real Yuanjing. The elder Dugu in the blood hole in his chest tried to hold back the blood, staring at Yi Chen and spitting out this sentence. His life is running wild. In practice, the realm of separation and separation is the realm of true Yuan. But in China, there are too few people who can step into this realm. Even he, who has spent many years, has not stepped into the real world. Who could have thought that Yi Chen had stepped into this situation? How old is he? How could it be? True Yuanjing. Yi Chen unexpectedly. With this conjecture, a group of strong people is looking at each other, look horrified. Among the practitioners, those who are strong in the real Yuan state move mountains and fill the sea, with extraordinary strength and extraordinary means. Many people look at Yi Chen's eyes changed. More than a trace of fear, more than endless fear and fear. Zhen Yuanjing, such a strong person, is already unimaginable. And have the true Yuan realm? What does this mean? Too many people know it. The Yi family has the real Yuan territory strong person to sit in the town, then has the foundation which is called the top force. There is an endless deterrent power. Now, who dares to look down on the Yi family? The atmosphere in the field changed abruptly. Faint, you can hear bursts of rapid breathing sound. Faintly, you can see that the strong men in the martial arts world who crusade against Yi Chen become ugly. Haha, it seems that you are really surprised. It seems to be aware of the change of people's looks. Looking at the change of those people's looks, Yi Chen is showing a trace of sneer. What? No more. In that case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As I said, since you are here today, you don't have to go. Stay now. Suddenly, the cold light in Yi Chen's eyes soared. Brush. A cold hum, Yi Chen Ru streamer out, kill the machine, also in an instant, reached the extreme, 5 fingers, a few strong people in the dark were directly caught by Yi Chen. Even more mercilessly on the ground. Among them, a few people who resisted were directly killed by Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen is indifferent to the extreme. In his eyes, the party of Ye's family will not be held tomorrow. Just right. Everything is better than that party. The purpose of the banquet itself is to tell the Chinese martial arts circle that his Yi family was born. And now, violence and killing are undoubtedly the most effective. Looking at a corpse appeared, those strong men in the martial arts world felt cold all over. It was as if death were watching. They even thought, why do they want to listen to a few words to attack the Yi family? Behind Ye's family, there are Zhang's and Chinese guardians. The most important thing is the evil spirit Yi Chen. Yi Chen solved the threat of several people in the dark, ferocious expression. At the same time, Dark Hall's strong Qi arrived, all people surrounded. Yi Lingtian stepped out and came to Yi Chen, master of the temple. How do these people deal with it? Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Mai looked at Pan Guohua, also looked at all present. Indifferent words slowly fall down, one does not stay. As soon as this word came out, it really scared everyone on the spot. Yi Chen is crazy. Not one. He wants to kill all the people in the martial arts world of China. Who could have thought that those Kunlun virtual strong people had not started yet, and Yi Chen was the first to destroy the whole Chinese martial arts circle? Madman. Pan Guohua's expression also changed. He stepped out one step and said to Yi Chen, don't be stubborn. The identities of these people are not low in China. If you start, have you ever thought about how to explain to China? Pan Guohua words have not finished, Yi Chen palm gently move. An invisible virtual palm blows out directly. Paw! A slap directly hit Pan Guohua in the face. Noisy. Pan Guohua only felt the invisible force in his face, his whole person on the spot flew. How dare you hit me? I dare to kill you, do you believe it? Yi Chen's cold eyes shot out directly. It's frightening. Pan Guohua completely dare not speak. In his eyes, this boy can do anything. Squeak. The sound of a Land Rover rushed in. Stop on the side of the Land Rover. When he saw this, his eyes were very serious. When Pan Guohua saw Beixiang, he seemed to see a savior. He even said, Bai Li Xiong, Yi Chen. Get out of here. Chapter 534. Bai Li Xiong roared, Pan Guohua was stunned at the spot. Then, in the sight of all people's doubts, Beixiang comes to Yi Chen in a hurry. Is the hand of the mobile phone to Yi Chen, that of? Yi Chen wanted to refuse, but still took the phone. If I guess right, you let me let go. There was a short pause on the other end of the phone, and the old voice still rang out, you guessed wrong this time. I don't want to be in charge of the affairs of Chinese martial arts circle, but there is one thing I have to take care of. Yi Chen frowned, what? You should know that there are dozens of strong people in Kunlun. Yes. Just now, another group of Kunlun virtual strong people appeared in Kunlun Mountain, and even more came to the capital city. They called for you by name. It seems that you killed some elders of their clan. These people have been stopped by me. If Kunlun virtual strong people really arrive in the capital, you can think about the consequences. No matter how the victory or defeat, it will inevitably affect the innocent people in the capital, even your Yi family, your mother and friends. What's more, you should understand the importance of the capital. There must be no accident. I have a heartless request, these Kunlun virtual strong people, no matter what conflicts you have with them, you can handle them by yourself. As a condition, from now on, Huaxia will not hesitate to protect your Yi family. Well, I've finished what I have to say. You can decide for yourself. I won't embarrass you. The old voice is full of tiredness. Yi Chen takes a look at Ye's mother and Xia Ruoxue in the courtyard. He will go to Kunlun after all. After he left, what did these people do? What about the Yi family? Although the array is powerful, it is only an array after all. Encounter some powerful spirit, things will break, then their safety will be in trouble. The protection of Chinese guardians is not bad, but there is still a gap between them and the power of the elderly. The most important thing is that he still has to face these Kunlun Su people. If we don't get rid of the roots, the next thing will be very troublesome. Two forces, if he's right. One should be Blood Alliance, and the other should be Luojian sect. Exactly, the whereabouts of my father should be known by the Blood League people. No matter what, he has to face it. Thinking clearly about everything, Yi Chen said, where are these people now? The old man on the other end of the phone was stunned and immediately said, Kunlun Mountain Scenic Area, the top of the mountain. The scenic area has been closed down, and those powerful people in Kunlun Su have given me an ultimatum. They must see you before tomorrow, otherwise they will set foot on the capital city, and the consequences will be unimaginable. No matter what your decision is, give me an accurate answer, and I can lay out the layout. Yi Chen Mao's son has unprecedented solemnity. Finally, he opened a way. I promised, don't forget your condition, Yi family henceforth, receive Chinese protection. Good. The phone hung up. Yichen returned the mobile phone to Bai Lixiong. After that, Yichen turned around and explained a few words to the people in the array and directly got on the Land Rover off-road vehicle. Bai Lixiong, take me to the airport. I'm going to Kunlun Mountain. Bai Lixiong was stunned and wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back to his mouth. Okay. Although the dialogue between Yichen and Bai Lixiong is not heavy, it falls into the ears of those people. To Kunlun Mountain. At this time, he suppressed the Chinese martial arts circle. Shouldn't we hide as far as possible? Even Kunlun? Is it hard to die? Kunlun Mountain is dozens of Kunlun virtual strong. These people are not only separated from the realm and the true Yuan realm so simple. Maybe one of them is enough to kill Yichen. What is Yichen doing? Although all the people present wanted Yichen to go to Kunlun Mountain, Yichen actually went to Kunlun Mountain in person, which made them confused. Yichen gets on the Land Rover and goes away. As for the rest of the Chinese martial arts world, Yichen doesn't care at all. The lives of these people are too worthless in his eyes. The most important thing is, there is a sentence from the old man. From then on, this group of people will never dare to move the Yi family again. Once the moving leaf family is looking for death. At the moment, Pan Guohua can still feel the burning pain on his cheek. He thinks of something and dials a phone. Arrange a plane for me to go directly to Kunlun Mountain. I know the peak of scenic spot. You just need to book a plane for me. The sooner the better. Not only Pan Guohua, but everyone took out their mobile phones and mobilized private planes through their own forces. They do it for one purpose. Look how Yichen died miserably. Since ancient times, the strong in Chinese martial arts and Taoism can only submit to the virtual strong in Kunlun. This is also why the talented people in China have to enter Kunlun empty after breaking their heads. Where is the real martial arts and strength peak? An hour later, Kunlun Mountain Airport. A small private plane slowly landed. Yichen got off the plane and took a look at the direction of Kunlun Mountain. His eyes were meaningful. Now he is only a few thousand meters away from Kunlungsu. After dealing with the affairs of Xuemeng and Luo Jianzong, it's time to go to Kunlun. I don't know what happened to the old man, Ji Xiqing, Ji Lin, and those friends. Most importantly, I don't know if my father suffered in the Blood League. Fortunately, as long as the father does not tell the secret for a day, he will be safe, and there will be no accident. Bai Lixiong also got off the plane. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, Mr. Yi, standing in the position of Huaxia, I hope you will go, but as a friend, I don't want you to go up. Kunlun's strong men are not the same as those in the martial arts and Taoism circles of China. How can you face them alone? You can go abroad. Those who are weak in Kunlun can't catch up with them. Yichen smile, you know me for so long, think retreat is my character? Although they have many people and strong strength, it does not mean that there is no one behind me. I have a sense of propriety. Yichen finished, and then went to the mountain. Bai Lixiong took a look at Yichen's faraway direction and sighed, this war, Mr. Yi is afraid to be more or less ominous. Although I want to help, I have more heart than strength. It would be nice if my wife was with me. Maybe with her ability, she should be able to stop these people. No matter what, when the Chinese affairs come to an end, I will try to find a way to get into Kunlun Void. Why not? At least ask her to explain why she left without saying goodbye. At this time, Bai Lixiong saw several private planes landing at Kunlun Mountain Airport nearby. He shook his head helplessly. This group of people really hope Yichen has an accident? When Yichen dies, who will guard China? A bunch of people who are blinded by interests. Chapter 535. Kunlun Mountain, the top of the mountain. The clouds were enveloped. The top of the mountain is covered with snow and the temperature is extremely low. The central mountains are snow-capped mountains, stretching for thousands of miles. If Jiangdaoshan is the holy mountain of Xiangjiang, Kunlun Mountain is the mountain of thousands of ancestors in China. This is also one of the reasons why Kunlun Su is a mysterious place. The trend of aura here is extremely strange, as if the aura of the whole China is going in one direction. The direction of the flow of aura is the deepest in the north of Kunlun Mountain, Kunlun Su. Yi Chen's destination this time, of course, is not Kunlun Su. Under his feet, Canglong phantom body will surge and quickly plunder toward the top of the mountain. At the same time, he could feel the shadow coming from behind. It was Pan Guohua and some of the strong men in the Chinese martial arts circle. Not only that, but also Bai Lixiong finally followed. There was also an iron and blood camp with dozens of people behind him. It seems that Bai Lixiong is also worried about me. Yi Chen helplessly shakes his head, consciousness drills into the reincarnation graveyard. Chen Tianli's figure of Wando Jianzhen is very weak. Disciple, I have taught you some sword skills that I can teach you. Some sword skills are too advanced for you to absorb now. Right now, I don't have much energy. The jade pendant I gave you should always be carried with me. If you have any problems, go to a sect called Wanjianzong. They will understand what the jade pendant means when they see it. What's more, my energy can probably support a move. I can only break out one move when facing the strong one of Kunlun Su in the future. After a move, if you can't fight, remember to run away. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Yi Chen heard the instruction in his ear and nodded. Master, I always have a problem. After you dissipate, how should I see you? Is it hard for me to bear the pain of leaving 100 masters? Chen Tianli smiles, and the sword box behind him shakes slightly. Disciple, when you are strong enough, you will naturally understand the meaning of the reincarnation cemetery. To some extent, we are trapped in 100 people, and you are the key to solve this dilemma. As the owner of the Samsara cemetery, you are the only one who has turned over. As long as you remember to practice well, when it comes to the right time, we will naturally see it, but we don't know what the form is. Yi Chen nodded and felt the remaining tombstone of the reincarnation cemetery. This time, the 3 tombstones have already started to move. The energy on the Zhenhuan Broken Yang stone is constantly gathering in the 3 tombstones. It is estimated that the 3 tombstones will be activated when the energy on the Broken Yang stone of Zhenhuan is absorbed. I just don't know what kind of existence these 3 powers are. What's more, why should every great power emphasize that he or she is their turnover? What happened to this group of people before the Samsara cemetery? Yi Chen has no time to think about it, because there are still about 100 meters away from the top of the mountain. He had already felt the top of the mountain, dozens of terrible sensations coming to him. It's a cold kill. This is a killing opportunity he has never felt in China. The blood dragon in his body seems to be rushing out of his body. The soul sword is shaking in the Samsara cemetery, as if waiting for killing. At this moment, on the top of Kunlun Mountain, dozens of people gathered. They were the strong men sent by Xuemeng and Luo Jianzong. Luo Jianzong was led by an elder named Su Mingguo. Luo Jianzong sent 6 people in total. The Blood Alliance was led by an elder named Li Xianjun. Although more than 20 people were sent out this time, they were not the elite of the Blood League. Ren Qian's accident is very serious for the Blood League, but the Blood League will not send the strongest kind of people to China to solve the problem. In their view, China's aura is thin. Even if there is a strong one, it cannot be stronger. In addition to Li Xianjun, 10 of them were above the realm of Zhenyuan. Su Mingguo of Luo Jianzong naturally noticed the existence of Blood Alliance. However, the false reputation of Xuemeng in Kunlun was not good, and he didn't pay much attention to it. As long as the group doesn't come for them, that's okay. A middle-aged man beside Li Xianjun took a look at Su Mingguo and said to Li Xianjun, "Elderly, if Yi Chen appears later, shall we take the first step?" Li Xianjun sneered, "What's the hurry? What's the reason for us to do it? Luo Jianzong doesn't know Ren Qian's real identity. If Luo Jianzong knows Ren Qian's identity, we can only kill people. Now, what we have to do is sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Don't mention it. I really want to see what Wei Yi Chen is. A Chinese person is qualified to kill the strong one of Kunlun Su. This kind of person can be helped by high-ranking people. If there is any, there is a secret method. By the way, isn't this son's father in our blood alliance? Although the investigation has not made any progress, but if Yi Chen goes against the sky, Does not it prove in disguise that this son's father has a great secret? I heard that Elder Zheng suspected that there was some connection between the Yi family and the Yi family in ancient times. Of course, all this is just a wrong guess and has not been confirmed yet. Hearing the words of Yi family in ancient times, those strong men of Blood League all took a breath of cool air. This is a legendary existence. If so, there must be a big chance behind Ye's family. At the time when the Blood League was shocked, a young man in casual clothes appeared in everyone's sight. It's Yi Chen. Yi Chen's appearance, innumerable Wei eyes instantaneous lock. Angry. Kill. Surprise. No one thought that Yi Chen would come alone. Is it hard for this boy to be sure that he has a way to live? Li Xianjun frowned. Although he was puzzled, he didn't say anything. He took a look at the direction of Luo Jianzong. Su Mingwu and other Luo Jianzong disciples all stood up and went towards Yi Chen. Soon, Su Mingwu blocked Yi Chen's body, looked cold, and said, "Are you Yi Chen? I only ask you one question. Did you kill Ren Qian and other elders?" Su Mingwu's voice is cold, between the words is to release the pressure. At least in Yi Chen's opinion, Su Mingwu's accomplishments are at least above the third level of Jinyuan realm. It could even be stronger. Yi Chen also glanced at Li Xianjun, who did not have any movement in the distance. The tattoo of the blood-red door on his neck was extremely clear. He knew very well that these people were members of the Blood League. The Blood League sent so many strong men this time, it seems that they really intend to take him. This time, he had to deal with not only Luo Jianzong, but also Blood Alliance. Blood Alliance is the most dangerous place. Boy, don't you understand me? Su Mingwu of Luo Jianzong doesn't respond to Yi Chen at all. His expression is ferocious and loud. Chapter 536. Yi Chen calmed down and said, "One thing, you should not know. Ren Qian has another identity, that is, the Elder of Blood League. I killed him. To some extent, I helped you to fall Sword Sect. Thank you so much." When a disciple of Luo Jianzong heard Yi Chen slander Elder Ren, his face was full of anger. "How dare you insult us as the Elder? Elder Ren's life is open and above board. How can he be related to the influence of the Blood League who practices heresy? What nonsense!" Yulua, the disciple of Luo Jianzong, drew out the cold sword and plundered it to Yi Chen directly. The cold light flickers, as if sweeping the gale, takes the Leaf Chen vital point directly. Su Mingwu didn't rush to do it. He was very curious about how a Chinese cultivator killed Ren Qian. Seeing the sword will fall, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, and his lips moved, Yunsha palm. A light hum, see Yi Chen double palm superposition, suddenly burst out. Pa 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 pa. Bursts of applause, such as thunder burst, set off a huge wave. No. Locked by Yi Chen, the eye of the Luo Jianzong disciple shrinks and his face is shocked. Yi Chen, don't think about it. Frightened face, unwilling roar. Seeing the palm shadow sweeping across the sky, the long sword of Luo Jianzong's disciple resisted and left. Boom. Long sword breath, red light burst out. The first level of Zenyuanjing. The strength of Luo Jianzong's disciples cannot be underestimated. At least in the realm and Yi Chen equal. Under the sword, if the fire erupts, burns the world. That red light lit up the whole Kunlun mountain. The mantis arm is the chariot. Facing the resistance of Luo Jianzong's disciples, Yi Chen is full of disdain. If in a few days ago, Yi Chen will be defeated, but in today's Yi Chen's view, obviously not enough. Bang! Between the electric light and flint, Yi Chen's strength and the strong sword intention of Luo Jianzong's disciples are in a fierce confrontation. The deep roar exploded, and the terrible wind swept all directions in an instant. Hua hua hua. The strong fight, earth shaking, win or lose only in a flash. Between the confrontation, the terrible momentum that broke out swept out towards all sides, as if the waves were pounding on the shore. Ah ah. Under this terrible storm, with Yi Chen and the disciples of Luo Jianzong as the center, Some powerful Chinese martial arts experts who had just arrived at the top of the mountain to watch Yi Chen's tragic death were immediately shaken out by the screams. How can ordinary people resist the confrontation between the two strong men, even if it is a wave of air that overflows everywhere? For a moment, the scene was chaotic and people were tumbling. Shape without soul. Break it for me. Yi Chen didn't even take a look at the people who were shaken out. He burst out with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Click. Yi Chen's voice dropped, only to hear a burst of crisp voice. That Luo Jianzong disciple's face distorted instantly. Ah! When the scream came, the arms of the disciples of Luo Jianzong were horribly twisted. Blood mist, flesh and blood. In that scream, the white bones of the forest were exposed between heaven and earth. And with the scream, the white bones, even turned into endless pieces, flew out. With only one move, Yi Chen abandoned the arms of Luo Jianzong's disciples. It's not his cruelty. But the disciple of Luo Jianzong killed every move at the moment when he took out the sword. He didn't need to pity. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Wow! In the middle of the sword, the one who was twisted was almost shocked by his face. The scene in front of him completely changed Su Mingwu's expression. Who could have thought that Yi Chen was not only arrogant, but also so cruel? He confirmed Yi Chen's purpose of killing the elder of Luo Jianzong. This kid is a bloodthirsty maniac. Su Mingwu could not sit still. He took a look at the remaining disciples and said in a cold voice, "Gather the sword array. Take this, son, I want to live." "Yes, Mr. Su." The remaining disciples of Luo Jianzong stepped on 3 steps in a flash. The ground vibrated between the 3 steps. The sword in everyone's hands is shaking. Whoosh! With a sound, Qi broke free and flew out. Broken Ningxia array. With the roar of one of them, the sword that flies out flickers a red streamer, just like a blood wolf, toward Yi Chen's crazy biting away. Dan Tian dare not block the sword directly, but the dragon will not move. Red streamer was torn on the spot. There are many cracks on the surface of the long sword with handle. It could collapse at any time. How could it be? No one thought that Yi Chen broke this array so fast. Even more relaxed. It's only a few seconds. Is Yi Chen still a master of array? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him in a twinkling of an eye, all the disciples of Luo Jianzong have left as a face of panic. For example, in the mire, at this moment, under the lock of Yi Chen's majestic breath, Luo Jianzong's disciples even have no way to retreat. Is this guy really from China? Didn't you grow up in Kunlun? When did China have such a strong man? Boom! Looking at Yi Chen's unreasonable and powerful sword, the disciples of Luo Jianzong are pale and frightened. Ah! Under the endless fear, these Luo Jianzong disciples roared. There is no choice but to resist. Touch! In a flash, there was another roar. There was no time for the screams. Click! There are also bursts of crisp breaking sound, and the naked eye can see that the chest of those Luo Jianzong disciples collapses in terror. Endless blood, such as the fountain gushing out, their bodies are suddenly flying upside down, mercilessly smashing into the chaotic crowd. Just arrived at the top of the mountain, Pan Guohua saw several bodies full of blood in front of him, and his expression changed completely. Kunlun Luo Jianzong's disciple has accepted the best resource cultivation since childhood. Now he can't rival a young man growing up in China. Yi Chen can't be so evil even if he is cultivating himself in the womb. Mr. Su, help us. The seriously injured Luo Jianzong disciple asked for help. They can clearly feel the blood flowing all over their bodies. Pain and suffering. Su Mingwu no longer hesitated. He grasped it with 5 fingers and rushed out of his waist. I was firmly in his hand. Stinky boy, how dare you hurt my Luo Jianzong disciple? I want to die. Don't get down on your knees. At this moment, Su Mingwu was completely angry. The momentum on the body seems to be burning. It seems that you really have the strength to kill Elder Luo Jianzong. I will avenge Ren Qian today. Brush brush. The cold light twinkles, the momentum soars to the sky. In a twinkling of an eye, Su Mingwu's momentum soared to the sky, and his sword light cut through everything. The horror of the killing machine, as if to let the world are frozen down. Chapter 537. How powerful! Feeling that swept by the breath, Yi Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He found that he still underestimated each other. Break it for me. The cold light flashed and the sword came. Yi Chen in the hands of the dragon sword, crazy collision and go. The two sword mats rolled up extremely violent waves. Bang! And then suddenly separated. At this moment, Yi Chen even felt his arm numb. The real strength of Su Mingwu is in the fourth layer of Zhenyuan realm. He underestimated it. At least that's the power of exposure. The violent shock still let Yi Chen's blood gas surge up. Stinky boy, if I were you, I would kneel down without hesitation. Dare to hurt my disciples and elders of Luo Jianzong, you are the first one. It's going to be the last one. Today I will let you understand that the firelight can never compete with the sun and the moon. Falling Yin Chop. Su Mingwu's eyes are full of madness. He doesn't dare to take it lightly. With a sword, the sound of falling song breaks out. Fall Yin Chop. This is Su Mingwu's famous sword meaning. Before he set foot on Kunlun Mountain, he had been feeling the heaven and earth, comprehending the majestic atmosphere pervading between heaven and earth, and understanding the mystery of heaven and earth. Fall Yin Behead, when the momentum is majestic, all living beings submit. Yi Chen wants to stop without this qualification. Hum. With the sound of falling song, the sword body vibrates, and layers of waves spread out like the essence. Su Mingwu's whole body's true qi erupts at this moment. Boom! Just listen to a burst of roar, the falling sword wave, as if into essence, hard to tear Yi Chen. Crazy! Li Xianjun, a distant blood alliance, leaned against a huge tree and shook his head. The gap between the two is too big. Although they are both the real Yuan realm, after the real Yuan realm, a small realm is the difference between heaven and earth. It seems that Yi Chen is dead. Well, no matter who kills, it's the same. I don't know whether to die or not. I want to see how you can carry it. Pan Guohua and the rest of the Chinese martial arts circle, a grim and sympathetic smile. In their eyes, the Kunlun virtual strong one sword, enough to break everything. It is impossible to stop. And at this moment, Yi Chen subconsciously uses the sword to block. But I didn't expect that the dragon sword was forced to fly out. And Yi Chen is also back a few steps, the corner of the mouth spilled a trace of blood. Su Mingwu enjoyed the moment very much. He stepped out and said seriously, Yi Chen, you are not my opponent. If you want to live, you should abandon your cultivation and kneel in front of me, and then go to Luo Jianzong to make amends in person with me. Or you will die in agony. Yi Chen ignored and wiped the blood stains on the corner of his mouth with his hand. At this moment, under the blood in Yi Chen's body began to boil. Boom! A burst of roar, Yi Chen is directly sacrificed the soul of the sword. It's just right. Try my master's sword skill. Soul out of the scabbard, as if stepping on the wind and waves. Push the pedal. In a few steps, Yi Chen's momentum soared to the peak. Brush. With a sword, the sky is full of arrows. It's blue and cold. Nowadays, with Yi Chen's strength and strong fighting capacity, most of the warriors in the Zhenyuan area have to give up. The swords are shot down, and finally merge into one. Yi Chen goes straight to Su Mingwu. Come on, come on. Under the extreme speed, the edge of this sword shows to the extreme. Ding! There was only a slight noise, followed by a dull penetrating sound. Cold light flashed, life withered. Under this sword, Su Mingwu widened his eyes and looked at the sword inserted into his clothes in disbelief. If he didn't dodge just now, this sword is enough to pierce his heart. Yi Chen's sword is amazing enough and shocking enough. Yi Chen, what sect are you behind and where do you get this sword technique? Say it. Or die. Su Mingwu shook his wrist, turned his sword body, and flashed cold light, shooting at Yi Chen. And Yi Chen's Senhunjian is not polite at all. His whole body exudes blood-red killing spirit. These days Chen Tianli taught him to use all his sword ideas. Night has been dyed red with blood. Serenity under the night? It has already disappeared. At this moment, this open space is like the battlefield of Shura. Death's sickle is dancing. It's the soul sword in Yi Chen's hand. Blood has gradually dyed the land red. The disgusting smell of blood permeates between heaven and earth, becoming more and more intense. The sword and sword are shining, and the opportunity to kill is soaring to the sky. In the face of Yi Chen's powerful strength, countless people can't help but suck a cold air. Gradually, fear began to spread. The existence of Yi Chen has made the situation uncontrollable. What is more unexpected is that Su Mingwu, the powerful and boundless Luo Jian clan, can't help Yi Chen. Su Mingwu is more and more frightened, his body is full of wounds. Blood has dyed the clothes red. The sword skill of Yi Chen is unheard of. Not even a flaw. How could it be? Luo Jianzong is a school of sword cultivation. Su Mingwu's understanding of sword is more profound than any other young man. But what's the matter now? He is passive everywhere on the sword skill. When he was flustered, Su Mingwu clearly saw that the sword in Yi Chen's hand seemed to turn into a dragon and devour it towards himself. What is this move? Sword wave terror, the essence of sword spirit, but now it is so domineering. At this moment, what made Su Mingwu even more frightened was that his blood seemed to solidify in the concussion sound of his sword, which made him unable to move. He could only watch the sword devour. Who the hell are you? Su Mingwu couldn't help it any longer and exclaimed. Yi Chen sneered, did not answer, the town's soul soared with cold killing, crazy and go. Kunlun Su's rules are so cruel. No matter the reason, if he didn't practice Chen Tianli's kendo, he might be injured today. He will not sympathize with anyone. Su Mingwu realized that the situation was not right. He decided not to hesitate anymore and took out a piece of sapphire directly. Force out a drop of blood essence. Blood essence collides with sapphire, and a terrible breath suddenly forms. This is the magic weapon of Luo Jianzong. Is also Su Mingwu's biggest dependence. He wanted to use it to deal with the strong man in the Wonderland, but now it seems that he has to take it out. Even if the tyranny of nature. Yi Chen is a madman. As soon as the jade comes out, the blood flows thousands of miles. Puff! Rao is at the moment. Su Mingwu did not make a move, just a momentum. He let the world change color, but also let Yi Chen's whole body qi and blood roll, cannot help but spew out a mouthful of blood. In the gale, Yi Chen's body, like a kite with a broken string, is lifted out directly. That kind of substantive killing machine, like the vast ocean, let Yi Chen sink into it, and his whole body seems stiff. Facing the power of sapphire, Yi Chen feels small. Yi Chen at this moment is like a grain of dust in the sky, like a lonely boat in the vast ocean. Yi Chen stepped on a giant tree, just barely stable body. At this time, Chen Tianli's voice resounded, "Disciple, there is a strong man's power remaining in the blue jade. Once it breaks out, it is enough to kill others. Can I help you?" Yi Chen took a look at the Blood Alliance people who had not yet started. His eyes flashed a little crazy and said, "Master, you don't need to do it yet." Chapter 538. The stronger the opponent is, the more motivated I am in killing. Between words, Yi Chen's eyebrow heart actually overflowed a ray of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning are gradually spreading. These thunder and lightning were absorbed by Yi Chen's life talisman that day. Yi Chen knows very well that although the strong man of Luo Jian's sect is difficult, he can't be afraid of the power of sapphire. The real fear is those who have not started the Blood Alliance. Chen Tianli's current strength can only support one move. This move is his biggest card at present, and it can't be used easily. What's more, his way of killing is most suitable for the present situation. Su Mingwu in the distance glanced at Yi Chen indifferently. The jade was floating around him, and his breath was misty. "Yi Chen, if you can let me sacrifice this kind of treasure, you have proved your value." At present, your only choice is to drop your weapon and come back to the Sword Clan with me. Maybe the Lord will be merciful and give you a complete body. As a person of China, it's amazing that you can achieve this cultivation. But in front of my baby, the next second, you may only turn into a blood mist. Threat. A naked threat. In Su Mingwu's opinion, if he holds Sapphire in his hand, he has this qualification. At most, Yi Chen's strength is Jinyuan border. It is impossible to cross the border to kill people. He ate Yi Chen. Pan Guohua in the distance and all the onlookers also saw this scene. I said that it is absolutely impossible for Yi Chen to fight against the virtual strong of Kunlun. There are people outside of people and people outside of heaven. Why doesn't he understand such a simple truth? It's a pity that I finally became the first person in China. It's a pity to die so young. After tomorrow, it is estimated that the Chinese Yi family will also be banned. It is estimated that some Chinese martial arts families have already spied on such a good place. In fact, I'm also interested in that piece of land. Before Yi Chen dies, I'll find a way to let the Feng family take it. An old man in white sportswear opened his mouth, his eyes were crazy and excited. As soon as the words fell, a big hand suddenly appeared behind him, and it was even harder to pat him on the shoulder. Great momentum. That sportswear old man's face changed in an instant. The strength was just terrible. He turned his head fiercely. When he saw the man who started to fight, he stammered completely, "100 Li General I. Bai Lixiong snorted coldly, "That piece of land belongs to the Yi family now, and it will be the same in the future. If you dare to make the Yi family and the land again, I promise that after tomorrow, there will be no Feng family in Huaxia." The sportswear old man nodded, yes, what you taught me is that I'm joking. Please don't take it seriously." Bai Lixiong snorted coldly, did not speak, but looked at Yi Chen with burning eyes. At this moment, Yi Chen seems to be in the biggest crisis in history. There are wolves before and tigers after. Kunlun people are not so active. He wanted to help, but he couldn't. For thousands of years, the people in the martial arts and Taoism circles of China had to obey the strong of Kunlun. And Yi Chen is the first to jump out to fight. In the eyes of the outsider, it may be unconscious, but in the eyes of Bai Lixiong, it has broken some kind of confinement of Chinese martial arts and Taoism. Even death is the most valuable death. Su Mingwu, holding Sapphire in his hand, stepped out one step. "Yi Chen, how are you thinking? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you don't open your mouth again, I'll forcibly suppress it. 3, 2. Su Mingwu's number is not finished. Yi Chen's head is raised, cold eyes with a strong chill. No more. I'll give you one last chance to leave Kunlun Mountain and return to your Kunlun Void. From then on, Luo Jianzong and I have no more enmity." Yi Chen's voice is very light, as if to say a common thing. His body bursts of dragon chant has sounded, as if to devour something madly. Su Mingwu was stunned and immediately his face turned ugly. Obviously, it was this son who fell into the situation of death, but this son said in a high-sounding voice that he would give Luo Jianzong a chance? Ridiculous. Does Luo Jianzong need an ant to give him a chance? Su Mingwu's sapphire broke out in a terrible light, and even blocked the sky and the sun. "Little beast, I don't need you to give us a chance. Since you choose a dead end today, I will help you. Don't worry, Luo Jianzong pays attention to everything. After you die, all the people related to you will disappear unconsciously." Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen's eyes are suffused with a trace of blood red, and the corner of his mouth is a cold smile. Looking for death. With a long cry, Yi Chen's body suddenly disappeared in place. Boom! The powerful air waves rolled. 9 days inside the body Shenyang Ju operation, Dan field energy such as volcanic eruption, Yi Chen instant, momentum soared to a shocking point. Black Dragon Phantom body decided to step out, Yi Chen potential like lightning. How quick? How can it be? Finally, in the face of such Yi Chen, Su Mingwu widened his eyes. How can this kid break out with such a heavy injury? This speed of improvement, it's shocking. Rao is Su Mingwu, but he can't help but take a breath of cold air. At this moment, Yi Chen's momentum, good domineering, his speed, so fast. Yi Chen, it seems that you cannot stay today, even if the speed is faster? If I'm right, you're just using some kind of trick. You think you can fight me? You and I, like the moon and the sand, cannot be mentioned. Today, I will let you know how big the gap is between you and me. After the heart is shocked, looking at Yi Chen who kills in front of him in a twinkling of an eye, Su Mingwu roars fiercely. Get the hell out of here. As soon as Yi Chen's soul sword was swept down, Su Mingwu's wrist trembled, and the jade became a green sword. Sword to the sky. A flash of blue light burst into the sky. This is the advanced sword skill of Luo Jianzong. Ding! Before Yi Chen's Xinhuan sword falls, Su Mingwu's sword edge Xingxing carries Yi Chen's swift and violent blow. Boom! The impact was deafening. A real wave of air swept out in all directions. In the heart of Yi Chen and Su Mingwu, within 10 meters, the mountains and rivers are changing color, the vegetation is flying, and the sword spirit is vertical and horizontal. Little beast, get out of here. The two swords froze for a moment, and Su Mingwu suddenly yelled. There's another burst of energy in the body. Push the pedal. Under this energy shock, Yi Chen and Su Mingwu retreat backward at the same time. Fully withdraw 6 or 7 steps, stabilize the body shape, Yi Chen pupil faint contraction. Only this move, you can see that Su Mingwu's jade is extraordinary. Chapter 539. Su Mingwu, you think you are very powerful. You want to kill me? Not enough. Between you and me, the gap is like bright moon and yellow sand. I'd like to see how wide that natural moat is. Today, I will step over that natural moat and cut you down to earth. Take a deep breath, Yi Chen looked serious. The cold light in his eyes twinkled, and he cried out, Blood dragon, come out to me. The next second, a blood dragon directly rushed out of Yi Chen's body. Dragon chanting. In an instant into the sky above, and then suddenly fall. Blood dragon virtual shadow as if overlooking mortals from a commanding position, once started, it is to destroy everything. Seeing the blood dragon coming out of Yi Chen's body, Su Mingwu and the Blood Alliance's people's expressions completely solidified. There are a lot of people who can become the virtual shadow of the supernatural beast in Kunlun. But it's the first time they've seen it. This also indirectly explains Yi Chen's natural talent against heaven. What is the origin of this boy? Su Mingwu set off a storm in his heart. He hasn't responded from the dragon blood. 10,000 flying swords. A long cry, Yi Chen wrist a shake, streamer swept out. This is a move Chen Tianli taught him. There is no need to hide it. In the face of a strong enemy, Yi Chen should be quick to fight and make a quick decision. At this moment, he will be full of combat power. Phew! The streamer shoots out, and the sword spirit soars to the sky. Among the sharp sounds of breaking the sky, there was a roar from hell. The cold light, as if from hell, represents the scythe of death. The blood dragon roared and got into the sword directly. Dragon, sword, at this moment, one. Towering momentum seems to condense everything. What a powerful sword skill. 10,000 flying swords, the sword takes 100 steps. Within 100 steps, all things submit. Yi Chen's 10,000 flying swords, though only a small success, but its power is absolutely amazing. What's more, under the support of the blood dragon's virtual shadow, the momentum of this sword burst out, which makes people feel cold. Rao is the elder of Luo Jianzong. Su Mingwu can't help but shrink his pupils. No way. Feeling the cold killing opportunity, Su Mingwu roared loudly. Compare sword technique. There are many schools in Kunlun that can compete with Luo Jian's sect. But it can't come from China. It can even be said that all the Chinese swords come from Luo Jianzong. Break the sky. At the moment when Wan Dao's flying sword reaches his body, Su Mingwu's green sword, which is made of sapphire on his wrist, shakes and shoots out the sword spirit. A flying sword can cut off the air waves in front of you, and fight against Yi Chen with the sky as the potential. Boom! The two swords collide with each other and burst out with dazzling brilliance. A strong momentum, such as a volcanic eruption, soared into the sky. Although Wandao flying sword is powerful, it is still resisted. Not good. However, Su's face suddenly changed. At the same time, Yi Chen has been killed, carrying the potential of thunder. At this moment, this life rune's Tiandao thunder robbery is released crazily. And Yi Chen is no longer full of red light. It's the crazy lightning. Lightning around the whole body, now Yi Chen seems to be the real king of Thunder Road. Control everything. That violent blow, such as Xian Thunder, makes people shudder. Damn it! How can this boy have such a powerful skill? Su Mingwu's eyes turned red. He did not expect that Yi Chen's attack was so fierce. Boom! Under barely resisting, Su Mingwu uttered a muffled hum and sprayed a bloodstain in his mouth, and the whole person flew backward. Yi Chen with the potential of thunder, severely hit, speed than before fierce more than a little bit. Tyranny is boundless. Su Mingwu's power to resist the shock of thunder and blood. Luo Jianzong's sword technique? But so it is. Yi Chen sneered. Come again. The Zhenhuan sword in Yi Chen's hand has been changed by him. Thunder and lightning rolling, evil spirit surging, ice covered, wind dancing. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are all within this set of swordsmanship. Apart from practicing in the Samsara cemetery, he never took out 10,000 swords to respect Qin Tianli's sword skills. And now, Su Mingwu is his best companion. Born in killing and withering in death. In the face of such an offensive, Su Mingwu, who fell into the downwind, was forced to retreat by Yi Chen. For a moment, there was no chance to breathe. If it wasn't for Luo Jianzong's sword technique, how could Su Mingwu hold on to this moment? Boom! Finally, with a burst of roar, Yi Chen's Zhenhuan sword chopped off Su Mingwu's sword. The sword turned into a piece of sapphire again. But there is a crack in the jade. If you want to destroy the Yi family, I'm afraid you will never have a chance again. Yi Chen's cold words resound through. As the elder of Luo Jian clan, the long sword in his hand has been cut off. What's the threat? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth leaks out a trace of scorn. Looking at Su Mingwu, who was shocked to fly out and spurt blood, his eyes flashed with cold light, and a talisman with violent thunder and lightning was sacrificed directly. Kill the move, heaven and earth change. Animals come, mountains and rivers move. The aura is full of terror. At this moment, all kinds of animals are collapsing and mountains are coming. No. When he smashed it to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs seemed to be broken. Looking at the talisman from suppression, Su Mingwu's eyes flashed a trace of panic. Despair, fear this moment permeated Su Mingwu's heart. This is Yi Chen's strength? Is he really just a real Yuanjing? Why is the combat power so powerful? Even if you are at the top, can you really fight with Yi Chen? At least, you can't crush Yi Chen. Only when he really fights with Yi Chen can Su Mingwu feel his strength. Such as the tide of cold killing intention, the ever-changing sword technique, the swift and violent flying sword, as well as the thunder-like talisman. Su Mingwu finally knew what kind of enemy he had offended. He finally knew how ignorant and naive he was to kill Yi Chen and ask for credit. No, Yi Chen, you can't kill me. Boom! With a roar, his hands clenched the sapphire, and forced to bear the sweeping of beasts and the suppression of aura. Su Mingwu's canthus was about to crack. It's like he's going to blow his eyes. The threat of death? How many years has Su Mingwu never felt this? He's scared. He doesn't want to die. I am a member of Luo Jianzong. I am an elder of Luo Jianzong's war hall. If you kill me, I will not let you go. The Lord will certainly tear you to pieces. If you kill the rest of the people, I can plead for you. There is still room for maneuver. But if you kill me, things are really out of control. The spirit rune above the top and down carries the power of beasts, like the vast sky. How can Su Mingwu's broken sapphire be easily blocked? The body is shaking, the flesh and blood are collapsing. The blood in the mouth overflows unceasingly. Su Mingwu's waist was bent, his leg was pressed kneeling. At this time, Su Mingwu, such as mole ants, struggled for survival. He's scared. He hoped Yi Chen would let him go. Chapter 540. Lord of Luojian's sect. What if he came? I said, you are the beginning. Luo Jianzong wants revenge? Just come here. Yi Chen has a sneer in his mouth. From the beginning to the end of the battle, there are not many moves to fight. Yi Chen formed rolling. Qin Tianli gave him the sword skill, too strong. Even let the other party have no breathing opportunity. And then they will completely suppress each other with a magic charm. Feel the powerful heart of Wanzhong. This is the fighting power of oneself now. Although this kind of strength still has many in the Kunlun void. At least after today, he will step into Kunlun again, and he will not be as embarrassed as he was 5 years ago. In those 5 years, no one knew how frustrated he was in Kunlun. Revenge. He suffered a lot. The rejection and disdain of all the patriarchs were vividly visible in his mind. People with common roots are not worthy of cultivation. He wants everyone to see how the mortals counterattack. As for Luo Jianzong, Yi Chen is fearless. If he let Su Mingwu go, would Luo Jianzong let him go? No. Since both sides have been unable to resolve the enmity, why lower the head of pride? Luo Jianzong will come as soon as he wants. Yi Chen is waiting. Kill me. Think of this side, Yi Chen eyes more and more prosperous. Boom. Under Yi Chen's full urging, the aura makes a crazy roar. That touch of blue light, straight to the sky, carrying the power of heaven and earth, rolling down. Pooh-hee. In a scream, Su Mingwu's arms were shocked. Ah, ah. Blood and flesh flying, forest of white bone, inch fracture, Su Mingwu's scream, tearing heart and lung. Boom. It's not over. Along Su Mingwu's burst arms, the talisman is irresistible. Ah, no, let me go, Yi Chen, please forgive me. In Su Mingwu's screams and howls, his body burst, his legs burst. Finally, with his body completely turned into blood mist, the green light of the aura covered the whole Kunlun mountain. The screams stopped abruptly. Whoosh, whoosh. On the top of Kunlun mountain, the only thing left is the roaring wind and the blood mist that permeates between heaven and earth. Take it. Until now, Yi Chen shook his wrist and took back the talisman. Looking at Su Mingwu, who was turned into a piece of meat and mud, a sneer of disdain flashed across the corner of his mouth. Su Mingwu is dead. Next, it's you. Exhale a breath, calming the turbulent qi and blood in the body. Yi Chen's eyes shoot toward the direction of Blood Alliance. Su Mingwu is just the beginning. Today is the beginning of his road of killing Kunlun. Since Luo Jianzong and Xuemeng want to play, he will accompany him to the end. Holding the Samsara cemetery in hand, what is Yi Chen afraid of? Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Only at the last minute. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes seemed to freeze. The whole top of Kunlun mountain fell into a dead silence. Pan Guohua's schadenfreude changed completely. Who could have thought that Yi Chen could still survive in the face of Kunlun's virtual strong? Not only survived, but even crushed each other. How could it be? Even if Yi Chen is against the weather, it can't be like this. At this moment, Pan Guohua put aside the heart of contempt, he even some regret. Why should I offend Yi Chen? If Yi Chen really survived today, who can resist this boy? He even had the intention of apologizing in his heart. On that day in the Great Hall, he forced Yi Chen to take away his military rank and the commander-in-chief of Dragon Spirit. If Yi Chen wants to kill him today, he has no qualification to stop him. Bai Lixiong and all the people were still, just like a sculpture. They held their breath completely. Even some people even rubbed their eyes, and their astonishment was hard to hide. Just as the onlookers were distracted, a clear applause resounded. Not far away, Li Xianjun of the Blood League clapped his hands. Pa 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 pa. The sound was extremely clear. Yi Chen, you are really unpredictable. You can kill people by leaps and bounds, and even gather the Blood Dragon's virtual shadow. I have to say that you are one of the few talents I have ever seen. Even in Kunlun, you have no reputation. Li Xianjun has come to Yi Chen not far away. Applause stopped. Yi Chen, would you like to join my Blood League? Although the reputation of our Blood League in Kunlun is not so good, what is Luo Jianzong? Your strength, join us, I promise you, give you the best training resources. Even the Blood Alliance will spare no effort to cultivate you. As long as you nod your head, you can become the Elder of the Blood League within 3 years. Under one person, above 10,000 people. You can control the power of countless Blood Alliance, pills, beauties, opportunities, you all have. As soon as this word comes out, those who are strong in Blood Alliance and those who are watching take a breath of cool air one after another. This is the olive branch of Kunlun Shushue League. Envy others. Li Xianjun also promised Yi Chen to become an elder in 3 years. How many people can't get this honor? How can Yi Chen get these things without any reason? Innumerable double envious eyes shoot toward Yi Chen together. In their opinion, it is almost impossible to refuse. I hate killing. I advocate solving things peacefully, Yi Chen. This is the best result for us. I can feel that the true qi in your body has been used a lot, even with some injuries. What do you mean by more than 20 swords? It's very clear to us what the sword represents. Li Xianjun seems to think it is not enough. He has a colorful jade in his hand. He throws it gently and goes towards Yi Chen. This jade is a 7-spirit sword heart jade, which is also an invaluable treasure in Kunlun Su. It should be a meeting gift of my Blood Alliance. Yi Chen holds 7-spirit sword heart jade in hand. Mao's son has a trace of deep excitement. This 7-spirit sword heart jade ability is very useful for the Samsara cemetery. Seeing Yi Chen's greedy eyes, Li Xianjun seems to have settled everything. It's much cheaper to buy a man than to kill him. What's more, although the 7-spirit sword heart jade is precious, it can't compare with Yi Chen's rebellious sword skill and secret. When Yi Chen becomes a member of the Blood Alliance, he naturally has a way to get these secrets. At the time when all people are sure that this matter will end peacefully, Yi Chen smiles. The power of his 5 fingers exploded, and the 7-spirit sword heart jade instantly turned into a colorful powder. Innumerable aura and ability overflow, the whole Kunlun mountain, the storm surged. Li Xianjun looks ugly. He just wanted to speak. Yi Chen has already opened his mouth. Blood Alliance, this kind of rubbish force, I can't look up to. As for the Elder of Blood League, what's the matter? In my eyes, garbage also defiles this word. As soon as he said this, Li Xianjun and those powerful members of the Blood League looked ferocious. Chapter 541. If you dare to insult Xuemeng, you will die. And his identity as Li Xianjun happens to be an elder. Although the Blood Alliance elder has many levels, but Yi Chen obviously is all scolded. Li Xianjun shook his head and said, I gave you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, I'm sorry. It happens that your father is also in the Blood League. It's time for your father and son to reunite. Do it. Take this one. Language down, a blood color soared to the sky. Blood Alliance more than a dozen figures toward Yi Chen. Very fast. In just 1 second, Yi Chen was surrounded. These people with cold killing intention, the head is condensed out of a bloody door virtual shadow. Far more than Luo Jianzong's disciples. The key is everyone's array trend. Yi Chen, I will give you another chance. Would you like to join the Blood League and work for the Blood League? Li Xuanjuan's cold voice dropped slowly. Yi Chen glanced at a dozen people surrounded by him and snorted coldly, Kunlun Su, any martial arts school, is not qualified. Arrogant. Elderly, talk nonsense with this boy. He doesn't look up to the Blood Gate, which can only show that he has high vision and low skill. He doesn't know the real strong man at all. One of them roared, and the sword was shining with cold blood. and went directly to Yi Chen. The rest of the people see this, naturally also start. They don't have any strength, Yi Chen's powerful, but they have felt it. Boom! The air waves burst out in an instant, as if to overturn the whole top of Chaoxing Mountain. In the air, there is a cold breath, deep into the bone marrow. Looking at more than 10 figures from more than 10 directions straight to their own, Yi Chen pupils suddenly contraction. Such a dozen people, any one of them, if placed in China, are top-notch. Even in Kunlun, we can't despise it. Ordinary practitioners, facing the joint efforts of more than 10 people at the moment, are afraid that they are at a loss and their hearts are full of despair. But Yi Chen is different. In the sky of the killing machine, Yi Chen mouth corner is showing a trace of sneer. He had long been at odds with the Blood League. Now he wanted to find out the whereabouts of his father, only by killing these people. A living mouth is enough. In that dozens of figures to kill the moment in front of the body, Yi Chen eyes light burst. Now that the killing has begun, why do you mind killing more? If you want to fight, fight happily. The blood dragon and the talisman are sacrificed together. More crazy in the field of elixir. Yi Chen's eyes twinkle with murder. Killing talisman. Hands superimposed, hands quickly pinch out a rune, Yi Chen's momentum rising. Boom! The wave of terror soared. Just in a very short period of time, the air waves around Yi Chen are raging and the whirlwind is sweeping. His whole body's true qi, if the torrent erupts, the whole body kills the gas, crazy gushes out. Heaven and earth, gather spirit. 1 killing talisman, 2 killing talismans. In a twinkling of an eye, Yi Chen held out 5 killing talismans in his hand. Chop! In a dozen cold light to attack, straight to Yi Chen's vital moment, Yi Chen suddenly drank. Hum! The seal in the hand is condensed, and the fierce thunder and lightning in the aura are displayed instantly. At the same time, Yi Chen inserts the soul sword into the ground, forcing out a drop of blood essence. Blood essence and soul sword collide with each other instantly. Wow! In the middle of the gale, a boundary-like substance was born out of thin air. Puff, puff. At the same time as the boundary rises, more than a dozen dull crashing sounds come in succession. It's amazing that there are more than a dozen Blood Alliance strongmen who are attacking. Their weapons have entered into the killing talisman. The whole border trembled violently. After the crazy vibration, the wave light flows over the border and gradually calms down. The swords of those strong Blood Alliance are all cut off madly. Into pieces. How could? The Blood Alliance strong man's face full of ducts showed a look of horror. No way. Li Xianjun also widened his eyes. How could this happen? The scene in front of them made them feel suffocated. They know the strength of more than a dozen of them. More than a dozen people joined hands to strike, and any practitioner in the later stage of Xinyu state should retreat from more than 10 houses. Now, however, a 20-year-old nobody even sealed the joint attack of more than a dozen people with a talisman. At the moment, these 10 people only feel their own moves, as if trapped in the mire, as if sinking into the vast ocean. No matter how terrible the air waves they burst out, they could not smash the barrier in front of them. Even if you want to stop, you've been limited. Back! Seeing such a scene, the middle-aged man headed by more than 10 people is pupil contraction, shouting. The situation is not good. Back! When the voice dropped and the wrist trembled, it was to see that these Blood Alliance strongmen were ready to withdraw their weapons. Back! Now that you're here, you don't have to go back. Back! Joke! Yi Chen is planning to go all out and take down more than 10 people. How can he let these 10 people retreat easily? The Blood Alliance imprisons the parents, but also takes away the father. Even the father may suffer in the Blood Alliance of Kunlun Su. Blood League dare to move a hair of his father, he will sacrifice with the blood of all people. If you let these people escape, what's the point of using the killing talisman? Since these 10 people have come, let's all stay. Kill Rune, kill! At the same time that more than a dozen people forcibly draw out their weapons and want to retreat, Yi Chen's hand seal is transformed. Boom! Under this seal, the original boundary of wave light flow suddenly trembles violently. In a burst of roar, all of a sudden 10,000 rays of light came out. Every ray of light, like thunder and lightning, is extremely fast. Every ray of light, like a sharp blade, roars with momentum. Brush, brush. Go to the crossroads of light. Within the scope of the original boundary, this moment seems to turn into a hell on earth, killing everywhere. The killing machine interweaved out a vast net, and blocked the more than 10 powerful Blood Alliance strongmen who wanted to withdraw. At this moment, the center of the light crisscross, Yi Chen's face is indifferent, the cold light in the eyes is Zhan Zhan. He seems to be the master and judge of this world. Under the dense net, those more than 10 Blood Alliance strongmen who are shrouded, such as for the prey in the hell on earth. Only slaughter is waiting for them. No, no. Don't. The screams went on and on. The roar was deafening. Blood spray, blood splash. That hand of light intertwined in the net. At the moment, more than a dozen Blood League strongmen fell into the nine hell. The flesh and blood were separated, and the white bones were exposed. The bones were crushed, turned into dust and dissipated in the cold wind. Kill! Finally, at the moment when more than 10 people completely lost their resistance, Yi Chen's body shape swept out and fell into the tangled net. Puff, puff. The soul of the sword gushes out. The sword spirit is vertical and horizontal. The sword techniques taught by Chen Tianli come out together. Chapter 542. Although Yi Chen's accomplishments are invincible, but it has Blood Dragon and Spirit Rune, plus the anti-heaven sword skill of Wandao Sword Zun. In that side of heaven and earth, Yi Chen is irresistible. This is the most powerful tomb owner of the Samsara cemetery. Until Yi Chen went through the chaotic world, the light and shadow behind him gradually dispersed. Boom! More than a dozen dull bangs came. The Zhenhuan sword in Yi Chen's hand, a trace of blood, is dripping down the long sword. There was a strong sense of killing in him. Like the god of death crawling out of hell. With a dozen enemies, Yi Chen crush. Gudu. Until a cold wind blows, there is a faint voice of swallowing. The rest of the strong Blood League were completely scared. Just now I saw Yi Chen kill Luo Jianzong. Although it's shocking, it's not so weird. The strength of one person, but also the real strength of China's Yuan, even crush more than a dozen strong Blood Alliance. Although these people are not the top strong members of the Blood League, they are not as defeated as killing chickens. All were pale. No way. They're all dead. They're all dead. One of the strong Blood Alliance, pointing to Yi Chen, the corners of his mouth trembled. At this moment, in his eyes, Yi Chen, holding the soul sword, seemed to be an emissary coming from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Those Pan Guohua, Beixiang, or other powerful Chinese martial arts experts. Absolutely shocked. It's like a killing feast in front of them. Yi Chen killed people are not ordinary people. Sleeping trough. Their eyes shrink to the extreme, in addition to shock. Yi Chen. I admit that I underestimated you, but you killed so many of my disciples in front of me. Do you know what the price will be paid? Li Xianjun has already sacrificed a long sword. As soon as the sword comes out, the aura of the whole Kunlun mountain seems to gather and go. Yi Chen has no expression. His bloody eyes, staring at Li Xianjun, word by word, where is my father Yi Tianjing? Tell me, I'll give you a way to live. Otherwise, since you have come out of Kunlun, you will stay in Kunlun mountain forever. Yi Chen's reply made Li Xianjun look more and more ugly. The dozen people you killed are just ordinary disciples of the Blood League, but now, what you have to face is the outrage of the Blood League. For the last time, where is my father? The Zhenhuan sword in Yi Chen's hands is full of blood. Yi Chen, you still care about your father. Since you want to know, I will tell you that your father has been chopped and fed by our Blood League for a long time. How about it? You are satisfied with this answer? My father, you have no right to insult. Die! Yi Chen shouts in a deep voice. The voice fell, feet on the ground, the whole person like a giant beast swept out, looking for death. Li Xianjun mobilized his whole body's breath and said to the remaining elite members of the Blood League, "Take this son's head. As long as the body, not alive." "Yes, Elder." Almost instantly, a cold light toward Yi Chen swept away. The town's soul sword in Yi Chen's hand fights away. "I thought it would be easy to kill, but I didn't expect that these people were all on the 5th layer of Jinyuan realm. Terrible. Even Yi Chen can't move forward easily in the fierce sword sense. Puhi. Blood spray. Yi Chen can only barely kill a few people." A sword fell and blood mist filled the sky. Full 10 seconds of time, Yi Chen body has appeared several scars. The power of Blood Dragon and Talisman is rapidly disappearing. Not only that, but the true chi of Dantian is also losing madly. At the same time, Yi Chen also found that Li Xianjun had disappeared. Damn it! Li Xianjun seems to disappear without any trace. This makes Yi Chen's heart sink. 10,000 swordsmanship. Broken. Yi Chen's wrist trembles and blood flashes. Under the infusion of genuine qi, the Zhenhuan sword shines with dazzling brilliance. It's cold and the sword is overflowing. Boom! The sword light, like thunder and lightning, cuts through the sky, turns into a blood dragon and devours the earth. But the sword skill without strong qi is a little weak now. The sword idea was torn by those strong men in an instant. Even Yi Chen has felt a sense of exhaustion coming. There were more wounds on him. Chen Tianli of the Samsara Cemetery naturally noticed this scene. "Apprentice, any one of these 10 men's strength is not under you. Li Xianjun is hiding in the dark. If you have an opportunity, it will break out. It's very difficult for you to fight against them now. These despicable people want to use the will battle to consume your sincerity and strength. Now, you use your talisman to leave here. When you restore the elixir field, you can find this group of people to settle accounts, not too late." Chen Tianli gave the best plan. Although he can use his last strength to help Yi Chen solve the problems in front of him, once he is used, he will disappear in the world. He still has one move, the most important sword formula, not to teach Yi Chen. He doesn't want to disappear like this. He has not received any apprentices since the ancient battle. I didn't really enjoy the relationship between master and apprentice. And now, Yi Chen's existence gave him hope. He didn't want to leave with regret. That sword formula must be taught to Yi Chen. Yi Chen at this moment naturally understands Chen Tianli's meaning. This group of Blood Alliance people can ignore fairness. Otherwise, it would not be so bad in Kunlun. He no longer hesitated, body swept back, at the same time, fingers pinch, 1,000-mile talisman directly sacrifice. I saw that the talisman was crushed. In an instant, light and shadow crisscrossed, and the breath of space filled out. A huge force of involvement seemed to drag Yi Chen out of the sea. "You want to go? Dream." However, in the face of Yi Chen, who has displayed his 1,000 Li Fu, Li Xianjun, the Blood League, suddenly appears. "Come back to me." At the moment when Yi Chen's figure was about to disappear, Li Xianjun shook his wrist and cried in a deep voice. "Brush." Between that wave, as if covering everything, the aura of the package is expelled and the distorted space is frozen. Click. Vaguely, I heard a sound like substance. The suction force made by the 1,000 Li Fu was crushed by pinching. Touch. Yi Chen's figure was thrown down from the air and hit a giant tree. Puff. Originally still forced to endure that a mouthful of blood, can no longer restrain the spray and out, Yi Chen's face color instantly pale up. In front of Li Xianjun, who was in the peak state, was just a small skill, not a means to protect his life. Yi Chen's face is pale to the extreme. The crisis of death, this moment is finally sweeping towards Yi Chen. In front of me, you still want to escape? Good. Since you don't know what's going on, I'll take your head off first. Chapter 543. Name the divine urban physician, author The Wind Laughs. Plus, turn off reset. Interrupted Yi Chen's escape road, looking at Yi Chen gasping, Li Xuanjuan's mouth showed a trace of ironic smile. Brush, brush. In the moment that the voice of this word fell, Li Xuanjuan's body disappeared in place at the same time. Not good. A strong killing opportunity, such as a huge wave swept by, Yi Chen's heart, sank to the bottom of the valley. If there is an invisible hand, pinching his throat, Yi Chen only feels a burst of suffocation. No way. Seeing that a virtual shadow appeared in front of him, under the crisis, a blood light directly rushed out and went to the crossrail. Let Yi Chen's surprise is, this time burst out unexpectedly is Chopping Dragon's sword. Spirit Sword Protector. What happened in the legend happened at this moment. The sword of Chopping Dragon was made by Yi Chen himself in Zhujia, Jiangnan province. Its level is incomparable with Zhenhuan's sword. But with Yi Chen moving heartstrings. And, along the way, he was accompanied by the sword of Cutting Dragon. I don't know how many people killed with Yi Chen. When people are there, the sword will be there. If people die, the sword will disappear. Ding! There was a crisp crash, and it exploded in the next moment. Click! Blood flashing, that accompanied Yi Chen through countless life and death crisis of the sword cut off. Maybe this sword is a rare weapon in China. However, for Kunlun Su, after all, it's just a mortal thing. How to resist such a strong man's all-out attack? Touch! At the same time the sword broke, a dull crash came. Li Xianjun, that palm of Yu Wei, mercilessly hit Yi Chen's body. Click! Click! Clearly audible, Yi Chen heard bursts of bone fracture sound. In the mouth the blood spurts wildly, Yi Chen's face is pale as paper, again has no blood color. The blood mist in the night sky turned into the most gorgeous picture. Touch! It seems that all the internal organs and 6 fu organs have been broken, and the whole skeleton seems to be broken. Ah! Can't help it any longer, Yi Chen sent out a burst of heartrending scream. Death, this moment is so close to Yi Chen. Once again, Yi Chen felt deep powerlessness. Not reconciled. Over the past year, how much did you pay and how much did you bear? Yi Chen is too clear. Now, I'm going to die in this place. No! Eyes red, Yi Chen as desperate beast, crazy roar. Facing Li Xianjun, who is walking towards him step by step and overlooking himself, Yi Chen looks ferocious. Li Xianjun looked at Yi Chen indifferently. Boy, although the Blood Alliance is suspected of taking advantage of others' danger, the cultivation world is so cruel that no one will sympathize with you. It's like, if I kill you now, who would like to help you? I even forget that you are only in your 20s. In Kunlungsu, at your age and with such strength, every clan is expected to fight for it. It's a pity that you offended the Blood League and even met me, Li Xianjun. My favorite thing is to kill such a genius as you. Haha. At this moment, Li Xianjun was ferocious to the extreme. Yi Chen stares at the broken dragon sword, his eyes are full of blood. He picked up the sword, held it in the palm of his hand, and then stood up forcefully. This sword fought with me for a long time. It's part of my body, but you've destroyed it. In my eyes, your life and the lives of all the people in your Blood League are not comparable to my dragon sword. Seeing that Yi Chen could still stand up, Li Xianjun even said some inexplicable words and said, "It's just a broken sword." What kind of thing is it? The sword in my hand is the most powerful sword. Now, cut off your head with my sword. The next second, Li Xianjun burst out of a very strong force. The spirit sword seems to cut through the air, tearing everything. The cold killing machine completely envelopes Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen did not move, holding the sword of Cutting Dragon, but showed a smile. There was a word in his ear, "Disciple, stand up after breaking." Although the sword of Cutting Dragon is broken, it means new life. After this war, if I still exist, I will teach you a way to raise the sword. If the guardian of the sword absorbs the attributes of other spirit swords, it will be powerful. What's more, the sword spirit of Cutting Dragon sword is a great opportunity for you. Now, all these things are handed over to my teacher. Li Xianjun is crushed by you with his accomplishments. Today I will show him what a towering sword is. Borrow your body. At the moment, Li Xuanjuan's sword, meaning with killing and ruthlessness, has fallen madly. Between the heaven and the earth, all the energy gather one move. Momentum like a rainbow. Yi Chen's life and death is only in a thought. He naturally saw Yi Chen's smile. In his opinion, it was Yi Chen's act of giving up. The power of the sword is already in the realm. A boy of Zenyuanjing is seriously injured again. Dantian's true qi is exhausted. What can I do to resist this sword? The joy of the winner has been revealed in the corners of his mouth. At the moment when the cold light I was about to shoot to Yi Chen's neck, Yi Chen raised his head, and the whole body's breath became ethereal. Definitely. A light hum, Yi Chen's step out, seems to meet the dazzling sword light, index finger and middle finger at the same time. Ding! The sound of impact burst out like substance, clear and incomparable. Li Xuanjuan's move, which inspired endless power, unexpectedly, was suddenly frozen in Yi Chen's cold hum. That spirit-overflowing high-level spirit sword, at this moment, is so simply sandwiched in Yi Chen's two fingers. At this moment, the whole world is silent. For a moment, the whole world stops. Time seems to stop. The dark clouds have dispersed, a ray of light permeated and turned into bright brilliance. Li Xuanjuan's killing intention in his hands has been completely restrained. At this moment, Yi Chen's two fingers are just like the world's magic soldiers coming. As if it can block the whole world. Who could have thought that Li Xianjun, who had gathered all his strength, was so born that Yi Chen stopped by the force of two fingers? How astonished was Li Xianjun! No way! The power of that sword, not to mention the embarrassed Yi Chen, can't be so relaxed even in the peak period of Xinyu. What the hell is this? His sword is as good as mud. Blood lightsaber. Kunlun Su Li family ancestral things. With this sword, he did not know how many top strongmen he killed. But now what the hell is going on? Two fingers. This is flesh and blood. Those who are strong in blood alliance, and even Bailexian, hold their breath. Some even rubbed their eyes, as if to hell. When all people could not understand, Yi Chen opened his mouth. A waste, a broken sword, just want to move the people of my 10,000 swords, ridiculous. Waste? But elderly Xianjun. If he is rubbish, all the people in the world are rubbish. The blood lightsaber in his hand is the best spirit sword. 1,000 years of ancestry. Who dares to break the sword? Go away. A cold hum, see Yi Chen two fingers a shake, a huge force suddenly burst out. Boom! Like thunder. The precious and incomparable blood lightsaber is in full view of the public, all over the cracks. Click, click, click. And then, all broken. To powder. Dissipate between heaven and earth. This how can it be? Li Xuanjuan's eyes will burst out. It's made by bloodlight stone from abroad. Xinyu state and even the supernatural state cannot let it break. Now, it's just like powder. What kind of power does this need? Li Xianjun just wanted to say something, the air suddenly rolled. His heart is going to burst. Fierce spurted a mouthful of blood, the whole person was blown out. This time, Li Xianjun flew a full dozens of meters away. A dozen giant trees have been broken by powerful forces. Finally, he fell to the ground. Dust rolling. Amazing momentum. The blood in Li Xuanjuan's mouth kept spitting out, and his face was pale to the extreme. The back is bloody. Gasping, more air in and less air out. Who could have thought that Yi Chen, who was originally a strong crossbow bow, forced Li Xianjun to the brink of death with just two fingers? The world is crazy. Is it possible that the immortal is possessed? Sleeping Trough. Chapter 544. Now. Kunlun Mountain Peak, quiet to the extreme. Everyone stares at Li Xianjun who spits blood in his mouth. This scene, too fast. It's too fast for everyone to react. The rest of the strong members of the Blood League were almost ferocious, and even the hands holding the sword were shaking wildly. An invisible fear swept through the whole body. They are really afraid. Even elderly can't defeat this boy. How can they stop him? This moment of Yi Chen, in their eyes is the immortal coming, invincible. Pan Guohua, who was watching from afar, as well as many powerful figures in the martial arts and Taoism circles of China, woke up from the shock. Although they don't know why Yi Chen broke out in the situation of death. But it doesn't matter. Kunlun Mountain Battle, Kunlun Virtual Strong defeated. Yi Chen must be the first Chinese strong man to challenge Kunlun Su. As long as Yi Chen doesn't die, the Chinese Yi family will be the top family in China. No one. At the moment, all people feel regret. Regret not to please Yi Chen and Yi family at the beginning. Bai Lixiang's eyes twinkled with a trace of complex emotions, and his heart was completely shocked. He knew Yi Chen was strong and rebellious, but he didn't know that this guy was still so domineering in the face of dozens of powerful people in Kunlun. He secretly congratulated that the Bailey family had made friends with Yi Chen from the beginning, and his daughter Bailabeng had a good relationship with Yi Chen. Otherwise, the consequence is unimaginable. After today, any forces and families that offend the Yi family will disappear completely in China. Don't use Yi Chen's hand, there will be powerful forces to please Yi Chen and suppress them personally. This is Yi Chen's influence now. At the moment, Yi Chen coldly glanced at Li Xianjun and walked towards each other step by step. His whole body exudes the breath of antiquity, ethereal. A look, as if can suppress a square world. Li Xuanjuan's mouth constantly spit out blood, and tries to endure the pain of his body. He stares at Yi Chen. Who are you? You are not Yi Chen. Li Xianjun naturally found Yi Chen's eyes strange. What's more, he understands the power of Yi Chen. It is impossible for a real Yuan state to break out such a terrifying force in a short time. No pill can do it. Who am I? With a cold smile and a soft grip of 5 fingers, Li Xianjun seemed to be dragged up by an invisible air current. What a pain! Even breathing has become a luxury. I am the king of thousands of swords. Cold words fall, Li Xuanjuan's body came crackling sound. Countless blood spills. How the man crushed his disciples, he fought back. This is the principle. Li Xianjun groaned in pain all over Kunlun Mountain. The Blood Alliance obeys the order, condenses the essence blood, quickly abolishes this sun. Li Xianjun saw that the rest of the Blood League strongmen did not start, but also angrily denounced the way. Those Blood Alliance strong person this just reacts to come over, together forces out a drop of blood essence. The momentum suddenly increased. The whole Kunlun Mountain is full of wind, which makes people feel palpable. Countless blood mist surging. Vaguely between, the ground actually appeared a blood-red gate. The gate is extremely simple. It is the symbol of Blood Alliance. As soon as the bloody gate comes out, the cold killing machine is completely released. The rest of the Blood Alliance strong chi sacrifice long sword, straight take Yi Chen ki. Innumerable sword meaning, actually in this moment converged into a big sword. The sword seems to dominate everything and cut through the sky. In that terrible sound of breaking through the air, a cold breath suddenly diffused and opened. The silver light flashed, the cold came, and all the faces changed abruptly. Burning blood essence and cultivation, everyone's most powerful sword skills gather a strike. There was a sudden panic. This kind of means only appears in the legend, but did not expect this moment actually is thoroughly exposed. Yi Chen is in danger. Looking at such a scene, Li Xianjun laughed coldly. Regardless of the injury, Yi Chen, you don't know that I still have a hand. Although the cost is very high this time, it is enough to kill you. I don't care what you are, Wandao Sword Zun or Qiandao Jianzuan. If you offend Xuemeng, there is only one way to die. And at the moment, Yi Chen's eyes do not have the slightest waves. Even when the sword was about to fall, there was no reaction. Humble people, they are still trying to shake the mountains? Playing sword in front of me? Ridiculous. Yi Chen opened his mouth. In a simple word, sound waves bloom. The big sword with more than a dozen swords is directly broken. The rest of the Blood Alliance disciples felt that their swords were out of control. The air waves, like substance, exploded together. A roar, such as thunder, shook the world. Click. The next second, sudden change. All weapons on the top of Kunlun Mountain are broken. Not only attack Yi Chen's Blood Alliance strongmen, but also those around the Chinese martial arts world strong. No weapon can be spared. Such divine power, let everybody petrified completely. In a word, it will destroy everyone's weapons. What kind of power is this? Is there such a means in the world? Poop. The terrible air waves broke out, and those with strong Blood Alliance were swaying and spitting blood. Some people who were close to them directly turned into blood fog and burst out. Even in the air, I don't know when there are countless sword shadows. As if out of the void. Chi shoots at those who are strong in Blood Alliance. At this moment, the peak of Kunlun Mountain is the purgatory of the world. Blood spray. More than a dozen complete bodies are directly fragmented. A river of flesh and blood. The top of Kunlun Mountain is dead. Li Xuanjuan's smile was stiff when he saw this scene. He stares at Yi Chen. There is only one word in my heart, what kind of devil is this? So many Blood Alliance strongmen's blood essence power can be easily broken, even if the Blood Alliance leader is impossible. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but found an invisible barrier blocking everything. He was completely trapped. Yi Chen walked towards Li Xianjun step by step. Now that he can control the situation, he takes back the control of his body. Chen Tianli is so weak that he will soon disappear. He has to be quick. He looked down at Li Xianjun and said, I only ask you a question. Where is the Blood League? Where is my father? Li Xuanjuan's eyes are full of panic. The Blood League has regulations, and any secrets about the Blood League can't be told. Otherwise, he will be in inexhaustible pursuit of Blood Alliance in this life. Li Xianjun is extremely loyal to the Blood League. He glared at Yi Chen. As I said before, your father has been chopped into meat sauce and fed to the dog. No matter how you ask me, I'm the answer. What if you kill me? In this life, you don't want to see Yi Tianjing again. What's more, if you offend the Blood League, you will suffer a lot. Huaxia can't keep you. No one in the world can protect you. Ha ha ha. Li Xuanjuan's ferocious smile rang through. Chapter 545. Yi Chen looked at the scene in front of him, but shook his head and pointed out directly. Chen Tianli's power is still there. At the moment, his accomplishments are far higher than Li Xuanjuan's. Naturally, he can seize the memory. When the finger touched Li Xuanjuan's eyebrow, a purple airflow was directly absorbed by Yi Chen. In the mind as countless pictures flash. However, Li Xianjun was in agony. This feeling seemed to suffocate. It's like pulling away his soul and memory. He found a blank in his mind. His eyes are full of blood red, the world should have such a means. Who is this Chinese boy? You. Li Xianjun just wanted to say something. Yi Chen loosened his fingers, eyes blooming with dazzling cold light. Then 5 fingers were directly buckled on Li Xuanjuan's head. Only a clear click was heard. Li Xuanjuan's head was directly removed. Yi Chen is also left in the corner. All this, for Yi Chen, seems to be a trivial matter. At this time, his eyes shot at the direction of Kunlun Su. Because he has a memory in his mind. This memory is about Father Yi Tianjing. It's a huge, misty peak. There is a blood-red Sanskrit gate in the great peak, and inside the door is a magnificent temple. And the dungeon deep in the temple is dark and closed. Damp, as if abandoned by the world corner. A middle-aged man with some vicissitudes was covered with scars and his shirt had been cracked for a few minutes. Sit cross-legged, no fear. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and said, no matter what means you use, my Yi Tianjing's answer is still those 3 words, I don't know. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes seemed to have an invisible anger. Anger is released from the eyes, covering the whole body. Just because this man is his father Yi Tianjing. Trapped in the Blood League dungeon. And in the picture, there is an old man. The old man's breath is terrible. A purple robe. From Li Xuanjuan's memory, this purple-robed old man is the noble elder Zheng of Blood League. Blood Alliance Elder has 6 levels. Among them, the golden robe is the most noble. Next is the purple robe elder. Any purple robe elder's suggestion has a profound impact on the Blood Alliance. Their status in the Blood League is just like that of Beilixian in China. It's enough to weigh you. Indispensable. From the memory of the sky. It's time to go to Kunlun. If the Blood Alliance is heaven, then Yi Chen will cut this day. Although his strength is not enough, but holding the Samsara cemetery, what is his fear? When the energy of Jinhuan Poyang stone is absorbed by the remaining 3 tombstones, it should be able to open. At that time, he will have a few more cards. And at this moment, Yi Chen's body gushes out a white light. It is Chen Tianli. Chen Tianli was almost transparent. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "That's all I can do for you. You need to go your own way in the next step. What's more, don't forget the things you told me before. You must be very curious about where the essence of the teacher went. I can tell you that when I went to Kunlun, I made a plan for you. One of them was related to that jade pendant. As for the rest, you will know when you go inside. The 3 tombstones of Kunlungsu should be able to guide you soon, and then those 3 people should transform you completely. As a master of 10,000 swords, I have a successor. Although I can't teach you all of them, you should master almost all the important ones. The stronger you are, the more you will feel the mystery of the sword techniques I teach you. Originally, I wanted to teach you the last sword formula. You can't use this sword formula at present, but when you further improve your strength, you should be able to exert part of it. Now I can't teach you by myself. I can only import some of the key points of the sword formula into your knowledge of the sea. You can understand it slowly." With that, Chen Tianli stepped out and came to Yi Chen's face, then pointed at Yi Chen's forehead. The light came in. Yi Chen felt a powerful information flow sweeping. A few words appeared in my mind. 10,000 swords belong to the clan. Not only these 4 words, but also a picture appeared in his mind. Chen Tianli's sharp sword strength was born from his body. Chen Tianli's body shape became invisible, and his strength was diffused everywhere. Countless swords are flying in the sky like a storm. The sword is like a net. Its power is invincible. It is enough to destroy mountains and rivers. Disciple, when you enter the 3rd or 4th level of Jinyuan realm, you should be able to understand it. Now, it's time for me to leave. I'll see you again because of you. Chen Tianli's voice is getting lighter and lighter. By the way, when you leave, please call me a master again. It will be your farewell. Yi Chen was moved. Master. Chen Tianli even said 3 good things. Good, good. I, Chen Tianli, have lived up to my life. I have a sword to crush the world. I have a sword, blood-wash earthly reincarnation. I have a sword to fight the hypocritical gods. I have a sword, cold light against the devil. I have a sword, subvert all. The sword of the old days is not defeated. Never shrink back from the enemy, even if it means the sword I love. The drums and gongs resound, the yellow sand is long, and a sword startles the sky and cuts off the world of mortals. Chen Tianli finally seems to be singing something. The virtual shadow completely dissipates, is turned into a star on into Yi Chen's eyebrows. Yi Chen is stunned. He doesn't understand what Chen Tianli's last poem means, but can feel Chen Tianli's free and easy and arrogant. This may be the highest level of sword. At the same time, the tombstone of Chen Tianli in the Samsara cemetery was also completely broken and dissipated from the world. I don't know when to meet next time. At this time, Yi Chen found a strong breath from the field of elixir. It's a breakthrough. He felt that the power of Chen Tianli before he disappeared unexpectedly poured into his elixir field crazily, even more integrated into his 4 limbs and hundreds of skeletons. This feeling of comfort almost made him groan. There was even a crackling sound coming from his body. He could clearly feel that every muscle in his body was shaking. Boom! His body is like a big wave surging, a strong breath, like breaking through all the shackles. This is a sign of breakthrough. Everyone can leave, he will have the ability to merge into his body, let him become more powerful. This time is no exception. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, and regardless of the corpses and blood around him, sits cross-legged directly. The aura of Kunlun Mountain is continuously converging towards Yi Chen. Master, you taught me to master 10,000 swords. Today I will break through the realm and master this sword formula. Yi Chen's body is a blood dragon gushing out. It's a terrible idea. Chapter 546. Those who watched from afar naturally felt that Yi Chen was about to break through. Shaking their heads. They knew Yi Chen was against the sky, but they didn't expect that a battle would let this boy break through again. Can't this boy save some face for them? Hundredly male Mao's son a congealing, step out, to behind dozens of iron and blood camp strong person way, iron blood camp, can be in? Yes. A roar rang through the sky. Bai Li Xiong took a step again and said, "Today, we will protect the Dharma for Mr. Yi. Anyone who comes near will be killed." Yes, General. Language down, the dozens of figures have come to Yi Chen 100 meters of land, as if to form a big circle, dead to protect Yi Chen. However, Bai Li Xiong came to Yi Chen's side, and a long sword appeared in his hand, which directly stabbed the land in front of him. The eyes of war are staring at the people. As long as someone dares to disturb Yi Chen's breakthrough, there is no reason to kill him directly. This is his power to control the Chinese Iron and Blood camp. At the same time, in the Palace of Blood Alliance, an old man in purple opened his eyes. It is the general commander in charge of investigating and catching Yi Chen, Elder Zheng. Not far away from him, there is a row of life jade cards, and at the moment, the life jade cards are all broken. Completely dark. This picture, never had. Elder Zheng stood up and came to the row of life jade cards, his face was completely black. Those who sent out to kill Yi Chen are all dead. Not only that, but even Li Xianjun did not survive. What strength Li Xianjun has, he knows better than anyone else. Those who are strong in Xinyu can't embarrass him. Now, it's dead. Dozens of people were sent out, but none survived. His expression is hard to see the extreme. Bang! Elder Zheng was so angry that he clapped his hands on the stone pillars of the room. Boom! The stone pillar was broken on the spot. There's smoke and dust. Who is it? Who dares to kill dozens of Blood League strongmen? Is that Yi Chen? No way. Even if Yi Chen has a talent against heaven, he is only in his 20s. How can he kill so many strong men with his own strength? It is impossible for a strong man to have such strength in China's martial arts circle. Shaili, come out. A middle-aged man's strange words appeared at Zheng's side. Elder. Elder Zheng's eyes congealed and said in a cold voice, "Your realm is on the 6th floor of Xinyu State. Even if you are in Kunlun Void, you should not be underestimated. Now I order you to go to Kunlun Mountain in China at the fastest speed." Li Xianjun and dozens of Blood League strongmen were killed. There is something wrong with this matter. We will investigate it at all costs. If you know who moved the hand, bring it to me immediately. Of course, if the other party resists, you can also kill directly. The middle-aged man called Shaili did not have any nonsense, as if into a breeze, completely disappeared in the Blood League. Elder Zheng stares at Shaili's faraway direction. His eyes cover him coldly. I didn't want to use Shaili's card, but now it seems that Huaxia is not that Huaxia. Even so, no one is qualified to move me. Those who stand opposite to me are dead. At the moment, Yi Chen at the top of Kunlun Mountain is surrounded by Blood Dragon. The killing machine is constantly released. The aura of Tenli is continuously gathering in Yi Chen's body. Even if there is no Iron and Blood camp strong, no one dares to step closer. This is the power of the strong. At the moment, Yi Chen seems to be in the body, a flame starts to burn. All of a sudden, Chen Tianli's energy just now seemed to feel something and became crazy. Energy burst, just a moment, Yi Chen's face began to flush. Ah! A light roar, Yi Chen's face showed a look of pain. This force almost burst his muscles and veins, tearing his elixir field. What terrible energy! More powerful than Luo Yuntian, the first great power summoned at the beginning. That energy seems to turn into an ancient beast, which starts to rage and roar in Yi Chen's veins. Refine it for me. Dare not have the slightest carelessness. Yi Chen hurriedly runs 9 days Xian Yang Ju, suppresses this energy. Time passes by. I don't know how long it took. Finally, when the energy gradually converges, and Yi Chen can no longer hold on to it, with a long roar, Yi Chen leads the energy in his body towards the second layer of shackles of the true Yuan realm. Wow! Such as the surging waves on the shore, the roar does not feel. Yi Chen only felt the qi and blood rolling in his body, and he almost fainted. The violent impact shakes Yi Chen's internal organs and spirits. But fortunately, the second layer of Jinyuan realm is broken directly. No hindrance. Is it difficult to break through 2 realms again this time? Yi Chen is ecstatic in the heart. No more hesitation, towards the 3rd level of the true world. Break it for me. Another quarter of an hour later, Yi Chen's breath became stronger and stronger. Gradually, the energy in Yi Chen's body becomes extremely irritable and crazy. Under the impact, the barrier of the 3rd layer of Zenyuanjing finally began to loosen and crack gradually. However, this is not enough. Roar! In an instant, Yi Chen's body came a long roar, such as the great beast awakened. That energy can no longer be controlled, such as a volcanic eruption, toward obstacles, impact away. Success or failure, at one stroke. At this time, a terrible breath came towards the top of Kunlun Mountain. Yi Chen Mao's son, a congealing, natural discovery, but at present already did not care. If the breakthrough fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. All he can do is rush. Strive for the fastest breakthrough. Beilixiang was naturally aware of something wrong. He took a look at the people in the Iron and Blood camp and said in a cold voice, "All of us are in the array." Yes. Dozens of people's feet are strange in an instant, which forms a big Iron and Blood array. Endless blood gas condenses in the sky. A few seconds later, a dark shadow appeared on the top of the mountain. It's a middle-aged man. It's just the old school of Xingqiang who is the most powerful. Shali Shenyu level 6, if combined with Blood League martial arts, strength can break out stronger. If Li Xianjun is the earth, the evil spirit is heaven. The strength gap between the two is too much. Shali has been playing the unique role of scavenger around Elder Zheng. Once there is something that can't be solved, Shali will show up. He seldom makes moves, but every time he does, he will not let Elder Zheng down. At the moment, Shali looked at Yi Chen, and then noticed the blood and corpse on the ground. Everything is clear. It seems that the culprit is Yi Chen. He sneered and went towards Yi Chen. He's dying for this life. Who? Mr. Yi, break through, no one is allowed to disturb. Those who violate it will be killed at all. Bai Lixiong's cold voice rang through. Chapter 547. He can't feel the strength of the other side, but can be so fast, absolutely strong. He has no choice. Only for Yi Chen to fight for time. Sha Li sneered, "A group of rubbish, dare to block me, get out." Language down, Sha Li toward 100 Li Xiong away. Bai Li Xiong Mao's son is serious, hastily to Iron Blood Camp Way, all people make a seal, at all costs, stop this person. Yes. Language down, wearing combat uniform Iron and Blood Camp Strong all seal. Blood gas burst. Beilixiang is forcing a drop of blood essence to drive these runes. This was taught by his mysterious missing wife. From Kunlun Su. It is also a card of Iron and Blood Camp. In front of the strength of the strong, there is no doubt that he and the Iron Camp have no choice. Go! Finally, one by one, with the gold seal condensation success, a dazzling light shining out. Faintly, that ray of light blooms and turns into a sword in a twinkling of an eye. The sword body vibrates and swallows thousands of li like a tiger. Brush. Driven by Balixian, the sword light, like the stars, went directly towards the evil away. The whole earth seemed to start to collapse. There was a constant roar. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled, and the golden sword light swept across the world. Poohee. A mouthful of blood spurted out, the exertion of the talisman, and the load brought by it made Balixian suffer heavy damage first. Chi and blood in the body roll, and the whole body seems to collapse under that load. With me, I can protect the mountains and rivers of China. I can still take care of Mr. Yi. His eyes were covered with red blood. Facing the load brought by the sword seal, Bai Li Xiong roared loudly. He wants to tear the shadow, he wants to destroy the enemy on the other side. Yi Chen gives him life in the land of dragon veins, and he also wants to resist everything for Yi Chen. He is a soldier. The soldier takes the country first, then righteousness. If he does not die, the seal will not die. Boom. With the urge to go beyond the limit, the seal broke out completely. Boom. Suddenly shock, Sha from the body, suddenly a shudder, freeze frame. It's interesting. This thing should come from Kunlun Shuba. It's actually mastered by Chinese martial artists. However, what you master is only skin and hair. A bunch of trash, trying to kill me. That's not enough. In the face of the powerful momentum and the destructive power of terror, Sha Li's face became extremely gloomy. Blood gate suppression. Hum. In an instant, a burst of agitation spread all over the sky. Blood gate reappearance. The red light surged again. The gap is too obvious. Boom. Blood gate carrying the power of Kunlun Su, and the iron and blood camp seal to compete. Red light and gold light crisscross, weave a pair of shock incomparable picture. As time goes by, the struggle between these two energies seems to be eternal. In the long river of years, it is a monumental monument. Do you want to insist? You have no idea how terrible Kunlun is. Out! Sha Li Ling Hum, a big hand, directly split the strongest blow of Balixian and Iron Blood Camp. Easy. Bai Li Xiong has reached the limit. He is on the verge of collapse. Such a powerful move is a double-edged sword. Obviously, in the case of Balixian not strong enough, this double-edged sword now begins to kill the Lord. Break it for me. Finally, after the blood gate gained the upper hand, when Bai Li Xiong's momentum declined and there was a faint sign of collapse, a burst of howling, Sha Li left without reservation. Boom. A powerful wave of air exploded. The blood gate is irresistible. Hum. The golden light breaks and the seal vibrates. Under the pressure of the blood gate, the light of Baizhang gradually shrinks. Poohee. In the end, a burst of shrill wail was heard, and the seal was broken. Ding. In that crisp crack sound, the golden light splashes everywhere. Every inch of it cracked. No. Bai Li Xiong roared in despair. He couldn't believe what he saw. His card, unexpectedly so easy to be smashed. Is this the strong one of Kunlun Su? Puff, puff. The blood gushed in his mouth. Bai Li Xiong struggled to support him and insisted on gritting his teeth. In the shrill scream, he was swept out by the wind. Those who are strong in the iron and blood camp are all bombed. Some died on the spot. Some serious injuries. Boom. At the same time, the blood gate is finally completely crushed down. The mountains and rivers vibrate and the world changes color. The whole earth in the blood gate bombardment, as if occupied. Bang! Such as the broken line of the kite, Balixian can no longer support, enough to fly out of more than 10 meters, hid in the distance among the ruins. His face was bloodless and his mouth was overflowing with blood. He supported his body to stand up, but found it impossible. After all, his strength can't be compared with Kunlun Su's strong one. The gap is too big. Even if there is a strong card, it is not enough. The seal was broken. In this battle, Bai Li Xiong was completely defeated. In the power of the Blood Gate, under the counter-attack of the cards, he has suffered an unimaginable heavy blow. In the gale, Balixiang opened his mouth. He was like a dying man, with determination and hard breathing. Even if he died in the war, he also died for China. Until the fuzzy vision to see Shali through the wind, slowly toward their own. There was a lot of sneer. I can't believe that there are such interesting things in Huaxia. You can't even protect yourself. You want to protect that boy, ridiculous. From a commanding position, Shayli looks down on the Iron and Blood camp controller with a winning posture. Bai Lixiong smiles. Smile incomparably ferocious. His remaining lights saw those who were dead or seriously injured. He is in pain. He's angry. He can't guard these people. There was despair and reluctance in his heart, but there was also a trace of relief and happiness. Perhaps in the land of the dragon, he was already dead. The appearance of Yi Chen is just an extension of time. Well, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Since I dare to block the way of my blood alliance, I will die. Bai Lixiong raised his head difficultly, looked at Shali, and said word by word. Although I am dead, I am still a general of China. He is not afraid of death. From the beginning of serving China, he was ready to die for his country. Death is the end result. But as long as there is value in death, he has no regrets. Shali sneered, no longer hesitated. He offered a throwing knife in his hand and shot directly at the iron bone Clang 100 Lixiong. The gap between you and me is like a natural moat. I didn't want to kill you, but you got in my way. Flying knife tears the air, penetrates everything, with the light of death. As if the next second, Bai Lixiong will fall. At this time, Yi Chen can't help it anymore. Forced to open the third layer of Zhenyuan realm. Poof! Because forced to open, his mouth is spit out a mouthful of blood. Even a little weak. He can't care so much. He didn't want Bai Lixiong to die because of him. I don't want to be Chinese. This guard and gratitude, Yi Chen wrote down. Chapter 548. He could even feel the sudden danger of this middle-aged man. Chen Tianli has disappeared, he was injured again, and now he is not qualified to fight. Only leave temporarily. Just wait 2 days. In 2 days, the 3 tombstones can completely absorb the energy of Zhenhuan Poyang Stone. So, 2 days later, he can challenge everything. These Iron and Blood camp people can't die in vain. He wants blood from the Blood Alliance. Yi Chen Meng gets up, Songlong phantom body definitely surging, even forced out a drop of blood essence, will speed up to the extreme. He came to Bai Lixiong in a moment. Zhenhuan sword is directly sacrificed, and a very strong sword skill is cut off. Sha Li's throwing knife is directly broken. The air is rolling in the air. Finish all this, Yi Chen 5 fingers buckle Bai Lixiong's shoulder. Go! After saying that, regardless of Bai Lixiong's reaction, with Bai Lixiong, he ran to the distance. He glanced at Sha Li and remembered the other side's appearance. He doesn't know this person, but he must have something to do with the Blood Alliance at this time. Do not dare to have hesitation, with 100 Lixiong, Yi Chen is exhausted, Songlong phantom body determined to promote to the extreme. Yi Chen, where to go? However, Yi Chen rushed out not long ago, a burst of roar is like thunder burst. Brush. A virtual shadow forced to speed up, the white light flashed, the figure with a very fast speed, toward Yi Chen near the past. Even if Yi Chen displaced Songlong's magic body, he shows no sign of getting rid of each other. Go! Suddenly, a cold hum came. Seeing that he couldn't stop Yi Chen's way for a short time, the figure chasing Yi Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. Brush. The piercing sound of the air was piercing. A touch of cold light tore this piece of heaven and earth. The flying sword, like the scythe of the god of death, fell towards Yi Chen. Damn it! Can't members of the Blood League be open and above board? Behind him, the sword comes, and a suffocating cold diffuses. Yi Chen only feels that the whole person has fallen into the ice and snow. Such a powerful sword spirit, such a terrible killing. Get out of here. Do not dare to have hesitation. In that a flying sword shot to his back moment, Yichen forced to sacrifice his life talisman. Hum. The whole body energy erupts, and the aura of heaven and earth comes. As the seal is pinched out, endless thunder and lightning gush out, and the thunder and lightning form a lightning border. Boom! There was a violent roar, which exploded in the next moment. Pooh-hee! Yichen's heart vibrates and his mouth spits blood. Wow! The lightning barrier, in this impact, actually directly collapsed. Ding! Finally, Yu Wei, the carrier of the flying sword, thundered fiercely on Yichen, who was rolling with qi and blood. Thunder light flickers, Yichen only feels, the body seems to have been torn in general. Go! Even if a penetrating pain instantly diffuse, then what? Live! This is what Yichen needs to do now. He has to fight for 2 days. After 2 days, pay back 10 million times. This flying sword is like breaking through heaven and earth. With Yichen's strength, how powerful is the lightning border? Even if the strong in the middle of Xinyu state, I'm afraid it's hard to tear it so simply. But the pursuers behind it's broken. Explain that the other side's realm is at least 6 levels above Xinyu state. Thunder and lightning bound, under the pursuer's flying sword, there is no resistance. If it was not for the blood dragon, Yichen could be sure that what had just been sent out would not have been a crisp crash. The flying sword with Yu Wei must have been in his back and took his own life. It can be said that Yichen wandered around the ghost gate. With only this flying sword, Yichen can determine what accomplishments the man who pursues himself after him. Yichen is in a mess. If he ran away alone, the other party would never hurt himself, he could leave more easily. But now with 100 Li Xiong, he has to bear all the damage. He and Bai Li Xiong must live. As long as there is one breath in, Yichen can't stop his steps. Forced to promote blood essence, Yichen desperate to improve their own speed. Then this violent impact force, Yichen's speed is also an instant surge, even opened up and behind the pace of Sha Li, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistling in the ear, the scenery around him quickly retrogress, Yichen looks pale and gasps. He has shown the speed to the extreme, but the killing intention behind him is catching up again. This is to let Yichen's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. What a blood league! Damn it, Yichen, angry voice Wei. Bai Lixiang naturally realized something. He didn't want to drag Yichen down. He said, "Mr. Yi, you put me down. I was going to die. My life is not worth mentioning." As he spoke, he gazed at the man behind him, the middle-aged man with a dark face and red eyes, like a reaper out of hell, pursuing them. No nonsense. Today, neither you nor I can die. We just need 2 days. Yichen said coldly. But the strong man of Kunlun is. Listen to me. 100 Li Xiong's voice came from the ear, and Yichen frowned and said angrily. He calmed down to think that he could not leave behind the pursuers in such a escape. At that time, when their own speed began to slow down, is their own death. All of a sudden, behind a killing machine swept. I saw a red sword with a raging momentum, impact. Yichen no longer hesitates, the blood dragon and the life talisman are sacrificed at the same time. Once again, condense the spirit rune Wei. Thunder and fire seal. Boom, boom. As one by one, the seal was pinched out, and suddenly a loud sound came. The blue light flickers, the electric current meets, and the fire burns. Under the application of thunder and fire seal, hundreds of thunder and fire balls appeared all over the world. They shot out and swept away towards the rear. These fireballs are very powerful. When they encounter the flying sword, they are smashed by the explosion. However, the thunder and fireball all over the world, after all, has a great influence on the pace of Sha Li's pursuit. Boom! I saw a fireball head-on to fall on the Sha Li body, instantly exploded. The electric current confluence, the flame erupts. Sha Li's hair exploded in an instant, and his face was black. Look at the appearance, don't mention how embarrassed it is. Chapter 549. Bang! And do not wait for hundredly Xiong to slow down God, Yi Chen body shape is also suddenly staggering. The thunder and lightning border that was sacrificed again was broken by the flying sword again. If it wasn't for their quick evasion this time, the remaining power of the flying sword would be to plunge into their bodies again. Rao is so, Yi Chen can only rely on the blood dragon once again reluctantly resist the remaining power of the flying sword, and the whole person is rolled out again. However, with a strong breath, with the help of this impact and the pace of the old man behind him, Yi Chen again opened the distance between the two sides. The overwhelming thunder and fire seems to turn into a gorgeous fireworks, the pursuit of the evil away from the road, covering the airtight, amazing momentum. Whoa! The chi and blood in the body is rolling more and more fierce, and a trace of blood overflows from the mouth again. Listening to the explosion behind him, Yi Chen dark exhaled a breath, forced a breath, and urged Song Long to make a magic body and plunder in a direction. But soon, he and Bai Lixiong's faces changed. There is no way to retreat from the top of Kunlun Mountain. It's a cliff. 1,000 feet cliff. If you fall, you'll die. They hesitated. And not far behind, at the moment, the thunder and flame all over the sky seemed to deduce a magnificent doomsday. Boom! All of a sudden, with a burst of roar, thunder and fire all over the sky, in an instant, toward the surrounding collapse and disappear in the cold wind. A figure, out of the splash of light. In a mess. Perhaps only this word can describe this figure. One end of the black, now burst, smoking. The face full of traces of years is blackened by thunder and flame. Vaguely, you can see that the eyebrows have been burned out. That pair of eyes, full of red blood, like wild animals. Looking at the two figures not far away, the figure finally couldn't help roaring, "Yi Chen, I want to break you into pieces." The roar, like thunder, spread all over the Kunlun Mountains. The anger is clearly displayed. Sha Li has been in the Blood League for so many years. How could he be so embarrassed? As a noble, well-known and highly respected Sha Li, who has ever suffered such humiliation? If Elder Jing knew, how disappointed he would be. No matter what, Yi Chen must die. And he tortured him to death. Red eyes, flashing the eyes of Yingzhua, Sha Li sends out a chilling opportunity to kill. Step by step, he went to Yi Chen and Bai Lixiong. He knew there was no retreat for the two men. It's going to be over. Both of them are seriously injured, and even haven't reached the state of mind wandering. What can I do to stop him? Yi Chen, you should keep running. If I were you, you might as well jump down. When the time comes, don't say it's you. Even I can't survive. The aura around Kunlun Mountain has been absorbed by Kunlun Su, and there is no aura under the cliff. Even if the strong man in the 9th layer of Xinyu state jumps down, he will surely die. Of course, there is an advantage to this method of death, which is simple and crude. However, as long as you come back to the Blood Alliance with me, you may still have a chance to live. After all, you and your father have a big secret. Why not exchange this big secret for a way to live? Take a deep breath, until the thunder light completely dissipates, the cold wind blows, Sha Li forcefully suppresses the full cavity anger, ruthlessly said. Yi Chen turns round, Mao's son is cold, what name is your name? Sha Li smiles. A word from the Qing dynasty. Remember, I killed you, Yi Chen. The language falls, the evil spirit moves. When the wrist shakes, the virtual shadow of the blood gate is suspended on the top of the head, and a drop of seminal blood is emitted at the same time. The next second, a sword light burst out of the blood gate virtual shadow. The light is wanton, and the sword chi is flashing. The sharp sound of breaking the sky came, and the sword shot out of the evil spirit made the heaven and earth completely dark. This blow is far beyond the 8th level of Xinyu. So terrible. It's not that Yi Chen and Bai Lixiong, who are injured, can stop it. Yi Chenman's sacrifice of Zhenhuan's sword, the blood dragon and the life talisman gush out at the same time. Empty all the remaining genuine qi in Dantian. At this moment, he held the thunder and lightning and the blood dragon in his hand, and cut it out directly. Bang! Two forces suddenly collide. Although the short-term suppression, it will be flat. Momentum rolling, Yi Chen and Bai Li Xiong were dragged to the edge of the cliff. Yi Chen, give up. When I am weak to you with my peak strength, you can't have a chance to live. If you resist and fall straight off the cliff, it will turn into a blood mist. Yi Chen Mao's son Pan Cold looked at 100 Li Xiong. Wei, you can be willing to believe me. Bai Lixiang thought of what, word by word, Bai Lixiang believe in Mr. Yi. Good. We fall into the cliff together. Today I Yi Chen come to Nirvana rebirth. 2 days later, I want this man to torture to death. Yi Chen takes back the soul sword, and the strong wind sweeps it. Almost instantaneously, Bai Lixiang and Yi Chen were shocked to fly down. Under the cliff, there are only 2 black spots left. The onlookers, seeing this scene, were completely frightened. In a short period of time, both of them disappeared. Falling down from the Kunlun mountain, no matter how strong the people will die. Pan Guohua's expression was dull and could not say a word. Today's scenes shocked all he saw and heard. Yi Chen, the god of war, on the top of Kunlun mountain, killed dozens of Kunlun virtual strong men, seriously injured, and the chariot battle could not shake the posture of the strong. China can't stop it, nor can Kunlun's virtual strong. Only when Yi Chen is injured and weakest, can the top Kunlun virtual strong take advantage of the void to suppress it. How mean! But let Yi Chen's image be bigger. In Pan Guohua's mind, the figure of that cold and arrogant youth appeared, and he sighed. Unfortunately, from now on, China's Tianjiao has fallen, and there will be no invincible god of war in the world. The myth of Yi Chen has come to an end. Today's Battle of Kunlun Mountain is enough to be recorded in Chinese history. A few hours later, a news spread all over China, and even Kunlun Su was shocked. Countless powerful people were shocked. Yi Chen, the Chinese invincible myth, died in Kunlun Mountain. Chinese war general Bai Li Xiong died together. There is no hunter in the world. The nightmares of countless Chinese families have disappeared. Chapter 550. China's capital, a courtyard. The courtyard is heavily guarded. An old man in a Zhongshan suit is checking some documents. The people standing beside him were all famous Chinese powers. Just as the old man was concentrating on the documents, a middle-aged man rushed in. It's the guard next to the old man. After 20 years with the old man had never seen him so flustered. The old man frowned and said, "Xiao He, what happened? How many times have I told you that we should pursue stability in everything? If we are not stable, why should we guard China?" The old man's reproachful words, if in the usual, must let the guard admit the mistake. But at the moment, the guard came directly to the old man with red eyes. Body shaking. "Chief, something has happened. Big deal. Huaxia is really going to change this time." The old man put down his pen and thought of something. He said, "Xiaohe, if I guess correctly, this matter should be about Kunlun Mountain." The middle-aged guard nodded fiercely. He just wanted to say something. The old man continued, "Did Yi Chen kill those people? It's not a big surprise. I had expected that those Kunlun virtual strong people would not be able to take down the boy. He is very clever." Then the old man laughed. The guard couldn't help it anymore, and said, "Chief, wrong, this time, the immortal myth Yi Chen is defeated." Not only was he defeated, but he and General Bailey also fell down on the Kunlun Mountain, which is bound to die. Hearing this, the old man raised his head fiercely, and there was a panic on his face. "What do you say? Say it again. What happened to Yi Chen? What's more, what's wrong with Bai Lixiang?" The guards no longer hesitated and told everything that happened in Kunlun Mountain. The old man's face was doubted at first, then gradually turned into panic, and finally it was pale. He was sitting on a stool. No way, how could that boy and Bai Li Xiong have an accident? He knows the seriousness of the matter better than anyone else. Bai Lixiang's iron and blood camp is of great importance to China. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. And Yi Chen's value, to China, is priceless. This is the reason why he protected Yi Chen many times. To some extent, there is Yi Chen in China, and all enemies are afraid. But now, what happened in Kunlun Mountain is beyond his imagination. Yi Chen has already been a myth to suppress dozens of Kunlun virtual strong men by his own efforts. But no matter how mythical the people are, they can't compete with the will battle. The key opponent actually shot at the critical moment of Yi Chen's breakthrough. Mean. Shameless. At this moment, the old man was extremely angry. Even a slap on the table. Xiaohe, where is the virtual strong man of Kunlun? The old man's tone is chilly. Xiaohe had never seen such an attitude of the old man. He was a little stunned and then said, "Look at the route he left, it seems that he has gone back to Kunlun." The old man nodded and his eyes were very serious. Immediately use all the forces around Kunlun Mountain to search Yi Chen and Beilexiang at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Live to see people, death to see the body. This is my order. Anyone must carry out it unconditionally. Yes. Xiaohe hurried back out. At the same time, the old man took a look at one of the people standing. "Fushui, you go to the Huaxiayi family and the Bailey family. It is estimated that this matter will soon be completely spread out. We must pacify the family members." Yes. After everyone left, the old man fell into deep meditation. Clench your fist. The violent breath burst out. The walls of the whole room are cracked in all directions. Anger of the strong. For so many years, Huaxia has been in the middle of the rules. Why should Kunlun Su be so aggressive? That boy is only in his 20s. He has a bright future. Why destroy it mercilessly? I really think we are afraid of you. What's more, Bai Lixiong has nothing to do with this matter. Why don't you let him go? The old man's evil spirit is extremely strong, and his eyes are emitting cold light. Not long, he thought of something, came to a wall, in the wall of a tile corner knocked a few times. In an instant, the wall opens. It's so dark inside. Deep down there is an old telephone. Be quiet. Mystery. The old man hesitated for a long time, or dial the phone. This time, there is something wrong with Huaxia, please do it again. There was a lump in the old man's voice, there was a pause on the other side of the phone for a few seconds, and the last old voice sounded. Well, in 6 hours, I'll come to the capital, and you'll send someone to pick me up. Well. The phone hung up and everything went back to silence. Half an hour later, Huaxia Ye's family. Jiang Peirong, Xia Ruoxue, Sun Yi, and even Zhuya all sit on the sofa watching the time. At this moment, the speed of the passage of time for them is very slow. Yi Chen has promised them that after the end, they will call the first time. But the cell phone in the living room never rang. The only time it rings is a wrong call. Their mood is like a roller coaster. Xia Ruoxue made a cup of tea for Jiang Peirong. Auntie, have a sip of tea. Yi Chen has never had an accident since I knew him. You can rest assured. Jiang Peirong took over the teacup, took a look at Xia Ruoxue and nodded, I know. Sun Yi also comforted, Xiaokenzi's skill is superb, let alone those people of Kunlun Su. Even God can't take him down. He also said that he would take us to Kunlun Su to have a look. The result is not so fast. Let's be patient and so on. All the people only feel the eyelid jump is fierce, although very worried, but still comfort each other. Juya takes a look at Ye's gate, and there is no movement. She was just about to say something when her cell phone in her pocket rang. A text message. This message was sent by an organization in the Chinese martial arts circle. Any Chinese family can get it. She opened the text message. When she saw the content, the whole person was stunned. Pata! The mobile phone fell to the ground. Yi Chen, the invincible god of war in China, is on the top of Kunlun Mountain. He killed dozens of weak Kunlun strongmen and was seriously injured. The chariot battle could not shake the strong's posture. China can't stop it, nor can Kunlun's virtual strong. Only when Yi Chen is injured and weakest, can the top Kunlun virtual strong take advantage of the void to suppress it. Unfortunately, a few hours ago, Yi Chen, the invincible myth, was killed in Kunlun Mountain. Chinese war general by Li Xiong, die together. At this moment, Zhu Ye's eyes turned red and her tears fell down. This is not what she wanted. Yi Chen, defeated, how can it be?